And your reading is the dragon. That's exciting, I suppose. Perhaps you're due for an adventure.
Ladies,
Professor Shah.
astronomy is not divination. You won't find the mysteries of the cosmos charted out on your palms or at the bottom of your teacups. Alas, the heavens remain hazy to the starry-eyed. Now, if you were to devote yourselves to persistent and painstaking observation, you just might catch a glimpse. With that in mind, please take your telescopes. Tonight we will be on the observation deck.
Oh. How exciting.
Still don't have your own? You can't be the new student forever, you know. You can share with Mr. Takar.
Wasn't supposed... Didn't know that you... Alright, let's take a look.
Here, I can adjust that for you.
No, bring it into focus on your own.
Alright, I'll try. Looking at blackness here, is this part of it? Oh. I see something.
Now, I expect all of you to put in your stargazing hours outside of class. Is that clear?
But, Professor, it's freezing out.
Mere cold didn't stop the great stargazers of the past. Look only to the astronomy tables they erected throughout the highlands from which they gazed millennia ago on the very self-same stars above us. Is that clear? Dismissed.
Oh, hello. Good to see you again. We
Hello.
Ravenclaws must stick together.
Oh,
I suppose.
I'll meet. Nice to see you again.
Did I hear Professor Shaw say that you don't have your own telescope?
Well-
I have a spare one you could borrow for the rest of term.
Borrow, eh? Don't know if I could do that.
I can't do that, I'll meet. You might need it.
No, really, you can. And I won't. It's my old one. I finally got my hands on the new Celestia Contemplar. You've heard of it, I assume? I mean,
No.
of course you have. It's
Oh.
only the pinnacle of all personal stargazing implements. But my
Right.
old model's not too shabby either. Goblin cut glass, first-rate optical enchantments. Hate to think such a fine instrument is just collecting dust.
Well, thank you, I'll meet.
In that case.
Think nothing of it. Anyway, the telescope's in the storage room right underneath us. You can't miss it. I have some, reading to finish on the lower deck. Come find me there afterwards, and bring the telescope. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Alright. Of course. Hello? Pardon me?
Stargazing as long as I could.
Alright, oh.
This was his old telescope. Looks practically brand new.
Well. From the way he's talking, it seems that he's been, constantly...
A pristine
And-
night for stargazing. Do not let it be wasted.
Professor Shah, I'm interested in learning more about astronomy.
It is increasingly rare to find a student who seeks after things celestial, of their own accord. But if you truly desire to chart the courses of the cosmos, you must rid your mind of the terrestrial babble of others. We
Right.
ourselves are not unlike blank star charts, you know? Empty canvases waiting to be inscribed with all that the universe has to offer. Do you understand?
I think...
Am I right in thinking you are unimpressed by divination?
Of the many other so-called disciplines taught here, divination is perhaps the most feeble, especially in its nonsensical practice of astrology. Do not confuse astronomy and astrology. One is concerned with mysteries stellar and lunar, the other is mere lunacy.
I see.
You mentioned astronomy tables earlier, in class. What were you talking about?
Long ago, devotees of the astral arts set up stone slabs across the countryside. They are ideal for studying constellations near and far. For centuries, wizards made use of these astronomy tables for stargazing. Sadly,
Right.
they have since become mere monuments to the intrepid intellectual pursuits of a bygone epoch.
Oh dear. I don't know what that is, but sounds bad. Alright.
Thank you, Professor. I look forward to stargazing.
I am glad to hear it. Should be a stellar night for it.
Of that I have no doubts. Alright, now where is... Oh, there you are.
Perfect night for... Oh, hello again.
I have the telescope. It's nicer than I'd expected.
I would not offer a prospective stargazer a third-rate lunoscope.
Right.
But there is, something else.
Yes. What is it?
You remember those astronomy tables Shaw was going on about?
Yeah.
Just so happens I've been reading up on them a little myself. And it
Right.
seems there may be one right here at Hogwarts.
Oh.
I believe we could use it to find hidden constellations.
Hidden constellations. Alright.
And you need someone to help find it.
I do. Are you in? No one from the Gobstones Club will go with me. Said they'd rather get spit at by a stone than... Well, they are cowards. Let us get moving while the stars are still out. I'll show you how to use that telescope once we get there. I promise.
Alright. Discovering hidden constellations. Doesn't sound too bad.
No need to convince me. Let's get going.
Brilliant. You won't regret it. Shall we?
Alright. Here we are. Looking for the astronomy table. Now, is this Hogwarts still? You said that the table was in Hogwarts. This
Lumos. Some
suppose
say the locations of the tables were
still
originally
counts?
marked by centaurs for ritual stargazing.
really marked how?
It is nice having a fellow stargazer to explore with.
Happy to be here. It is good to leave the classroom now and then.
Quiet.
It's not that creepy out here at night, is it? The Gobstones Club
No.
of cowards. Here I am.
It's quite
charging
peaceful.
ahead. Why don't you lead the way?
If you're sure.
If you insist. Whoa! Oh. Must have been my imagination.
A little foreboding.
A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about.
Oh, of course. It's just not as tidy as I expected.
Alright, well, no astronomy table here, unfortunately. Oh?
Confringo!
A scarf. Nothing else.
Cobwebs. You don't think any spiders might be lurking about?
Oh no.
No,
Not
no.
this close to school, I mean.
Yeah. Should be fine.
Look, there's the table. I think you should do the honors. Go on, try it out.
Alright, what do I do exactly? Oh,
The constellation
Ah.
should appear near the center of your view.
alright. Near the center of my view, you say.
As soon as you've lined up the telescope, we will be able to fill out our star chart.
Mm-hmm. Sounds nice. There we are. Lyra.
I was right about the tables. They really are gateways to the far stars, just as the book said. And your contribution was invaluable. Rest assured, you shall be credited in my memoirs one day.
Oh. Glad to hear it.
Thank you, Amit. I look forward to reading them.
And I look forward to writing them. This is only
Quite.
the beginning. You will find more tables like this one throughout the grounds and forest, all beckoning to be discovered by a worthy astronomer. And if I have ever seen one, it's you. Oh, and about my old telescope. Don't
Yes?
bother returning it. You should keep it.
That's quite generous.
Alright.
Thank you.
If you insist.
You are welcome. It has goblin-cut glass and a gobbledygook inscription. I'm practically fluent in gobbledygook, you know. It's all
I'm
in
sure
it,
you
not
are.
really gobbledygook, you know, and how you pronounce your R's. Anyway, glad our adventure was a success. I will see you soon.
Alright. Farewell, Amit. Till the next time.
Never do get tired of seeing the astronomy tower at night. What a view.
Quiet. It's
I
not
have
so.
learned of a wizard who is being harassed by Harlow. He
Oh.
may be able to provide the evidence we need to take Harlow down. We should speak with him together. Meet me at his home.
Alright.
I assume you have news regarding the goblin you mentioned. Why don't we meet at the map chamber to discuss that and our next steps?
Alright. If you insist. Alright, here we are. Back at the map chamber. Where.
You would be wise not to underestimate this student.
Oh?
Their aptitude for magic is beyond anything I've ever seen. And I've been teaching a long time.
It is a joy to have such a student.
It can be.
There you are.
Professor?
I received your owl. I was able to speak with Lodgok, the goblin I mentioned before.
What did you learn?
He and Ranrock were close once, but they had a falling out.
You believe he can be trusted?
Perhaps.
He seemed trustworthy. Difficult to know, really. But Serona Ryan trusts him.
Well, that's something, I suppose. Supposing he can be trusted, will he help us get to Ranrock?
I retrieved a stolen helm he hopes to return to Ranrock in order to regain his confidence.
You have been busy. Let's hope your efforts result in our learning something about Ranrock's plans.
Lodgok
Yes.
did mention that Ranrock is searching for something, but he couldn't say what. Perhaps that helm will yield some answers.
Ranrock is searching for something.
Oh.
I feared as much. I've heard an unusual amount of activity, goblins and wizards, I surmise, when visiting my portrait at my castle.
Rookwood Castle.
My former residence, yes. That castle is also the location of your next trial.
Oh. I see. Well, in that case.
I'm sorry to tell you that Victor Rookwood, evidently your descendant, is a dark wizard in league with Ranrock.
My descendant? A dark wizard? I'm afraid,
afraid
we've no
so.
time to waste. Despite the obstacles that clearly await you, you must get to Rookwood Castle immediately. Not only is it the location of the next trial, it is home to a source of power that would be devastating in the wrong hands. I do wish we had the luxury of time. However, I do not doubt your abilities. Find my portrait there as soon as you can.
Very well, sir.
Very well.
I'm on my way.
Best of luck.
Yes.
No time to waste. I'll meet you at Rookwood Castle.
Alright. If you insist. Here we are, we've arrived at Rookwood Castle. Now we just have to wait for Professor Fig.
Over here.
Oh. There you are, Professor. Shall we?
What's going on here?
Professor Rookwood was right. The place is crawling with Victor Rookwood's lot and Ranrock's loyalists.
Oh dear.
Working together, all right, but it is not a friendly alliance. I'm sure you'll
How's that?
agree that we need to find a way in other than the front gate. Let's go.
Oh. Alright. if you say so.
Absurd, isn't it? Ranrock wants us to find the child.
Greetings.
With the child.
Arrest the momentum. Stupid one. Revelio.
Alright, well, let's just hope that no one has heard that. All of that commotion. Alright. So, I'm assuming there's some sort of back way here. Oh!
You can't stop Ranrock's rebellion!
Is that so? And who are you?
Potato! Stupid! Arrest them!
Up there. That's our way in.
Yes.
Revelio.
Oh. Alright.
Accio. Wingardium
Allow
Leviosa.
me, Professor.
Leviosa.
There we are. Simple as that.
If I'd known your plan was to dig up half the
I
country.
wouldn't
Oh.
have to dig if you could simply manage to bring me the child.
We wouldn't need the child if you hadn't sent a dragon to retrieve the container I spent months and countless ministry favors tracking.
You let them board the carriage. My options were limited once I knew it would be inconveniently beyond my reach at that infernal school.
Have you not acquired enough power here? I allowed you to tunnel under my family home.
Allowed me? You are here only because you are descended from a keeper and may at some point inadvertently become valuable. We had an agreement. I will share with you the power that I discovered if you locate the stores of magic that are yet to be found. So, unless you want another demonstration of my power, a power that you one day hope to wield, bring me the child.
We already knew they were after you, but now we know they're digging for stores of magic.
And Ranrock knows about the Keepers.
Yes, I caught that too. Professor Rookwood said that you'd understand more once you complete the next trial.
Let's get into that castle.
Certainly hope so. Oh.
Any special words you want me to pass on to your mum?
Any special words for yours?
A lamb to the slaughter. I won't rest. Not with luck.
Oh, what's the lot?
Expelliarmus! Flipendo! Confringo! Expelliarmus!
You are terribly outmatched!
Arresto Momentum! Flipendo! Confringo!
Anyone else?
I feel as though you're not even trying. Is somebody there?
Confringo!
Yes, me. Can I help you? Alright then.
Revelio!
Anyone else wants to intervene? Anyone else who would like to have a go? You, sir?
Arresto Momentum! Confringo!
Right then.
Revelio!
Should be it for now. I think. Ooh, ornate ebony gloves. Those look new. A fine addition to my collection. Alright. Oh. 13 coins, let's not forget. Alright, into Rookwood Castle. You with me, Professor? Here we are. Oh.
Revelio!
Oh. You're already down there, Professor. Alright. I suppose I've got nowhere to go but down. I suppose I could take the...
I suppose that's the quick way down.
Right. Quick and safe. What's this? Some sort of ancient magic symbol.
Revelio!
What's that all about?
Compulso!
Oh! It is opening up. Interesting. A timed mechanism of sorts. Is that it? Oh. There we are. Onwards, Professor. Into the cellar. Alright.
Revelio!
We've reached the cellar of Rookwood Castle. Now we have to find...
Goblin tracks. They're a step ahead of us. Let's see where they lead.
Oh dear. How did they manage to unlock that door? I suppose you didn't need ancient magic to open it, just you only needed to know the pulsar.
This must be it. The store of magic and the source of Ranrock's power.
It looks empty. If they've taken all of it, why are they still here?
Ranrock said there's more to be found, and if he's right about that, it may or may not be located here. Wherever it is, we need to find it before they do. Where is that
Revelio!
trait?
Alright, let's look further. I'm sure we'll find it soon enough.
I was hoping that was you.
Oh. Oh, there you are, Professor.
Professor Rookwood, the goblins and dark wizards who've overrun your castle are digging for stores of magic. And have broken open some sort of container.
No. Things are more dire than I could have imagined. If, as you told Percival, a goblin in his vault was wielding a powerful magic, then they have somehow learned. It cannot be.
And sir, they know you were a keeper. Ranrock used the term.
This makes no sense. How did... We shall discuss this later. Right now, you must complete the next trial.
Alright.
Just tell me where I need to go.
The power you stand to wield must first be fully understood. The trials will ensure that. Power without knowledge is dangerous indeed. In the wrong hands, We will simply have to outwit Ranrock. And my unfortunate namesake.
Very well, Professor. Tell me where I need to go.
I shall reveal the path. Professor Fig must leave you now.
Alright.
Revelio.
Oh. Uh-huh. Here we are.
I would join you if I could. I shall await your arrival in the map chamber.
Alright. Until... Oh. Until then, Professor. Alright. The second trial awaits. Alright.
Revelio.
Let's see what manner of trial awaits us. Within. Alright, nothing so far. Just a big empty place. Alright, let's go this way. Let's see where this leads. Oh! Ooh. Hold on, what's this? If we activate this, then... Oh, now there's a path over there. Alright, but how do we get to it? Oh, through here, of course. What's this? Some sort of ball?
Repulsor. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Perhaps I could get it up there. Alright. Where does this lead? Oh, this changes the room. Right. Like before.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Alright, so if I place this here... Right, this will become a pillar of sorts. Once I cross over again. Or not? Oh, perhaps this way. This way cancels it? Right. Alright. That wasn't so bad. Up we go. There we are. Didn't even need this one. We'll take it. Let's bring it with us. Oh. Never mind. Whoa. Oh. Is that a door? No. It's just a wall. Whoa. Is that really necessary? Is that part of the trial? Testing my balance? Yeah. Alright. Now what?
Revelio.
There's a big pillar of sorts, and there's a button.
Revelio.
Is that like a reset button of sorts?
That pillar is blocking the path. I'll need to move it. Wingardium Leviosa.
Can I take it with me? Oh, it's not blocking the path anymore. Alright. Sure. I've done it. Oh. This doesn't look good. Oh dear. Hello.
Expelliarmus. Confringo. Glacius. Repulsor. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Arresto Momentum.
Away with you. You're no match for me. Excellent. Onwards then. Whoa. Alright. Where does this lead?
I believe I need to proceed to the left here, but how?
Right. Oh. Like that. Bow. Bow. Oh, this only moves in 2 directions. Bow. Interesting. What if I do this? Ah. Nope. Doesn't change anything. Unless... Hold on. Ah, right. On this side, there's
Perhaps I'm to hit the mark on
a
the
bridge.
far wall. That sort of thing has repositioned the archways in the past.
I've already done it. Thank you very much.
Revelio.
No need for vague hints. It's already done. Alright, what do we have here? A pillar. It doesn't move. Alright, if you cross over. Now it's small. Oh! Oh! Oh dear.
There's a pillar here, but no ledge near it for me to grab onto.
There seem to be some invisible enemies here. What? What is going on here? Alright. I'll just keep working. Oh, you're not invisible.
Hitting those marks readjusts the archways. Perhaps there's a way forward from the other side of this one.
Yes, yes, there is. Just need to do it quickly. Should be good. Oh, there you are, sir.
Expelliarmus! Arrest the momentum. Flipendo. Expelliarmus.
Alright. Thank you for that. That was entertaining. In a sense. Alright. Let's see here. Right. Oh. Right, I see, I see.
Leviosa.
So I was supposed to do this, then? Like that. Then cross over. Cross over again. To the red zone. Where there's a pillar. Then we jump... Oh, but now there's no bridge to... oh. There's a pillar, but no bridge. Right. Spin this around again. Alright, it only moves in 2 directions. Excellent. Alright, back to the blue universe. There's a bridge. But there's no pillar. Can we make it without the pillar? No. Too high. But We can't move or take things from the portal, right? So how are we to remedy this? Alright. What? I don't understand.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso. Is it possible to pull one of those blocks through the archway?
No, I don't see how. I tried it before and it didn't work. So if you're telling me now that it does, I'm going to be very not happy.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Look, it's the same. I can pull it through, but it's the same. Look. 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 Nothing changes. Look. 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 It's all the same. Nothing changes.
Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Huh.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. After pulling the block out through the archway, I can place it where it can be climbed on while on the other side of the archway.
What? What are you saying? Pulling the archway from the archway while the archway is on the archway? What? What are you saying? Speak sense, man. I don't understand. After pulling the block through the archway, I can place the archway on the block on the archway on the other side of the archway, so the archway becomes the archway? What? But even in its pillar form, you can't reach up there. It's too high. So I don't understand what you're saying. Look, it's too high. Look. Look. Do we need more convincing? It's too high. Even with Leviosa. Look. Levioso doesn't affect it at all. But just in case. There you are. See? It's a pillar. Stuck. Standing still. There's no platform to jump upon. Alright.
Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Oh, it's back here again. Huh. What? Why is it back here again? Because there's no platform. Right. Alright. So, are you suggesting that we do... Hold on. Spin it around. And then... Huh. No, I don't know what we're doing. Spin around again? Right. The pulso? No? If I accio it... But... There's no... Alright, let's see. There's something I'm not getting here. Just don't know what. What do they want me to do? And what am I allowed to do? And what can I do that I haven't yet figured out that I can do? There's a big blur here. And I've yet to see through it. Alright. What if I... Accio it. Wingardium Levioso it. And then... Depulso it? No, it just falls down.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Huh. It shows me where the pillar would be. So this could be helpful somehow. A bit. A tad bit. Think.
Levioso. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
See, it doesn't even matter because it's not high enough, so okay, maybe like this.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Wingardium Levioso, and then I cross over, and then what happens? And then nothing happens, okay? What if I cross over again? No, it's stuck. Oh, what was that? Hold on a minute. What was that? Something happened there.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa. Depulso. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Okay, nothing has changed. Flip this around, please.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Arresto momentum. Leviosa. Arresto momentum. Arresto momentum. Accio. Depulso. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Depulso. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Depulso. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso. Arresto momentum. Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso. Arresto momentum. Accio. Levioso. Arresto momentum. Accio. Levioso. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Alright, here we go. Thinking of something really crazy here. Alright.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Come here, you.
Arresto momentum.
Go. There we go. And then... there we go. Alright. That's how I'm gonna solve this puzzle. I don't know if that's the right way or not. But if you don't like it, then...
Revelio.
sue me. 'Cause I'm sick and tired and just done with that. I don't know what they wanted me to do in there. I don't care. If that was the right solution, then so be it. If that wasn't it, then I don't care. I'm done. Tried playing by their rules, but either their rules were broken or something in my head was broken. All I knew was I just wanted to be out of there. Didn't want to be there anymore. So... hello. Aren't you a stud for sore eyes? There we go. Really wanted that. Really wanted to blast the crap out of some unfeeling, unmoving, unflinching sentries. Alright. I'm done. I don't even care if there's like stuff to explore or whatever. Oh, Wiggenweld. Alright. Boss fight. That's probably what that means. Open up, please. More Wiggenweld. Yep. Alright. Take me to your leader. I'm ready.
Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus.
Come on, I was far away from that. Don't bullshit me, game. I don't have the time for your games.
Expelliarmus! Confringo! Stupefy! Arresto momentum! Flipendo! Confringo!
There we go. Oh. We're not done yet.
Arresto momentum! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Arresto momentum! Confringo! Flipendo! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Arresto momentum! Flipendo! Confringo!
Away with you. Ancient century. You're no match for me.
What a relief. Revelio.
Alright. Done with that. And our reward is another trip to the past. Another pensive memory, which I'm sure will reveal a lot of valuable information to us. So, here we go.
I must say I'm curious to hear of Isadore's travels.
Do come in. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
This is uncharted magic, Isadora. You can only see what has been sealed in the jar, and we do not know what power that may hold. But the traces of that magic are different from what I've seen before.
Thank you.
Huh.
Revelio.
That was quite the memory. Alright, we've returned to the map chamber where Professors
And in one piece, no less.
Rackham, Rookwood, and Fig await.
It is good to see you again.
Professor Rookwood told me about what happened at Rookwood Castle.
In light of the dire circumstances in which we find ourselves, it is most fortunate that someone so competent is following this path.
Thank you, Professor. I shall keep the second artifact safe as you've advised.
Good. Are you ready to move on?
What was the glowing strand that Isadora pulled from her father's chest?
It was pain. You will understand more about her actions as you complete the trials.
Alright.
I'm ready for whatever comes next.
In that case, introductions are in order.
To whom?
Allow me to introduce former Hogwarts headmistress, Neve Fitzgerald.
Oh. Hello.
How do you do? I must say that I was not entirely surprised to learn that a student had been completing the trials. I've always believed Hogwarts students capable of anything they set their minds to.
Thank you, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I am certain that you are more than capable of completing my trial. However, I must first, how shall I say, prepare the location of your next trial.
We trust your judgment, Professor Fitzgerald. You should know better than anyone how to manage the inconvenience of, well...
A vainglorious and exasperating headmaster? Indeed I should. I shall confirm that everything is in order immediately.
Alright.
Of course. Professor Fitzgerald needs some time to clear the way forward. Until then, you should continue to hone your magic. If you learn more about Ranrock and Victor Rookwood's activities in the meantime, please let us know.
Very well, Professor.
Of course.
I know. Continue to hone my magic.
You do learn quickly. Hopefully you will soon hear from Lodgok as well, and we shall learn how he fared with the helmet you retrieved. Well done today, as always. We shall speak again soon.
Alright. Another day at Hogwarts. I wonder what today has in store for us. Many things, I would presume. Many things indeed. We only have to wait to find out the answers.
Natty told me about your run-in with the poachers. I have some news about them as well. Can you meet me soon? I fear that some of what I uncovered has to do with you.
Oh. That sounds foreboding. Alright, I suppose I'll see what I can do. Nothing. Don't worry yourself. Not up to anything.
I have been asked to teach you the exploding charm, Bombarda.
Oh.
Once you have completed the tasks I've set forth, speak to me after class.
Alright. Bombarda. Sounds like an upgrade from Confringo. Something I've been looking forward to for some time. Hopefully the assignment isn't too difficult.
Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus! Flipendo! Arresto momentum! Assignment's all finished.
Excellent work today. Class dismissed. I take it you're ready to learn your new spell.
I think so, Professor.
I completed your assignment, Professor. I'm ready to learn Bombarda now.
Good. Now, this spell comes with a caveat. It should only be used when necessary. The exploding charm, as you might suspect, can hurt people.
Yes.
Use caution when casting it.
Of course.
I will, Professor.
I will hold you to that promise. Now, you must be precise in your wand movements. We don't want you blowing your hand off. Go ahead.
All right.
Nice and steady wand movements. Remember, the exploding charm is highly volatile.
Right. I understand. There we are. Bombarda. Shall I assign it here? Let's give it a go. On this pumpkin.
Bombarda. Excellent.
Ooh.
Cast the spell just like that every time. Assured and in control.
Brilliant. Thank you, Professor.
Professor, might I have a moment?
Yes. What is it?
I was wondering what inspired your interest in magical beasts.
Are you considering some sort of profession in the field?
Not sure yet.
I haven't decided quite yet, but I do find magical beasts fascinating.
You do seem to engage well with the beasts in class. I believe that when choosing a path, particularly of a scholarly nature, one must take into account both one's enthusiasm for a particular subject, as well as how one may best serve the students to whom one is obligated to both inspire and teach.
Of course, Professor.
Right.
When did your path become clear?
I recall it quite vividly. It was the summer between my 6th and 7th years. I read in the Prophet about a wizard who'd been selling alchemy eggs and disappeared in the mountains near my home. I knew of the alchemy, of course, from my studies, but they are native to lands east of here, such as India. I wondered if it was possible that an alchemy could be so nearby. Hence, I went to find it.
I see. And, what is an alchemy, precisely?
What type of beast is an alchemy?
It is a spectacular beast. A feathered, winged serpent-like creature that can grow or shrink to fit a particular space. Its eggs are made of pure silver, hence the desire to trade in them.
Fascinating.
Seems quite a challenge finding an alchemy in the mountains.
It was. After a few days, during which my parents grew increasingly annoyed at my absence, I found what little remained of the wizard egg trader. He was near a tree hollow. And there, inside, was a nest with 7 silver alchemy eggs.
What did you do with them?
Nothing. Beasts are to be valued for what they can provide for wizard kind. Protective clothing, potion ingredients, even wand cores. Only poachers see the value in ending a beast's life for galleons. I left the eggs alone. I hid.
Oh.
And moments later, the beast flew right over my head. Breathtaking. She then seemed to all but disappear as she shrunk to fit into the hollow.
That sounds incredible.
Indeed. I knew in that moment that I needed to understand all that I could about beasts and ensure that wizard kind learned to benefit properly from them. Now, I trust that I have answered your question. You would do well to continue your study of beasts, regardless of your chosen path. Beasts and all that they provide will vastly improve your life, and perhaps one day even save it.
I shall remember that, Professor. Thank you.
Till next time.
Deek would like to talk with you when you have a moment.
Yes, Deke? What is it?
Hello, Deke. Professor Weasley said you wanted to tell me more about the loom.
Ah, hello. Yes, about that. Deek has had a thought. He...
Yes? Oh.
Seems the room thinks you need more space for your beasts. As Deek was saying, he's had a thought. Now,
right.
Deek knows how you can test the item of clothing that you enhanced in the enchanted loom. And perhaps help an old friend in the process.
What do you mean?
A house elf named Tobbs works for his master, retrieving leech juice in a cave near Hogwarts. Tobbs' master doesn't let him leave the cave, and Deek knows the cave is infested with spiders.
That sounds awful.
It is. Deek hasn't heard from his friend for a while now. As the
Oh dear.
item you wove in the loom has an enchantment that might be useful, Deek thought you could test it whilst checking on Tobbs.
Of course.
I understand. Leave it to me, Deek. I'll find Tobbs for you.
Oh, thank you. Please let Deek know what you learn about Deek's old friend.
Alright, Deke. I'll let you know as soon as I find anything. Hello?
Adelaide Oaks, isn't it? I received your owl.
Yes, I'm Adelaide Oaks. Oh dear. You see,
What is it?
my uncle Rowland is a metal trader who's quite well known in the goblin community.
Right.
He normally sends me owls every week when he's on his business travels. In his last owl, he alluded to dealings with those radical goblins, Ranrock's loyalists.
Oh.
It's been ages since that owl and I'm worried. What with the troll attack on Hogsmeade and the rumours that goblins may have been involved, well, I'm fearing the worst. Should I be worried about my uncle, or am I overthinking this?
Well, suppose it is a bit concerning.
I think you're right to be concerned, Adelaide. Your uncle may be in trouble.
You're much more understanding than Professor Weasley. She heard I was going to look for him and forbade me from leaving the grounds. She's convinced he can handle himself, but I can't concentrate on anything until I know he's all right. Could you try to find out for me? From what I hear, you're almost as adventurous as Uncle Rowland.
Has your uncle traded with many goblins?
Yes, for ages. Even speaks gobbledygook. But he only recently mentioned Ranrock's lot, insisting the galleons were worth the risk. He does it for me. Between robes and supplies, attending Hogwarts costs a fair sickle. And besides that, Uncle Rowland has expensive taste. He's sacrificed so much for me over the years. I promised him that as soon as I finish Hogwarts, I shall be the one taking care of him.
I take it you and your uncle are close.
We are. My mother died when I was born, and I lost my father when I was 5. Uncle Rowland's looked after me for as long as I can remember. He knows I get anxious when he travels, and that's why he sends me all the owls, to let me know that he's all right.
I see. Well,
I'll try and look into it for you, Adelaide.
Thank you. He's very thorough in his record keeping. Notes all his trades in a journal, makes maps. In fact, in his last owl, he drew me a map of his next stop. He planned to set up camp north of here. I do hope you're able to find out where he is. Thank you again for any help you can provide.
Of course.
I just know something's happened.
I'll return once I have something.
I've seen the boys looking very sheepish lately.
What?
Oh, it's you!
Oh.
Just the person I need.
Hello? Something wrong?
Samantha, is everything all right?
No, it's not. It's my brother William. The one I told you about after Charms class. He's been cursed. He ignored my warning and now he's lying in St. Mungo's looking completely pathetic. He simply never listens.
I'm sorry, how exactly has he been cursed?
Oh, you won't believe it. Truly. But his feet were turned into purple beets. You can imagine his distress. And mine. I won't even go into the attention he was getting from our garden rabbits before he admitted himself to hospital.
Oh dear.
I'm so sorry. That sounds like a trying situation.
I'm glad you understand. Everyone else just laughs at me as if it's a joke. No compassion at all.
Well, it is an unusual situation.
Yes.
How did your brother end up like this?
It's entirely his own fault. I told him about some research I'd done recently on our ancestor Marmaduke Dale. In particular, my discovery that Marmaduke's tomb was cursed. My brother's always making fun of my discoveries. This time, he laughed in my face. Told me I'd misinterpreted my findings. As if that were possible. And to prove his point, he went right up to the entrance of the tomb and poof! His feet transfigured into beets.
Oh dear. Well.
How awful. I can see why you're upset. He definitely needs some help.
Exactly. He may be a cape flapper, but he's still my brother. And no one deserves such a fate to last forever. Especially as the result of a single brainless mistake. Now I'm worried that if the curse isn't reversed, it could become permanent.
Can't the curse be broken?
Possibly. The curse stems from a crest that was stolen from Marmaduke. If the crest were returned to its rightful place upon his sarcophagus, then I believe that William's feet may be restored. You battled trolls when they attacked Hogsmeade, escaped a dragon, and I can tell by your working charms that you're a skilled spellcaster. Returning the crest to a sarcophagus should be almost effortless for you. So, will you help us?
How do you know it's safe? I don't want my feet to turn into beets as well.
Oh, but the curse only applies to Marmaduke's descendants, as my brother so aptly demonstrated. That's why I need your help. You're unrelated to my family, so the curse wouldn't affect you.
Why was Marmaduke's tomb cursed?
The curse is the result of an intense sibling rivalry between Granham Dale and his younger brother Marmaduke was a famed herbologist, and Granham resented the attention that he received.
Sibling rivalry? Sounds as if it might run in the
But I
family.
would never intentionally curse my brother, not like Granham did. When their mother died, Marmaduke was given the prized family crest. Granham felt that as the eldest child, he should have been given it. Years later, when Marmaduke died, Granham stole it and cursed the tomb so that none in the Dale family could ever pay their respects.
Oh dear. It's a bit petty, if you ask me.
Why is your ancestor so well known?
He discovered the properties of several magical herbs and plants. He also uncovered numerous types of flora. The wizarding world owes him a great debt. His work not only impacted the discipline of herbology, but also potion making.
Fascinating, alright.
I can take the crest to Marmaduke's sarcophagus for you.
Oh, thank you! Thank you so much! You'll simply go into the tomb where Marmaduke was laid to rest and place the crest on top of his sarcophagus. According to my research, the tomb's been abandoned for centuries, so it should be a fairly simple task. You'll find it just east of the hamlet of Brockborough.
Alright.
Thank you for your help. My family is indebted to you.
Of course.
Anything to do with the dark arts should be avoided. It's too risky.
Anything to do with Salazar Slytherin is worth the risk.
I can't agree. And I'll not say a word more. I'm sorry.
Oh?
I won't give up.
What's going on here?
What were you and Ominous speaking about?
He's being ridiculous. Apparently Salazar Slytherin had a secret scriptorium here in Hogwarts. Ominous swears it was used for the dark arts, so he wants nothing to do with it. I reminded him that Anne needs a cure. This scriptorium could hold the answers we need.
Well,
Ominous is right. Meddling in the dark arts is dangerous.
There's more to dark magic than people realize. The Gaunts know this better than most. Perhaps I've spoken out of turn. Ominous's family history is personal to him.
alright, well...
I understand. You needn't tell me if you don't want to.
If I were you, I'd be begging for more details.
Well, I don't want to. Alright, go on then.
It's not that I'm not interested. And you can certainly trust me if you want to tell me anything.
Ominous learned dark magic from his parents. Are you familiar with the Cruciatus curse?
I don't think so.
What does the Cruciatus curse do?
It's known as the torture curse. Crucio.
Oh, Crucio, right.
Excruciating pain on the victim. Apparently.
Well, why didn't you say that?
Siblings had no qualms about casting it on muggles for sport. Ominous described the sound of the victim's cries as horrific, so the first time he was asked to cast it himself as a child, he couldn't bring himself to do it. As punishment, his family cast it on him. The anguish was so bad that when asked to cast it again, he relented. I have repeatedly assured Ominous that he did what he had to, but he still hasn't forgiven himself.
Oh dear. Well...
How horrible. Poor Ominous. He was only a child. He shouldn't blame himself.
After that incident, the rift between Ominous and his family only grew. That is until I came along. Every moment he isn't at Hogwarts, he's with us in Feldcroft. Ominous trusts me. And more often than not, he winds up listening to me. I'll remind him of that when I follow up about the scriptorium. Watch for my owl. I'll have news soon enough.
Very well.
Make Ominous understand. He'll change his mind.
Yes. Good luck with that. Oh. What do we have here?
Hello, Grace. What are you doing here?
Nice to see you. Thank you again for your help at the lake. I've become quite good at Summoner's Court, and I'm waiting for my next opponent. I suppose that's you.
I suppose so.
I suppose it is.
Shall we begin?
Alright.
I'm game.
Well, let's see what you're made of.
Let's see what you're made of.
Smedleys will always look upon you as a trusted ally and friend.
Right. Appreciate that. What's this? I see.
You didn't see that.
Little ramp thing. Fascinating. Alright,
Accio.
Ooh. It's very risky. A very risky but very rewarding venture. No. No. Keep trying though. You're getting there. You're getting the hang of it. Alright. Not good. And I've lost. Alright, excellent. Unless...
Accio!
That wasn't what I wanted to see. Well, it appears I've been bested.
It appears so. Not sure I'm satisfied with that win, but I'll take it nonetheless.
Well done! Diving, Summoner's Court. Seems there's nothing you can't do.
Yep. Seems like it.
You played a good game though, Grace.
I did play rather well, didn't I?
Yes.
Only one student has ever beaten me. She's very good. But if you play the way you did against me, you might stand a chance.
Alright. Keep that in mind. Farewell for now.
I can't go back there.
Oh. Hello, sir.
Is there something I can help you with, Mr.
Adley? Edgar Adley? No, I don't think so. Blast Milo and his mad schemes.
Milo?
He was my friend. Came to me a few days ago with a brilliant plan to make some quick galleons. All I had to do was follow him into the Forbidden Forest. Had I known he wanted to procure venom from a living acromantula. Oh, poor Milo. He didn't deserve to go like that.
Oh.
I'm very sorry to hear about your friend.
Oh, thank you. I can't think of it. Milo's body is still in that cave with the Absconder.
The Absconder?
Aye, Milo's name for the acromantula.
Oh.
He did have a flair for the dramatic. In fact, as he died, Milo begged me to take his heirloom pocket watch, so that his daughter would have something to remember him by. But I fled.
I see.
Why would someone risk their life for spider venom?
As a potion ingredient, acromantula venom is incredibly valuable. In large part because it is, as poor Milo has proven, impossible to get from a live acromantula.
I see. Well...
If I have time, I can try to collect the heirloom watch, Mr. Adley.
You can't possibly go to the acromantula's cave. You'd be killed. Please, forget I said anything.
Don't worry about me, sir. I can handle a few spiders.
Now, where could that acromantula cave be?
You are here. Good.
There you are.
Is this Mr. Bickle's home?
I believe so. He supposedly has evidence against Harlow. We need to speak with him.
Alright. Let us be on our way then. Or...
Why did he challenge that horrible man?
Oh. Excuse me.
Are you all right? We're looking for Mr. Bickle.
My husband is dead.
Oh.
He killed him.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Bickle. Who killed your husband?
Theophilus Harlow. I'm sure of it. He's been threatening my husband for weeks and... Oh, where is my son? Where is Archie?
Who? Well, if he's not in the house, then...
I don't mean to be grim, but could Harlow have taken him?
Archie's satchel is missing, so he may have left on his own. Hopefully he's just gone wandering, as he's prone to do. I hope he wasn't here when Harlow... when my husband...
Do you know which way Archie might have gone?
He has a little hideout in the forest south of here. He never wanders far. But if he witnessed Harlow doing something to his father, I'm afraid to leave, in case he comes back home.
What reason would Harlow have to kill your husband?
My husband had been looking into Harlow's dealings and discovered some of what he's been up to. I begged him to leave it alone, but he was convinced that...
Alright.
Is there anything more you can tell me about Harlow?
He's Victor Rookwood's second in command. A miserable, awful creature. Vicious and murderous.
I see. Alright, well,
We'll find your son, Mrs. Pickle.
Thank you. What am I going to do?
Yes, just stay here for now and...
Don't worry, Mrs. Pickle. We will bring Archie home.
Right, exactly. What she said.
When I took the letter we found to Officer Singer, she told me about Mr. Pickle. He had been doing the same thing we are, providing Officer Singer with evidence to take down Harlow. I had hoped to speak with him about what he had found, but we were too late.
Yes, it would seem so.
What did Officer Singer say about the letter you brought her?
She thanked me, but she clearly felt that it was not enough. It is a shame that hippogriffs cannot speak. Your friend Howin could provide all the evidence against Harlow that we need. We will need something more.
If only hippogriffs could speak. And imagine they'd have plenty of things to say. Oh. Here we are.
Rebellion. That Mrs. Pickle mentioned. Archie?
Indeed.
Archie Pickle! He would not have done this to his own hideout. Someone came here looking for him. Revelio may be our only hope of finding out which way he went.
Alright, let's give it a go.
Archie's footprints. He went this way.
Where? Are those footprints or what?
Revelio.
Where I see, oh, these little orange, right, I see.
I thought we would have found Archie by now.
I suspect he'll keep running if he's being followed.
If it is Harlow that's pursuing him, I only hope you're right. Men like Harlow would not think twice about killing a child. We must find Archie quickly.
Alright. How much further? Oh.
Wolves! Prepare for a fight.
Oh dear.
Potato! Stupid one!
Expelliarmus! Defendo!
Depulso! Accio! Defendo!
I hope Archie didn't cross paths with that wolf pack.
Yes. I hope so too. Oh. What do we have here?
Archie's satchel. Why would he leave it behind?
He was likely running from Harlow, distracted. This may be a good time for Rebellion again.
Looks to be delicately placed though, not just
Archie went this way.
tossed on the ground. If he was being chased, then surely he wouldn't have time to delicately place the satchel on the tree.
I have a bad feeling about this. Harlow must have a reason for pursuing Archie.
I wonder what Archie saw. I hope he didn't see Harlow kill his father.
He would never overcome it. At least not in any way I can imagine.
Imagine it would be hard to do so.
A fork in the road. We will need Revelio.
Anything?
Sets of footprints. Oh. Harlow caught up to him here. This is not good. They went this way.
No. This is quite the opposite of good. This is very, very, very not good.
Thestrals. They are beautiful, are they not?
You can see Thestrals too.
I witnessed death when I was 9. Saw my first Thestral shortly thereafter. I found comfort in it. I still do.
Revelio.
I think those of us who have witnessed death deserve some comfort.
I'm sorry you experienced something like that at so young an age.
I was with my father when he died. My mother was away, and I felt quite helpless. It was a long time ago in some ways, but in other ways, it seems like it was only...
Revelio.
I still see him so clearly.
You must miss him.
My father was a wonderful man. Let us keep moving. We must find Archie.
Yes. Let us keep moving. Oh. Oh dear. What do we have here?
Taking in children now, are we? Better not be expected to feed him. Are you even trying? Expulso! Levioso! Aristocracy! Nothing passed about for your amusement! Descendo! Defender!
Back for more rice.
Rookwoods don't go down easy! Incendio! Levioso! Incendio! Depulso! Incendio! Accio!
Petrificus totalis! Expelliarmus! Petrificus totalis!
Take more than that to slow me down!
Alright.
That obnoxious little fella isn't going anywhere. He's deep inside there, all locked up.
Yes, we should see about that. Take your time now. I just want you to do one thing for me, please.
Ah, there you are.
Just one thing. Go on.
Incendio!
Nope. Wrong. Wrong. Try again.
Expulso!
There we are. Thank you. Alright. Away you go.
They got what they deserved.
Revelio.
Couldn't agree more. Do you see any loot around here? Some coins. That's about it, it seems. If there is any loot, I'm not seeing it. So, just continue. Oh. Is a loading screen really necessary for that? Alright. It's just a tent. Oh. It's a magical tent.
Revelio.
Right. Natty? Are you here? She must have gotten lost somewhere. Alright, do we jump down or find a more safe route? Like this. Suppose it doesn't really matter. Let's go this way.
You don't think he saw it?
Bombarda!
There we are. Alright.
Revelio.
Anyone else? Oh. Bag full of treasure. Some framed tinted spectacles. Some enemies above us. Preparing their assault. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we?
Potato! Stupid! Glacius! Bombarder!
You're going to regret that.
Stupid
Quickly.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this.
Potato! Glacius! Bombarder! Expelliarmus! Bombarder! Potato! Stupid! Expelliarmus!
They got what they deserved.
Excellent.
Revelio.
Great work, Natty. Alright, see what we got here. An unidentified outfit. An UOI, if you will. A UE. An UI. However you want to say it. Majestic school robe. More coins.
Revelio.
Oh, what's that? 3 coins. Excellent. Hello? Archie, is that you?
Please, I need your help.
Archie. Archie Bickle.
How do you know who I am?
Your mother sent us to find you.
I'm so glad to see you.
Not too loud, Archie.
We need to get this open.
Let's see you in one piece. Friend. Go on then. Just hold still. This will all be over soon. There we are. Are you alright?
A man called Harlow. He killed my father.
We're so sorry,
Yes.
Archie. We won't let him get away with it. But first we need to get you home to your mother.
Thank you for saving me.
We wouldn't have it
Of
any
course.
other way, Archie. Now let's get you home. We know a safe way back.
There we are. And we've returned. Safe and sound.
Oh, Archie, you're here. Oh, you're safe.
Mother? Oh, Mother. Father's friends are in danger. I heard the people who took me talking about them.
Which friends, darling?
Mr. and Mrs. Rabe. Mr. Filbert. And I think they also said Otto's name.
Oh, I shall speak with them. You run inside.
Yes, Mother.
Your husband's friends may be in danger.
Just as he was.
How can we help?
You've done enough. My husband was a powerful wizard and couldn't defeat Harlow. The last thing we need is that monster coming after you.
Yes, of course.
We don't want to worry you. I'm sorry again about your husband, Mrs. Bickle.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing Archie home. I can never repay the two of you for your kindness.
And you won't have to.
My father used to say that rain does not fall on one roof alone. We are here to help each other.
Yes.
I must learn more about Mr. Bickle's friends and why Harlow is after them. You'll be hearing from me as soon as I know something. Thank you for your help today.
Of course. Till next time.
What needs doing, needs doing.
Oh. Hello.
Is everything all right?
If the Hamlet sent you here to talk to me about...
Oh.
I know what I have to do. It's not every day a girl has to put down her own troll. I should be allowed to work up to it.
What do you mean, your own troll?
I thought that's why you were here. I'm sorry.
I suppose if you spend enough time with trolls, you forget your manners. I'm Alexandra. I didn't mean to be short with you. With Ranrock's lot seemingly everywhere, I thought the hamlet could use a bit more security.
Right.
But my plan has gone awry. I apologized when he almost trampled half the hamlet yesterday. He just needs more time. But everyone wants him gone. They think it's mad, my training a troll. Impossible, even.
Well, I suppose... it wasn't... It's not the most crazy idea I've heard.
It certainly takes a lot of courage to try, I'll give you that.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I wish others felt the same. But I suppose I understand why everyone's been so concerned. What made me think I could train him? I should have learned from Barnabas the Balmy. But he's my troll and my problem. I'll be honest. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of him. He's stronger than any troll I've ever encountered. I wish I knew someone else who could do it.
What exactly were you training the troll to do?
I was hoping to train him to serve as protection for us. Frankly, I struggled to teach him even a word or two. Couldn't give him even a semblance of self-control.
I see. And,
Who's Barnabas the Balmy?
Surely you've seen the tapestry of him at Hogwarts. It hangs in
oh yeah, the fat fellow.
He allegedly tried to train trolls for the ballet.
Right?
You can imagine how that turned out.
Yes. Alright, well...
I'm not thrilled at the prospect, but I'll consider it.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to suggest that you should do it. In fact, you should avoid the area just southwest of here. At least until I work up the courage to do what needs to be done.
Southwest, you say? Alright. I'll keep that in mind.
Troll on the loose near a hamlet. That could be devastating.
Hello.
Quiet.
Might you have time to help with an urgent delivery?
Pardon me?
You sound as if you could use some help.
Oh yes, I could. Eddie Thistlewood's the name. A dear
Hello.
friend of mine in Feldcroft is at his wit's end due to the relentless attacks on his hamlet by Ranrock and his loyalists.
Right.
I sent 2 crates of Chinese chomping cabbages to help, but they've gone missing.
Oh dear.
You sent crates of cabbages to battle Ranrock's loyalists?
I did indeed. You see, I know plants, and I believe the goblins will be so irritated by the onslaught of ferocious vegetation, they'll simply leave Feldcroft alone. I wonder if you might track the 2 crates down and deliver their contents to my friend Bernard Indiai. I simply can't leave my shop at present.
Could you not grow or buy more Chinese chomping cabbages?
I suppose I could, but that would take time. Time we do not have, what with Ranrock's thugs posing new threats every day. Besides, it's the principle of the matter. I grew those cabbages, and they are extraordinary.
Alright, if you say so.
Why would the goblins target Feldcroft?
My friend Bernard says they've been seen in the area for a while. He seems to think they're looking for something, but lately they've become more aggressive.
I see.
Any idea where I might find the crates?
Yes. From what I hear, one was spotted south of Feldcroft. The other, so I hear, is south of Brockborough, near the river.
Alright.
Very well, sir. I shall keep an eye out for 2 crates of Chinese chomping cabbages.
Oh, thank you. I shall let Bernard know he might be receiving those cabbages after all.
Alright. You do that.
I should be going now. Thank you.
I'm convinced
Farewell.
that Feldcroft will be much safer with Chinese chomping cabbages defending them.
Sounds like Feldcroft's in trouble. Perhaps I should try to help. That crate of Chinese chomping cabbages is somewhere in this camp.
Greetings, gentlemen. Have any of you have seen a crate of Chinese trumping cabbages? If so, please do not hesitate to report immediately to me.
Surprise! Finding trouble. Give it back. Personal. Expelliarmus! Now you've gone too far. Glacius! Bombarda! This is your first. Arresto momentum. Glacius!
Let's see you die. How about that?
Wizarding world.
What do you say to that, sir?
Revelio.
Exactly what I thought. Alright. Here we are. Some nice bit of moonstone.
Revelio.
Alright. Doxy egg. Stolen by poachers for use in potions, these black eggs come from a doxy, a magical beast sometimes mistaken for a fairy. Is this a doxy?
Hello,
sir? Do you need some assistance with that? There we are. You're free now, little fooper.
Revelio.
Off you go.
That's one crate in hand. I only need one more.
Oh. That's it? Alright. Excellent.
Oh, how I love a good puzzle.
Excuse me, are you talking to me?
Excuse me, madam. I thought I heard you say something.
Yes, indeed. Talking to myself again. I find myself to be quite the engaging conversationalist since my husband passed. Madam Althea Twiddle, pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Madam Twiddle.
You know, you might be interested in this. You young people love this sort of thing. My husband often ruminated on the mysterious statue just outside our hamlet. Some sort of archaic puzzle involving vases, he would insist. I stumbled upon it today when I had a burst of energy and extended my morning constitutional a bit longer than usual.
Right. Well.
An archaic puzzle. Sounds fascinating.
You see, I suspected you'd be interested, and wait till I tell you about the rumours surrounding this particular puzzle. My husband Greville insisted that solving the puzzle would reveal a magical challenge of sorts. The man was intrigued by everything. He was about to try and solve it himself when... Perhaps you could take a look. I'd be rather interested to hear what, if anything, you find.
Alright.
If I happen to see it, I'll have a look.
Ah, the spirit of youth. I do hope you'll be able to solve the puzzle. If not for me, then in Greville's memory.
Alright. I'll see what I can do. Oh! Are you talking about the Merlin trial? Because there was a Merlin trial here, I think, and I solved it, so... I suppose I'm done.
Mrs. Twiddle, your husband was right. The statue was part of a puzzle.
Oh, really? How exciting!
Yes. I had to destroy a number of large vases, and that seemed to activate some sort of charm on the statue.
Well done! Oh, I miss having someone like you around with a thirst for knowledge and a quick mind. Well, my curiosity has been satisfied. Thank you for that. Who knows what I'll encounter on my next constitutional? Oh,
yes.
My husband would be so pleased to know he was right about that statue.
I'm sure he would have been. Yeah, sorry about that. I did that offline, and Didn't think it would be necessary to a quest or... Excuse me, are you alright, sir?
Pardon me, sir.
Come to stare at the fool, have you?
What?
There's poor Egg Haggerty, robbed by his own sister. She's
You're robbed by your own
almost
sister?
everyone now. So, who's the fool?
I'm not sure.
I don't
know
understand
what you're talking about.
Then you're the only one who doesn't know about Catherine running off with that thief, Victor Rookwood and his lot. Good riddance, I said. Never thought she'd return to steal from me, us, but I just know it was her. I want her caught and sent to Azkaban for stealing a prized family heirloom, sister or no.
I see.
Are you sure Catherine is the culprit? It could be anyone.
Thanks to that Rookwood louse, we're inundated with all manner of criminal. I wanted to believe it was any one of them, except Catherine. But she was the only one who knew where the heirloom was hidden, and she knew precisely which homes to rob.
She could have told people about it, perhaps.
What exactly was the family heirloom that the thief stole?
A necklace belonged to the first of the Haggerty women, hundreds of years old. So much history. She'll likely pawn it.
Why would Catherine come back to rob the hamlet if she'd already left?
Do I look like a criminal to you? How should I know? She always despised this place, resented having to grow up here. Perhaps she did it to spite us.
Alright, well...
I could keep an eye out for the thief, sir.
You? Nothing to be done by the likes of us. This is a job for the fine officer Singer, or some such authority. Besides, the thief, my sister, only strikes at night. Coward. Long past your bedtime.
Oh, well. Fair enough, I suppose.
I should be going now. Thank you.
I'll keep an eye on your belongings if I were you. Catherine will steal the
I ought to look into this thievery business.
Yes.
Once night falls.
Thank you for your time, sir. Unbelievable. I can't believe that there are people in this world that would just come into people's houses, unlock their doors without their permission, walk in, eat their food, and take away their valuables. I just can't believe it. Who would do something like that? Horrible. Horrible, horrible people. That's who.
Revelio.
Alright, well. I suppose there's nothing else to do about it but to wait till the night comes.
Now that it's night, I...
Slytherin's sanatorium, but my efforts were in vain. Meet me outside the Slytherin common room. We need to talk.
Oh dear. That sounds bad. Alright. Now that it's night, let's look for clues for our thief.
A pile of gold. I must be on the right track.
Oh.
It looks as if the thief took more than they could carry.
Pile of gold, eh? Pile of golden breadcrumbs, if you will. Are we chasing after a leprechaun? Alright. There's gold across the water here. I think. Is that gold? Oh, yeah. It is. Alright. And the gold leads up here. Near this pile of Ashwanda eggs. More gold.
Revelio. More gold.
More gold.
Must be getting closer.
More gold. More gold. More gold. And a camp of loyalists.
Defeated our encampment in the tower.
Hello.
Why spread this out longer than necessary? I will make you.
Bombarda.
You will do nothing, sir.
Too late for you to learn the error of Revelio.
Indeed. Couldn't have said it better myself. Alright. Let's see what clues we can gather here. Besides the trail of coins. Oh, this is a Merlin trial thing.
I know what that means. Merlin trial.
Oh. The trail... Oh, the trail goes past the encampment, so... I suppose the culprits aren't... goblins. But they are possibly... colliding with... colluding...
Incendio.
with... goblin kind. It's a shame that Bombarda doesn't do fire damage. Is that it?
Revelio.
Oh, there's more. Oh.
Bombarda.
Oops.
Confringo. Merlin himself would be proud.
There we are. Sorry about that, but... just couldn't help myself. Just saw a Merlin trial here and...
Revelio.
thought, why not? You know?
This looks intriguing.
Same with this... treasure vault here. Let's quickly... get our treasure and leave. I wonder what's in here.
Bombarda.
There we go.
Revelio.
Should make things easier.
Bombarda.
Oh.
Revelio.
Can't blow up that pile of debris and things, boxes and items. This must be some sort of secret goblin hole. Seeing how it's a little bit too small for humans. For wizard kind, if you will. Alright, back to the trail of coins. Trail goes... Oh, this is a long trail.
Revelio.
Goes through here. Continues. Downwards. And upwards. Oh. To another treasure vault. Well, we might as well. Don't mind if I do. Try to make the most of... Oh, what's this? This looks new.
Revelio.
What manner of puzzle is this? Oh, there's a chest over there. Alright.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso.
Oh, there we are. That was simple enough.
Revelio.
Looked to have been more complicated, but suppose not. Just a false alarm. Alright. Back to the trail of coins we go. Alright, trail leads through here. Pick up the coin, please. We need it as evidence.
Revelio.
Alright. Alright, and this looks to be leading us to another encampment of sorts.
Enjoy supper ring, do you?
Or not? Does it? Does it? Yes? No? I don't know.
Revelio.
Oh, no, no. Hold on a minute. I see some coins. Oh, leading. No, no. They're leading here. Alright. No encounter today, goblins. This is quite the trail. Surely you must have run out of coins by now.
Niffler. It wasn't Catherine Haggerty after all.
Oh, what? A Niffler? Where is it?
Revelio.
Where is that Niffler? Is that it up there? Is he up there? Sir?
That must be the Haggerty family heirloom.
Where is this thief? What are you talking about? I don't... Is it...
Revelio.
Is it this pillow? What? I don't...
Bombarda. Bombarda. Revelio.
Is it an invisible animal or what? Did he run away? Did he run away? Did he escape? What? Whatever it is you want me to see, I'm not seeing it.
Revelio.
Even the Revelio isn't helping. So I saw a name for a bit, and I know he's not a mushroom. So did he run away? Is the quest glitched? What happened? There's nothing here. There's no one. Is he hiding? Is he hiding underneath coins? Why did I select that?
Revelio.
Alright, where did he go now? I'm not seeing him anymore. Where are you, little shit? Come on. I don't have time for this. Oh. Alright, I see him. I see him. I got him. Crafty little bugger.
Arresto momentum.
That's it. You're done for. You're going in my sack. Here we go.
I wonder how Mr. Haggerty will take this news. His sister wasn't the thief, and his heirloom's coming home.
I'm sure he'll take it quite well. Hello again, sir.
I have some good news, Mr. Haggerty. I unmasked your thief.
Nothing to unmask, was there? We all know that the thief was my sister, Catherine.
Actually,
well,
sir, the thief was a Niffler.
A what?
You know, small, furry, pilfering. I followed it to its lair.
Catelyn was the only one who knew how to get into our homes, where to find our treasures. But I suppose, mangy little blighter. Well, If you found the Niffler's lair, as you say, you must have found my heirloom.
I have indeed.
As a matter of fact, I did.
Thank you. You don't know how much this means to me. Catherine's a disappointment for certain, but I never wanted to believe she was behind this. Now, thanks to you, I won't have to.
All right.
Strange world we live in. Suppose they can't send a Niffler to Azkaban.
Yes.
Got my heirloom back.
All right. Farewell, Mr. Haggerty.
I can see why Feldcroft needs help. Ranrock's loyalists are hiding out near Feldcroft. They must have the crate of Chinese chocolate cabbages. Stupid! Expelliarmus!
That was unimpressive.
Bombard! Flipendo! Stupefy! Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Custom to that! Bombarda! Protego! Stupefy! The coward! No! Expelliarmus!
Away with you, goblins. I haven't the time nor patience for your misdeeds. Alright, let's look around for... Oh! Some correspondence here. Alright, let's look around for that creative Chinese chomping cabbage.
Chomping cabbages. I'd better go and see Mr. Thistlewood's friend in Feldcroft.
Feldcroft, you say? Oh. Alright. Then this shouldn't take long at all.
It's like a place.
Hello there. Do you have the special delivery from my dear friend Eddie?
I do indeed.
Hello, Mr. Ndi. Eddie Thistlewood sent me.
Yes, he told me to expect you. Do you have the Chinese chomping cabbages?
I do indeed.
I have them right here.
Marvelous. This will go a long way towards protecting the hamlet from Ranrock's loyalists. The same foul curs who, I'm willing to guess, intercepted them in the first place, along with Rookwood's lot. Feldcroft owes a debt of gratitude to you and Eddie. Thank you for your help.
Of course.
How do you and Eddie know each other?
We met at Hogwarts. Been friends and business associates ever since. I wasn't surprised to get his owl about his Chinese chomping cabbage scheme. He was always one to go out of his way to help another.
I see. Well...
You're welcome. Happy to be of assistance.
At last, some reinforcements. Hopefully this is enough to thwart the goblins.
Yes. I hope so too.
May I have a moment of your time?
Me? Yes, what is it?
Pardon? Were you calling to me?
I was. I'm Marianne Moffat. Pleasure. At the
Hello.
moment, I'm having a great deal of trouble trying to find a particular Dirical.
Dirical. I've heard the name, but I don't particularly know what it is.
A Dirical? What's that?
It's a magical bird. Muggles call it a dodo and believe the creature to be extinct. But that's because it can disappear whenever humans draw near. I'm worried about a large albino Dirical known as Gwynaira. She's a local legend, so of course poachers are after her. If I had her, I'd treat her like a queen. And I could use her molted feathers as fashion accessories.
Well.
Seems you're more concerned with the feathers than the bird. But she'd be safer with you than with poachers.
Indeed. They'd pluck her feathers and likely kill her when they were through. I can't seem to rescue her, and I'm worried the Diricals don't trust me since I've been hanging about their den.
I see.
Can you tell me what the Dirical Den looks like?
It's down by the shore, on a sort of overhanging cliff. You'll recognise it by all of the Diricals lolling about.
Alright.
Why are you fixated on Gwynaira and not rescuing all the Diricals?
Gwynaira is special. She's more attractive to poachers with her lovely plumage. They'll try harder to take her. The other Diricals seem to have managed evading poachers quite well on their own.
I see. Well,
I'll keep an eye out for a large white Dirical.
Oh, thank you. Those gorgeous feathers. And she'd be safe. One last thing.
Right.
She seems to spend her days in hiding. I've only ever seen her at night. I do hope you're able to save her. Be prepared to chase her. I sometimes wonder if she actually enjoys the pursuit.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
I suppose I should watch for Gwynaira. At night, apparently.
Yes. Apparently so.
Oh, that naughty boy runs after anything shiny and new, he does.
Excuse me?
Hello, Miss Coffee. How are you?
I'm simply beside myself since Rococo ran away. He's my pet Niffler.
Oh.
I'm sorry to hear that your pet is missing.
Thank you. I appreciate your words. I mean, I've had him for years. He's lovely company. Whilst on our morning constitutional the other day, south of here, he and I stumbled upon Henrietta's hideaway. They say that Henrietta was a paranoid recluse. Filled her castle with all manner of traps to keep thieves from pinching her valuables. As we drew near, the morning sun reflected off something in a window, and before I knew it, Rococo was off. Oh, I've been worried sick.
Oh dear.
But I'm not about to meddle with Merlin knows what's inside that house, or the ashwinders that are lurking about.
Why did Henrietta feel the need to protect her house like she did?
Henrietta was a baroness who married well, more than a few times. Her immense wealth drove her to a life of suspicion and isolation. The more wealth she amassed, the more paranoid she became of losing it. Hence the terrifying traps throughout the hideaway. Not even her family has been willing to deal with them to get to her fortune.
Alright.
I'll keep an eye out for Rococo.
Oh, that's terribly kind. But stay away from the hideaway. Far too dangerous. If someone does find him in the hideaway, they shall be well rewarded. Henrietta's treasures are theirs for the taking. She certainly won't mind now.
No, I don't imagine she would.
I should be going now. Thank you.
Farewell.
That hideaway does sound intriguing. Perhaps I should investigate, for Rococo's sake.
Of course, for Rococo. Who else would it be for?
Oh, something must be done about the vile thieves who've infested the area.
Pardon me?
Is everything all right, Madam...
Olivier. Madame Olivier, and no, everything is not all right. The vermin known as the Ashwinders have infested nearby Clagmar Castle, disrupting not only our sense of peace, but our valuable trade. It appears that they were finally going to slither away until Sylvanus Selwyn arrived.
Sylvanus Selwyn?
Who?
Head rat. My guess is that if someone were to take out Selwyn, the rest of the Ashwinders would disperse. But Selwyn is a skilled wizard. I certainly can't take care of him myself. Believe me, I wish I could. I'm at my wit's end.
I can see that.
What's so dangerous about the Ashwinders?
They're not your typical thieves and extortionists. Not that typical thieves and extortionists are lovely company. They would not leave poor Bella Navarro alone. She'd given them everything, but still they kept threatening her. She was ready to go back to her family in Italy, almost lost her livelihood. They are ruthless.
I see.
Sylvanus Selwyn? I thought Victor Rookwood headed up the Ashwinders.
Selwyn's one of Rookwood's lieutenants. Not quite as terrifying as Theophilus Harlow, but a menace nonetheless.
Right.
Where is Clagmar Castle?
Clagmar Castle's along the south coast, south and to the west of here.
Alright.
I could take care of Selwyn for you.
Goodness, no. I'd never ask a student to confront Selwyn. But I'm offering a nice bounty on his head. Feel free to put the word out.
Yes,
I only want Cragcroft to go back.
I'll make sure to do that.
I'm tired of living under the thumb of Selwyn and his cronies.
I could understand that.
Sounds as if Sylvanas Selwyn has to go.
That seems to be the word around the neighborhood.
I'll check your pockets after you're dead.
Glaciers! Potato! Stupid fire! Bombarder!
You're the hypocrite thief.
Repender! Expelliarmus! Stupid fire!
Pardon me for one moment, please.
Depulso!
Thank you. Alright. Now, where were we?
This must be the castle where Miss Coffee's Niffler ran away. Now to find a way inside. Ashwinders!
Greetings, gentlemen. Is this by any chance Henrietta's hideaway?
Where's that goblin helm, you little thief? Flipendo! I know you're one. So long. We've been looking for you. Expelliarmus! Glacier! Stupid woman, isn't it? Bombarder! Flipendo! Stupid one! Expelliarmus! Flipendo! I'd be impressed by you if I saw cold. No! I should move.
Better luck next time.
Stupid! Bombarder! Pay for your deed. You've made a great mistake. Expelliarmus!
Quite a violent streak in it.
Potato! Stupid! Stupid! Bombarder! What are you folks? Novice luck! Repender! Leviosa! Accio! Expulso! Potato! Stupid! This is your first duel, isn't it? Quite conductive, aren't we? Arresto momentum. Glaciers, Bombarder.
No one to share in my victory.
Alright.
Revelio.
Another encounter survived. Now we collect our spoils and we proceed onwards. To what seems to be the hideaway of
the meat he's likely studied here.
One Henrietta. Glug glug glug.
An
Anything?
astronomy table.
Oh!
Revelio.
Astronomy table, well... Oh. Only at night, eh? Forgive me. I must have misremembered what night was. So I could have sworn it was when the sun goes down and the moon comes up. But, suppose I could be wrong. Aha. Burgundy Quidditch gloves.
Revelio.
Alright, won't say no to that. Also got a Merlin trial, but we'll come back to it later, don't worry. We won't delay here. At least we'll try not to. Here we are.
What do you have in store for me this time?
No.
Certainly looks to be the place.
Not the time for it. Oh. Alright. I suppose there's nothing more to it then. Let's get inside.
I hope the Ashwinders haven't done anything with Rococo. Revelio. Where in Merlin's name am I?
Suppose we'll find out soon enough.
Confringo.
Thank you.
Revelio.
Celtic Cape.
Depulso.
Oh.
Confringo.
What do you have for me, statue? Oh. A cube of sorts.
Wingardium Leviosa. Confringo.
One activated by fire and one activated by ice.
There we go.
Alright, there we go.
These coins must have come from Miss Coffee's Niffler. Ashwinders.
Oh.
Should have expected company.
That's not good.
More treasure. Rococo must have been through here. Glaciers! Bombarda! You're the one who's Goblin. Mike, what are they
You weaken quickly.
You're going to regret that.
Flipendo, you may be more Expelliarmus.
I did someone.
Bombarda. Glaciers. Flipendo.
Such a...
There we are. Anyone else?
Revelio.
I see you up there. Worry not, friend. I will come for you.
Confringo.
Oh? What's this? Oh. Is this some sort of...
Revelio.
Is this some sort of trap? I hope not. Oh, there's a platform here where we need to bring a cube. Oh, the cube's already here. Alright. Grab it.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Alright. And then we burn it. And I suppose that does something.
Revelio.
Not sure what though. Alright, let's return to the other side. See if anything has changed. Does anything change here? Oh, there's more fire things. Alright.
Revelio.
There we are. Alright. Anything else? Excellent. Alright,
Confringo.
so if we burn all of these, what happens? Huh.
Revelio.
Something happens, I'm sure. Alright, well, We'll come back to it later then. For now, we'll just mark this as unsolved, or yet to be solved.
Bombarder. Capulso. Confringo.
Right.
Revelio.
That's not going to work. We need to find another way. Oh.
I better watch my step in here.
Right. What does this signify?
Confringo. Capulso. Revelio.
I see. So will I die if I touch these, or what? There we are. Avoided them. There doesn't seem to be anything behind there anyway, so I don't think it's a good idea to try our luck with that. There we are. Go on, open up.
Confringo.
What?
Revelio.
I removed the thing. What?
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Do I place it here?
Capulso.
What? Do I take it with me, or?
Revelio. Capulso.
Alright, well, whatever. Elf!
Revelio.
That's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Where does this lead? Some dungeon of sorts. Oh. 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 Well. Alright. That went well. I have no idea why this door won't open though, but we'll just mark it as unsolved for now. Alright, what's down here?
Revelio.
Let's go left.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
There's a cube that we can transport over there. Can we glaciers it?
Glaciers.
Oh, alright. Excellent.
Revelio.
A regal school cloak. Oh, there was no way in here but through that, so. Alright. Not exactly the hoard of treasure that was promised, but it's getting there, I suppose. Oh, and my gear slots are full. So, pardon me as I destroy the least valuable items in my possession, so that I will have room for more useless items. Oh, no, that's a blue one. Let's not get rid of the blues until we need to. There we are. And just like that, we've cleared room for 12 more items.
Revelio.
That should keep us going for a while. Oh, another cube.
Accio.
Oh, we can reach it from here. All right. Just give it the old
Wingardium Leviosa.
Wingardium Leviosa. Bring it through.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Come on. You already know what to do.
Confringo.
No, no, no. There we go, Confringo.
Protego. Stupefy. Confringo! Leviosa! Accio! Bombarda! Confringo! Accio! Potato! Stupid! Cabalso! Confringo! Accio! Bombarda! Revelio!
Alright. Not bad, I suppose. Could have been worse. Alright, and that's it then. Nothing more to it here. So that means we return to the main area here.
Revelio.
Huh. Am I missing something? Hold on, let's see. Perhaps... Hold on. Let's go back here. This is still on fire, yes? Let's make sure. Alright. So perhaps we need these to be on the other side. Oh, these don't move. What? Why don't they move? What? That's odd.
Bombarda! Confringo!
Huh.
Revelio!
These don't move. So how do I... Ah. Hold on. I think I know what they want me to do.
Accio.
If this is pressure activated,
Wingardium Leviosa.
then perhaps this will work.
Accio.
Yes? No? Yes?
Wingardium Leviosa.
Will it work? It's not working.
Bombarda.
Huh.
Confringo. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Alright, what if I take the cube with me?
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Nothing happens, really. Alright.
Confringo. Glacius.
Is there a way to extinguish these flames? You can extinguish the flames.
Confringo.
With Glacius, so perhaps,
Glacius. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Didn't work with the cube, though. So...
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Confringo.
Alright, well... I'm all out of ideas. So... Oh, or... Alright, maybe... What? Maybe these need to be turned off? Uh-huh. I see. Maybe this is what is supposed to happen. Does this open it?
Revelio.
No? Alright, what if I... Can I take a ride with these things? Should be able to. I almost did there. For a minute. There we go. Alright, and then... Just, do that. I guess not. I can probably take a ride here. But how? Is there some sort of timed spell that I can use?
Bombarda. Confringo. Revelio.
Oh, maybe I can trick it. Oh no. It freezes you in place, so you can't step on it and then step off of it quickly. Doesn't work like that. Alright, well, like I said, I'm all out of ideas. Alright, we'll just send this back here.
Revelio.
I'll have to look this up later and do it on my own, I guess. I know I'm missing something, but I don't know what it is. Let's keep going, shall we? Gold and Wiggenweld. Oh. Some more gold.
Treasure. That Niffler's certainly leaving quite a trail.
Treasure.
Confringo. Arrest their momentum. Expelliarmus. What a dreadful lot. Revelio.
Indeed. Alright, more of that so-called treasure. Oh, that you speak of.
Accio. Revelio.
More Wiggenweld. Something about to happen. Feels like it. Oh, more of these puzzles things. Hold on a minute. If this activates the floor, surely it will activate these. No?
Wingardium Leviosa.
Should be able to. No, it doesn't. Alright. This only responds to wizard kind. Or something of that similar build.
Revelio.
More Wiggenweld.
Revelio. Oh, more rushwinders.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Oh, treasure must be around here somewhere.
Looking for treasure. Perhaps I could help you with that.
Where's that? Bombarder.
Cost us our ransom.
Glacier. Bombarder. Slippery. Incendiary.
Reductor! You think you're safe with that? I'll watch the light out of your eyes.
Rookwood don't sound easy. Not me.
Rise and fight. Expelliarmus. Tripping and totally. Flipendo. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Flipendo. Bombarder. Glacier. Expelliarmus. Accio.
Made a great mistake.
Protego.
Look what you've done. You paid for that.
Go on then, make me pay.
Quite conductive, aren't we?
Yeah, it's very clever.
Confringo. Expelliarmus.
It's the one less of the goblin elf. Takes gumption to steal a stolen hippogriff. Well,
Away with you.
I did it. And an ashwinder, no less.
Yeah, they're not so tough.
Revelio.
Just a bunch of fools who thought they could take me on. They were sorely mistaken. Oh. What's this? A musical map. What?
What's this? Some sort of treasure map.
Don't know what that means. I haven't even taken music class yet.
Revelio.
Alright, this is interesting. Where does this go? Let's take it with us. Hello? Me and my friend, please.
Revelio.
Huh, alright. It's locked, it seems. Alright.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Let's see where we can bring it with us. Thank you. Where to? I didn't see anything. Any plot? Oh, there is. Oh, there's two. Fascinating.
Revelio.
Alright, the other thing, cube, is up there. Don't know how we get there though. Alright, let's try blowing this up. Maybe this will assist us somehow. Maybe this will open the way forward. It did. I heard something. What was that?
Revelio.
I think something opened up somewhere. I missed it though. I don't know where it was. Alright, perhaps you can just... Oh, you can just grab it like that. Alright. Oh, but that is debris that is depulsable. Or not?
Revelio.
Look.
Depulso. Accio. Levioso. Confringo. Bombarda. Revelio.
Alright, well. That was worth it, I suppose. I don't know what that did. Let's keep going, shall we?
This nip was a tricky one.
Where are you hiding, you little niffler? Let's see how you like me taking all of your gold. You won't be happy then, will you?
Arresto momentum.
There we are. Come here.
Best get back to Miss Coffee.
Alright. Excellent.
My poor Rococo.
Hello again, Madam Coffee.
Miss Coffee, I found your niffler.
Oh goodness, really? Oh, thank you. You're very brave. I was at my wit's end. How's my sweet Rococo? May I have him back?
Of course.
I'm sure he'll be happy to go home.
He will. Oh, my brave little explorer. My greedy, greedy boy. Oh, I can't wait to get him home. Thank you again for what you did.
Of course.
From now on, I'll keep Rococo on a lead whenever we go out.
Yes, that is a start. Not sure that will be enough though. To stop all Rococo.
This must be the Dirical den that Miss Moffat told me about. Now where is Gwenira? Arresto momentum.
There she is. Oh, she disappear. Don't you disappear on me. Stop. Arresto momentum. Gotcha. Come here. You're mine now.
Got her. Now I need to let Miss Moffat know.
Excellent.
Oh, hello. Any luck finding Gwenira?
Miss Moffat, I caught Gwenira.
That's incredible. Was it terribly difficult?
A bit, I suppose.
She was difficult to track down, but I managed in the end.
Believe me, I know. Well, may I have her now?
Of course.
Of course.
Oh, you're too kind. She has such exquisite plumage. Oh, I shall make the finest attire from her feathers. And she'll have a good life too, of course. Ah.
Yes, I'm sure she will.
Thank you so much for bringing me Gwenira. I shall keep her safe and only use her feathers sparingly.
Alright. Farewell. Alright, we've arrived at the Dale family tomb. And my feet haven't turned into beets yet, so should be a good sign. Right, so...
Well, my feet didn't turn into beets. That's a good start.
Exactly. So now all we have to do is return the crest of Marmaduke, and then be on our way. Oh god, fucking hell. Alright, There we are.
Lumos. Should have known a herbologist would use Devil's Snare.
Whoa. Oh. There's no one here. Yes, right. Well, I have a confession to make. I actually went into the Dale family tomb some time ago. There was this big troll here. An infamous foe, if you will. I fought him. It was pretty cool, but, yes, it didn't really make it into the final cut, as it were, because I wasn't recording at all, so. But I crawled in here, and I saw a corpse, and then I burnt it, and then it disappeared, so I don't know if that's a good thing. Oh, I might have accidentally blown up the skeletal remains of Marmaduke. I think that's
the sarcophagus.
What happened.
This must be Marmaduke.
Oh, no, he's back, I think.
That should reverse the curse. Hopefully.
Yes, alright, well. That's it then, we're done. Time to go home. Good show all around. At least we don't have to spend time looking around for loot and such. So at least there's that.
I take it you're Alexandra's friend.
Oh. Hello, sir. Don't mind me. I mean you no harm, sir. Just like you to do one thing for me. Just one thing.
Petricus totalis.
Petricus totalis.
Bombarda. Glaciers. Expelliarmus. Bombarda. Potato. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Bombarda. Potato. Stupefy. Glacier. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Bombarda. Stupefy. Glaciers. Potato. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Stupefy. I feel awful for Alexander, but the hamlet needed to be saved from that troll.
Indeed. Progress notes, week 1. Etiquette may have been too ambitious a start. It seems you must first cover the fundamentals of not smashing. We'll keep this in mind, but proceed to week 2, still vicious. Week 2, only produced a string of grunts, still vicious. Week 3, he has the right temperament for it, but lashes out indiscriminately. Somehow more vicious? Troll lesson plan. Week 1, social graces and etiquette. Please, thank you, pardon me, sorry. Week 2, elocution. The witch went flying for the snitch and fell in a ditch. Week 3, security training.
Revelio.
Oh dear. An ambitious plan, but quite a foolhardy one as well. Hello again, Alexandra.
It's done, Alexandra. I took care of him.
My troll? What?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know what to say. Thank you. I wish things could have turned out differently for him.
Well...
There wasn't much you could have done. He was beyond training. Tried to kill me the entire time.
Goodness. I'm glad you're all right. You're very brave. People in the hamlet had already crafted a moniker for whoever eventually defeated that troll.
Right.
It was Troll something or other.
Troll... Troll-lo-lo-lo-lo-lo-lo? No? Troll...
Slayer?
Yes, that was it. I suppose it's your title now. I need some time on my own. But truly, thank you for what you did.
Of course. Farewell for now.
Troll Slayer. Has a nice ring to it.
It's not bad, is it? Wasn't my first, though, but still.
Hey you, Ravenclaw.
Yes, can I help you?
Imelda Reyes? Albie Week sent me.
Did he now? Still tinkering with his broom upgrade, no doubt. I tried to help him once. He nitpicked my flying technique, and that was the end of that. The nerve. Why is he roping you into his broom testing silliness? You've barely started flying from what I know. Caught wind of you showing off in flying class with Clopton.
What of it?
Seems someone's jealous of my skills on a broom.
Me? Slytherin Quidditch captain. Jealous of you? Everyone knows that class is only for beginners, troublemakers, and bumbling baboons. But for some reason, now people think you're competition. Ugh, I can't be having that.
Perhaps I am competition.
You're not even Slytherin. Could be a useless squib for all I know. Enough of this. Only one way to find out who's the better flyer. I hold one of the fastest times on this course. Let's see if you can beat it. Slytherin versus Ravenclaw.
Hold on a minute.
Can you tell me more about these courses?
Stalling, 5th year. Fine, I'll humor you. This course demands focus. Requires you to anticipate speed and height before every turn.
Alright.
The others test stamina. 3 courses in all, built ages ago by former students. Since Black cancelled Quidditch, it was these courses or nothing. I made them popular again. Got the whole school hungry to compete. So,
well, good for you.
Let's see what you've got, 5th year.
Alright.
Actually, why not? I can beat your record.
I'm so looking forward to seeing you lose.
Looking forward to seeing you snooze. Yeah.
Now that's more like it. This is rather fun.
Hey. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Don't stop. Come on. Need to go faster than this in order to beat the time. Come on. Come on, 5 rings to go. Victory is at hand. Come on. Ooh.
Now that's more like success.
Go on, come on. Just one more to go. And...
This is rather fun.
Whew. New best time. Alright, let's see you beat that. Reyes.
That's not... You must have cheated, you... Fine. You won. Don't think this is over. You can't determine skill from one single trial.
Surely my win means something.
You're not terrible, but you're still going to have to prove yourself if you want to earn my respect.
Alright, what would I have to do?
Challenge accepted then.
Perhaps you have what it takes after all. We shall see. But don't get your hopes up. The next course near Irondale offers a much tougher challenge. You can try to prepare by racing this course again. Just check in at the podium, where the leaderboard is. You can check your time and start the race. We'll see next time if your win here was more than just a fluke. Whilst on an errand for Albie Weeks.
Yes, I suppose we will. Until then.
Could this be Mr. Oakes' campsite? Ranrock's loyalists.
Oh dear.
Should I take...
Yeah. Another human.
Hello?
Arrest those. Protego. Bombarder. Stupefy. Glaciers. Accio. Bombarder. Now to find out what happened here. Revelio.
Alright, that's more like it. No more goblin-y interruptions, please. Alright, what's this?
Adelaide said that
a map
kept notes of his trades. Maps. Perhaps these landmarks will lead me to him.
Alright. From the camp of the Swirly Swirls into the iron grating with an X on it. Or something.
Mr. Oakes' trade journal.
Ranrock's lot agreed to meet, but I do feel a tad uneasy. They amended their requests and were angry when I asked questions. I overheard some of their plan in Gobbledegook. They're after my rare metal deposits that are suitable for drilling. I'm afraid of upsetting them further. They seem rather volatile, and I need this transaction to happen. Perhaps we can work out a compromise. Perhaps not. Rowland Oakes.
Revelio.
Seems that they could not work out a compromise after all.
Oh, you're back. With something to report, I hope?
Indeed.
Mr. Weeks, I was able to set a record on my broom.
Incredible! Miss Reyes must have been shocked. Tell me, how was the broom?
A little turbulent, and it's wanting for a bit of speed, but it fared well enough. I will say that it tended to drift a bit to the left on certain turns. Heard a slight swoosh when I dipped.
Oh, thank you. That's precisely what I needed to know. Drifted, eh? I shall get to work immediately. Even the naysayers will be forced to admit that my work's had potential all along.
I suppose so.
Why would anyone doubt your ability to upgrade brooms?
Oh, you'd be surprised. People get set in their ways, worry that fiddling with what's working fine will somehow ruin it. Those people don't appreciate the sense of freedom that comes with quality broom flight, nor do they appreciate all that's involved in the creative process. I have a friend in Rome runs a shop like mine. Says it's worse there. Of course, they do nap in the afternoons from what I hear. And where would we be without enhancements? I mean, if Elliot Smethwick had let the naysayers get to him, we would never have had the cushioning charm. I don't listen to him.
Right, well,
I'm excited to hear more.
I have a very good feeling about this upgrade. I guarantee you'll be pleased. Expect to hear from me soon.
Alright.
How to address the issue of altitude as it relates to speed?
Farewell, Mr. Weeks. Look forward to hearing from you again.
You're back. Nice. Welcome back. I've got spectacular news. The broom upgrade's ready. Stop by the shop when you can.
Oh.
You'll be thrilled with that broom.
Oh, thank you very much. That was quick. You really are good at your job.
Thanks for stopping by. I must tell you, half of Hogsmeade's been by the shop asking about rumours of a broom upgrade. Without the information you provided, my work would have taken twice as long. Thank you again. It may sound ambitious, but I've already begun work on another upgrade, more difficult to perfect than the last. I wondered, would you be interested in joining forces again? There's another course near Arendelle that Miss Reyes has mastered. If you test this first upgrade there, it may help me as I develop the next. Oh, you'll consider it, won't you?
Of course.
Sounds as if you're really outdoing yourself. If I'm able to help, I will.
Thank you. I know this recent success was only the beginning of what I can do for broom flight.
Yes.
Report back as soon as you can, and we'll be off to the races.
Alright. Till then, Mr. Weeks.
What will I do without her?
Oh. Hello?
Hello? Is something the matter?
Most decidedly, yes. My precious moon calf, Biscuit, was abducted by poachers up north. Oh, the vicious brutes. I tried to fight back, but I was no match for them.
I'm sorry about your moon calf, Mr.
Garnuff. Just Garnuff. I'm only one goblin. Not a particularly brave one at that. I have no chance against a pack of bloodthirsty poachers. Oh, my poor Biscuit. I can only hope she's able to escape.
Why do you suppose the poachers took Biscuit?
I have no idea. Mooncalf dung's highly valuable for fertilizing magical plants. But I cannot imagine poachers care much about gardening. Who knows what they'll do to her? She could be flogged, skinned, gutted and stuffed. I assume.
Right.
Oh, Biscuit.
A mooncalf is an unusual pet. Why did you choose Biscuit?
She followed me one evening, wouldn't leave my side. Never thought I was one for a pet of any kind. But now I can't imagine life without her. Mooncalves are often thought of as silly, simple-minded creatures. But I've seen great depth of character in Biscuit. I wouldn't trade her for a hippogriff or a hippopotamus, or even a goose that lays golden eggs.
I see.
I'll keep an eye out for your mooncalf, Garniff.
How kind. If only all of Wizardkind was as gracious to goblins. If you do see her and can bring her safely home to me, I promise to reward you for your efforts.
Alright. I shall keep that in mind.
Out for her, and be careful out there. Poachers are an unscrupulous lot.
I should try and rescue Garniff's mooncalf. Sounds as if I'd need to head north to find those poachers.
Pardon me? Might I ask a favour of you?
Yes?
Hello. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do? I'm Satirissa Tugwood, and I have an exciting business proposition for you.
Go on.
It may surprise you to learn that someone of my obvious esteemed lineage would be in business. But
what?
I only want to help the less fortunate.
Alright.
That's incredibly nice of you.
Oh, there's more. You see, I've been experimenting with a new beauty cream. A cream that will rid our glorious school of the hideous, greasy pustules plaguing our poor pubescent classmates. But I've run out of the key ingredient, Booba-Tuba pus. Booba-Tubas do grow in the Forbidden Forest, however. If only I could pay someone to collect a few for me.
And,
what precisely are Booba-Tubas?
Disgusting things, really. Covered in protrusions. One needs to squeeze them to collect the pus. They smell simply awful and seem to move on their own. Ugh, I wouldn't go near the things if it weren't for my devotion to my classmates.
Right, of course.
How on earth did you discover that Booba-Tuba pus clears one's skin?
One cannot rely on spells for all appearance enhancements. The errant cast, for example, could relocate one's eyebrows entirely rather than merely thinning them. My darling, perpetually surprised-looking neighbour discovered that on her own. Poor thing. I am convinced that beauty potions are the future. I'm forever looking for ways to make this world a more beautiful place. I suspected that if pure booba-tuba pus could cause boils, an altered form would likely reverse such abominations. And I was correct.
Alright.
I can try and find some for you if I have the time.
Marvellous. I'd go myself, but I don't want to. I only need a few booba-tubas, but they grow wild, so you'll have to look around.
Alright. I'll keep an eye out.
Spotty classmates are counting on you, so you mustn't tarry.
I understand.
Into the Forbidden Forest for booba-tubas. I hope it's worth the risk.
You'll see it was a mistake parting ways with me.
Oh? Are you talking to me, sir?
Sir, is everything all right?
How kind of you to ask. The name's Ackley Barnes. And no, it is not. I'm plotting a sort of revenge against my ex-business partner, a conniving fiend by the name of Alfred Lawley. He cut me out of our herbology supply business just as we were getting started. Said I was too volatile to work with. I'll show him volatile.
I can see why he said that. You do seem angry.
Of course I'm angry now. In large part due to his absurd overreaction to what is simply passion for my work. Supercilious fool. He's passionate about things too, as I intend to remind him by relieving him of his prized possession. A venomous tentacula he's grown from a seedling that was to be the keystone of our business venture. I can't get anywhere near it with Ruth Singer watching me like an augury. Lawley's doing, no doubt. But no one would suspect a student. How would you feel about committing some grand plant larceny?
You said Mr. Lawley was your ex-business partner. What were you working on?
I had an idea to train Venomous Tentacula. Create guard plants, if you will, that attacked when ordered. We hit a snag when one ate Lawley's Kneasel. After that, he cut me out of the business, the short-sighted fiend.
Oh dear. Alright, so...
Why do you need Mr. Lawley's Venomous Tentacula in particular?
Simple. If I have it, then Lawley doesn't. Ergo, I can launch my business, and he must start all over again. I'm killing 2 snidgets with 1 stone.
Right.
What else is in Mr. Lawley's cellar?
All of Lawley's herbology supplies. He has quite the collection. Fill your pockets while you're there. Or to slow him down for a bit. And I can get my business going minus any competition.
This seems wrong, sir. I like it.
I'll get the Venomous Tentacula for you.
Marvelous. I know a fellow seeker of justice when I see one. Take as many herbology supplies as you like while you're in his cellar. All I ask is that you bring me the Venomous Tentacula.
Alright. You've got yourself a deal.
Remember, I just need that Venomous Tentacula.
Right.
Hogsmeade, seems I need to find Mr. Lawley's cellar.
Yes.
Glad you came.
In a minute. Hello, Serona.
Hello, Serona. I received your owl. How are you?
Hello, my friend. Did you ever find Lodgok?
Yes,
I did, thank you. We had a good conversation. He sends you his best.
Glad to hear it. I shan't ask for details of your little chat, and I'll refrain from telling you to be careful yet again. But I hope you will be, whatever your plans.
Of course.
Right.
Your owl mentioned you're needing my help with something.
I do.
I thought you might be just the person to do a favour for my friend Dorothy Sprottle in Upper Hogsfield.
I don't believe I've met Mrs. Sprottle.
She's lovely. Her late husband Aidan was a friend of my father's. In fact, I'd stayed with Dot and Aidan the summers I waited tables here as a student. I've seen her a few times since Aidan passed, but the pub's been so busy lately, I've not been as attentive as I'd have liked. I wonder if you might pop in and see her. She may need some help collecting ingredients for her supply of Wiggenweld potion. And you could retrieve something of mine in the process. A box, full of old letters and such.
Right.
Why did Mr. and Mrs. Sprottle have your box of letters after all this time?
It's one of a few that I had when I was young. Dot found it when she was clearing out a closet. Can't imagine what's in there. Probably terribly theatrical. The ramblings of a teenage witch and her friends. You're welcome to take a peek inside, if you do find it. To be honest, I'd imagine it contains some lovely memories.
Why does Mrs. Sprottle keep a supply of Wiggenweld potion on hand?
Dot's a skilled potioneer. She's been supplying travelling vendors with Wiggenweld potion. An ordinary precaution that has, unfortunately, become a necessity, what with Ranrock's loyalists disrupting the trade routes.
Alright, well,
I'll try to go and see her when I can.
It would mean the world to me, and to Dorothy. Aidan was bringing the box of letters to me when he was taken ill. Dot can tell you where he might have dropped it.
Alright.
You'll find the hamlet just north of Hogsmeade. Please do give Dot my love.
Yes, of course. Until then.
This must be it.
There we are.
This must be the cellar. Now to find that venomous tentacula.
Oh. Seems that we're not alone here.
Better not let Mr. Lawley see me.
What could be stirring in the cellar?
Nothing.
Stop! Stop, bandit!
What? Huh. You've got quite a pair of eyes on you, Mr. Lawley. I'll give you that.
Venomous tentacula.
Alright. Try that again, shall we? Over there, Mr. Lawley. Go and investigate.
Better not let Mr. Lawley see me.
Good man.
Hello, Hamora.
Alright. There we are. Aloha more.
Where is that venomous tentacula?
Alright, we've entered the cellar. Oh, goodness. It's quite the unfortunate hole. Alright.
Revelio.
Alright, we're all done there. Alright. Oh, this is quite the cellar. Oh, seems to be infested as well.
Bombarda. Confringo.
Oh.
Confringo. Levioso. Accio.
Seems no one finds us. It's a wonder they haven't taken over the whole house.
Bombarda. Accio. Expelliarmus. Glacius. Accio.
There we are. Alright. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Loney. But seeing as how I've cleared your basement from all those spiders that were infesting it. I should say that collecting some what do you call it? Reparations. Collecting some sort of reward to compensate for all the damages that I've went through physically and mentally. I should say that's more than fair. I'd also like to see what you have here. Alright. We'll do it your way then. That's fine.
Now that I have the venomous tentacula, I should return to Mr. Barnes.
Confringo!
Yes. I'm sure he'll be quite happy to receive the news. Alright. Plum Sorcerer Hat.
Revelio.
How exciting.
Revelio.
There we are. It's all we can take with us, so it's time to return. Is Mr. Lawley still out and about? He is. Alright, there we are. And there we are. Alright. We've returned. We've escaped from his cellar, Mr. Lawley's cellar, and now we return to Mr. Barnes.
Like retrieving a certain friend of mine from a former friend of mine?
Hello, Mr. Barnes. I have that venomous tentacula.
Wish I could see Lawley's face when he realizes his prized possession is gone. We'll see who's volatile now. Well done. I'll take it off your hands now.
Of course.
Of course. Glad to hand it over, frankly.
I shall make an ocean of galleons, and Lawley's business will be sunk. Here's a little something for your next trip to Zonko's.
Alright.
Oh, to see the look on Lawley's face the next time he wanders down to his cellar.
Yes. Good luck with that, I suppose.
Those statues took time and effort.
Pardon me, sir.
Pardon me, sir, but about those curious demiguise statues I've seen.
What? Who are you? Why do you ask?
Well, it's just that,
They're causing Mr. Moon terrible distress.
Ha! Good. That was the idea.
So you did create them?
Yes, I did. It was a ploy to give that pathetic oaf Moon a taste of the grief he caused me years ago. You are the one who's been pilfering them.
I am.
Yes.
At the request of Mr. Moon. I received your owl on your stationery.
Ah. Well, fitting Moon would enlist a student. Too cowardly to do it himself. Hasn't changed a bit. Even when we were at school, he was a cowardly bully. Gave me a horrible nickname, which I shan't repeat. I was thrilled when we left school and he seemed gone for good. Then I started seeing him around Hogsmeade. It was too much. Even if I do take satisfaction in that his life's destiny was to be a lowly caretaker.
well, I wouldn't call it lowly.
Mr. Moon does a good deal for the school, and he's taught me a lot. He's terrified of those statues.
I know. You should have seen his face when that boggart appeared. Oh, priceless. That's when I knew what I needed to do. I simply didn't want to encounter him anymore. So, I shrewdly put a boggart in his path to learn his greatest fear. I then created the demiguise statues to keep him in his place, so to speak. The moons were an inspired play on his name. It worked brilliantly, until you started clearing them out.
So your plan was to bully the bully. I'm not sure that's such a good plan.
The statues are a form of bullying. You're no better than him. Perhaps it's time you both moved on.
Fair point, I suppose. If they've terrified him, as you say, he may have learned his lesson.
Yes. I would certainly say so.
Here we are. Mr. Weeks wasn't wrong about the mountain views.
If it isn't the fastest Ravenclaw.
If it isn't you.
Hello, Imelda. So, another trial?
Of course it's another trial. And you'd better be taking part.
I am. I will be.
Does this mean you've changed your mind about me?
Well, you're a step up from the good-for-nothings who usually challenge me. While they sit around and hope to be the best, I put in hours of practice. No one sets records by wishing for them. And I need strong competition to stay on top of my game. Are you going to try to beat my flying record or not?
Strong competition? Could that have been a compliment, Imelda?
Go ahead, believe what you want. Makes no difference. Compliments make people soft. No one goes round telling me I did a fine job. And do I care? No. I say I'm the best, and that's all I need. So please, try to beat my record, 5th year, and don't be disappointed when you lose.
I won't, because I won't.
I'm ready to fly.
Finally, a decent challenge.
Alright. $20 rings. 2 minutes 26 to beat.
Brilliant.
And where are we going today? Going somewhere? Not while I have anything to say about it.
I'd say that was acceptable.
You still there, Reyes?
Mate.
It's been a while since I've seen you. Will you tell me what the last place feels like? Don't imagine it to be a nice feeling. But I'm sure with time you'll get quite accustomed to it.
I'm getting the hang of this.
What was that? Alright, whatever. We don't need that. We don't need those.
I've got this.
We're fine. 2 minutes. We've got, what, 25 seconds to spare? Not as good as the first one, but still good, I'd say.
You've improved, I must admit. That was a bloody good run. Be careful. Earn a reputation for talent around here, and some people get put out about it.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Yes, well, I am. Anyway, you didn't do abysmally. I can't deny that. But you'll not have the same luck on the South Coast course.
Right.
You said your reputation for talent put some people out. Like whom?
If you must know, I've had to deal with jealousy from members of my own house. When we were first years, Nerida Roberts and I spent loads of time on our brooms, pledged to fly every day. As my skill on a broom grew, rapidly I might add, Nerida suddenly didn't have time for flying practice. I tried to give her pointers, but she didn't have the natural ability I did. Clearly, she was jealous. Poor thing spends all her time now dawdling by the lake, obsessed with merpeople. Won't even learn to swim. I refuse to downplay my talents to coddle someone else's fragile ego. Anyway, I need to ready the next course. Stop by when it's ready, if you can handle it.
Alright.
We'll see, won't we? Till next time.
I half expected you to back down. Rest on your laurels.
Never.
See you at the South Coast trial, if you don't lose your nerve. To race this course again, visit the podium with the leaderboard, where you can start the race and check your time.
I'm alright.
Another successful flight.
I'll be unrivaled at the next course.
If you say so. Until then.
Upper Hogsfield. Now where to find Mrs. Sprottle?
Should be around here somewhere.
Bardolph Beaumont should have returned by now. Had by dark wizards he was.
Pardon me. Madam?
Excuse me. Did you say something about Bardolph Beaumont?
I did. I don't think we've met. I'm Dorothy Sprottle. I was just worrying about Claire Beaumont's brother Bardolph. Only he's gone missing. Rumour is he was seen in the forest practicing dark magic. Saw him myself near some ruins with Rookwood's lot I did. I fear he got himself into trouble with the Ashwinders, especially if he made them a promise he couldn't keep. I'd help search for him myself, but no one will risk encountering Ranrock's loyalists. They seem to be everywhere.
Yes.
Why would Bardolph want to get involved with the Ashwinders?
Oh, he had a terrible run-in with Ranrock's loyalists. Changed him. He vowed never to feel powerless again. I think he sought the Ashwinders out to learn their secrets. Victor Rookwood, at least, seems somehow immune to Ranrock's loyalists.
Do you think Bardolph may have simply run off?
No. Bardolph's run that shop with Claire his entire life. He'd not give it up for anything. He swore he'd be back in a fortnight. My instincts are that he's been held captive, or worse.
Right. Well,
I can certainly look out for him.
Any help would be appreciated. You might speak to Claire first. Perhaps she has some insights that I don't. I can tell you that Bardolph was last seen in the forest wearing a particular woolen jumper, one that Claire knitted herself.
I see.
Claire will be at her shop if you'd like to speak with her.
Well, that is certainly a start.
Hello, Mrs. Sprottle. Actually, Serona Ryan asked if I'd come and see you.
Oh, dear Serona, a gem. Has been for as long as I've known her.
She thought you might need help collecting ingredients for your Wiggenweld potion.
And she's correct. My darling Aidan used to collect hawklumps for me. Since he died, my supply has dwindled.
I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Sprottle.
Oh, thank you. Love of my life. A bit lost without him. If you wouldn't mind gathering some hawk clumps for me, I'd be happy to compensate you for your time.
Alright.
Believe it or not, I have some with me.
Oh, thank you. How wonderful. The travelling vendors will be thrilled to replenish their stock of Wiggenweld potion.
Sirona also mentioned that Mr. Sprottle was bringing her a box of letters when he fell ill.
Indeed he was. I'd almost forgotten. I stumbled upon it just before Aidan died. He was hoping to go through it with Sirona over a butterbeer or two. Those two were always like two bowtruckles in a branch. Aidan took ill when he was collecting hawk clumps on his way to see her. He made it home, but I fear he dropped the box in the cavern. The cavern is in the hills just southwest of our hamlet. You can gather hawk clumps and collect the box of letters there.
Alright,
Do you remember anything about the letters you put in the box?
Oh, of course. A few letters from some of her school friends. Some nice memories. I even included a letter Sirona had written to me when she was staying with us. Thought she might enjoy reading it. I know when I read writing from my youth, I'm always astonished at how much I've changed, and yet remain the same.
Sirona said she lived with you during the summers when she was at Hogwarts. What was she like?
Oh, goodness. Well, she was almost exactly like she is now. Charming, good head on her shoulders, taking care of everyone. I can't tell you the fun we had when she and her friends would visit us during the year, all buzzing about, practicing charms. Talented group.
I see.
Her friend Mirabelle was a genius in the garden. Learned it all from her muggle parents, if you can believe it.
I can. Alright, well.
Thank you, Mrs. Sprottle.
Thank you. I'll be here if you are able to collect those hawk clumps. I and the vendors I help would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, alright. Senile old woman.
Ranrock's loyalists are a menace. What can be done?
Excuse me.
Madame Beaumont, might I speak with you?
Yes? What about?
Mrs. Sprottle told me a little about your brother's disappearance.
Oh, dear Dorothy. She'd go looking for Bardolph herself if she could.
She mentioned dark magic and even the Ashwinders.
Despite my repeated warnings, Bardolph's been experimenting with dark magic near the edge of the forest. I thought perhaps he'd get it out of his system and it would gradually stop. But then one day, he didn't come home.
Is there anything your brother took with him that might help to track him down?
Only his satchel, journal, and a woolen jumper I knitted for him. That's all I can recall.
I see.
Could Bardolph have run off?
No, he'd never leave me here alone. He did speak of going to talk with Victor Rookwood. That worries me almost more than his attempts at mastering dark magic. Rookwood is as dangerous as Ranrock, in my opinion.
Alright, well.
I'll let you know if I see or hear anything about him.
Thank you. How kind. I'd be so grateful to learn where he is. I know in my heart he's out there. Do be careful.
Of course.
I should be going now. Thank you.
Bardolph, where are you? I'll not give up hope. Upper Hogsfield is being terrible.
I couldn't help but overhear. Did you mention Ranrock's loyalists?
I did. Never imagined they'd act this deadly. I'm Claire Beaumont, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Ranrock and his followers have set up camp here. No regard for our beloved hamlet or our livelihoods. Ruthless. My brother Bardolph dared to stand up to them and ended up in St. Mungo's. Simply at my wit's end.
How did your brother Bardolph end up in St. Mungo's?
Bardolph had spent the entire day hand-picking herbs and roots for us. When a group of Ranrock's lot appeared and demanded the harvest for themselves, Bardolph refused.
In their anger, they hurled him against a rock and robbed him. The moment he left St. Mungo's, he vowed revenge. I worry he may be dabbling in magic that he will one day regret.
I see.
You said Ranrock's loyalists have set up camp here. Where, precisely?
To the south, across the river. Last I heard, there were several loyalists in each camp. I won't go near them.
Well,
I'm unfortunately quite familiar with Ranrock's loyalists. Perhaps I can do something.
Much as I would love to be rid of them, I wouldn't want you to risk injury, or worse. Please be cautious.
Of course.
You don't have to live in fear. This is our home.
I always am. Hello?
Someone's here.
How do you do, goblins? I heard that some goblins around here. I see that I was right.
One less human to worry about. How nice of you to stop. How nice of you to stop by.
Stupid.
There we are. Just like that.
One camp down, one more to go.
No more goblins. Hello. Is this where I can find some goblins?
Stop running, you won't get away. Such arrogance. One less human to worry about. Why can't I get you? One less human to worry about.
Expelliarmus.
I shall avenge you. Bombarder. This is where you are. Stop him!
Expelliarmus.
I won't.
Glaciers. Bombarder. Your blood's on Ranrock's hands. Both camps cleared. Madame Beaumont will be glad to hear that.
I'm sure she will. Alright, well,
I should investigate.
Here we are at the last known location of
Glaciers. Bombarder. Accio. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Potato. Stupefy. Confringo. Is that a fuse with a jumper? That must be Bardolph. Confringo. Default Potato. Stupefy. Bardolph's woolen jumper. I'm not sure Madame Beaumont would want to know what would happen to her.
Oh dear. This is bad news indeed. Journal entry 2 of 2. I am repulsed by what I have just witnessed. They have created an inferius, a corpse mutilated to come to life. I tried to hide my horror at what I was seeing. Alas, I think they saw through me. I need to convince them I am not a spy. I am not here to undermine them. If I do not, I fear I could be next.
This mentions Inferi. Something about it being Bardolph's turn next.
Seems that his fellow Ashwinders managed to see through his ruse.
Revelio.
and thus he was turned into an inferius. Somehow. Journal entry 1 of 2. I hate that I'm afraid, but there's no going back. I seem to have mastered 2 of the curses so far, but I've had to pledge to do their bidding if I'm to learn more. I can't let them see my fear. They are already whispering behind my back. I've been told not to trust Dark Wizard, but I can't stop until I have enough magic to protect Claire, myself, and all of Upper Hogsfield.
An entry from Bardolph's journal. He overheard whispers, a plan, something to do with him.
I do miss the bustle of business. Poor customers, afraid to venture out.
Hello, Madame Beaumont. Good news. I was able to clear out Ranrock's camps.
You cleared them out? How?
I just went in there and started blasting.
I managed to catch them off guard.
When my brother returns, this news will mean the world to him. You saved our hamlet, my young friend. This will not be forgotten. I fear for other hamlets, truly. Ranrock and his lot are unlike any goblins I've ever seen.
I should be going now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sincerely.
Madame Beaumont, I do have some news of your brother.
Oh, please tell me he's safe.
Well,
I regret to say that Bardolph had been turned into an inferius, and I had to kill him.
What? But how could you possibly think that an inferius was my brother Bardolph? That's absurd.
He was wearing a woolen jumper, hand-knitted.
No, this can't be.
I'm truly sorry. I wish it had been better news. I wish you well, Madame Beaumont.
What more could I have done? Oh, Bardolph! Bardolph, my dear, dear brother.
Ha! Bombarda.
Accio.
Yes, son.
This must be the cavern Mrs. Spottle.
Expelliarmus. Accio. Bombarda.
There we are.
Revelio.
Yes, so this seems to be the cavern. The aforementioned cavern. Let us enter inside.
Perhaps I'll find more hawk lumps while I'm there.
Revelio.
Better have a look around. See about the hawk lumps and the box of letters.
We've already delivered the hawk lumps. Please stop mentioning the hawk lumps.
That's all the hawk lumps for now. Mrs. Sprottle should be
We have more hawk lumps than we know what to do with. Can we just focus on the letters, please? Here we are. Should lead somewhere, hopefully. Oh!
Lumos.
Alright. Just some loot. No letters. Let's continue.
Revelio.
Alright. Nice amount of coins.
Compulsor.
Ooh.
Revelio.
More hawk lumps. Is that? Oh. For some reason I thought that was a person there.
Either I'll have to fight that troll, or avoid it altogether.
Too late for that.
Bombarda. Potato. Stupefy. Glacius. Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Accio. Confringo. Potato! Stupid one! Bombarda! Glacius! Stupefy! Expelliarmus! Bombarda! Stupefy! Glacius! Expelliarmus!
Down you go, troll.
Should think they felt that in London. Revelio.
You're no match for me. Alright. Got more hawk lumps. Alright, onwards, I suppose. The search for the letterbox continues. What do we have down here? Some sort of hidden stash? A hidden hoard? Oh, it's just a chest of 43 gold.
Revelio.
A lot of hawk lumps, though. So, suppose that's a good thing to some people. Not me, but to some people. I'm sensing that there's a chest above me. Ooh. Fluxweed. Now that is a bit of a rare find, comparatively. Alright, but that's enough of that. Let's continue. Oh. Dear Serona, when I arrived here, I had a troubling sense that in many ways I wasn't like the other first years. I confess I worried that Hogwarts might not have been the proper place for me, and pondered sending an owl to my parents, asking them to fetch me, almost before the first week of classes had ended. How did you know? I presume you're not secretly a Leggy-Lemons? A Leggy-Lemons? What? But I wonder that you seem to know my thoughts better than I did myself. That day in the Three Broomsticks, when you spotted me huddled in a corner, staring blankly at an untouched butterbeer and an empty bit of parchment, my quill dripping ink woefully onto the floor, and you came to sit with me. Well, I shall never forget it. I recall a sudden sense of relief, as if someone had cast a levitation charm on me. When you told me about how nervous you'd been to come to Hogwarts, I looked at you, and it seemed beyond my imagination to think of you as anything but the confident, contented witch sitting before me. In the days that followed, I marveled at how you charmed, in the non-magical sense, I mean, everyone around you, without apology, embracing who you were and who they were. It was as though a candle had flickered on for me, I realized that I could choose that path as well. Now that my school years are ending, the frightened first-year witch I had been seems worlds away. And I know it's because you saw yourself in that despairing creature in the corner of the pub and so generously extended yourself to her. Yours sincerely, Mirabelle.
Revelio.
That's nice. Oh. Dear Sirona, I conjured this wee gift for you as a token of my gratitude. If you hadn't stood your ground on my behalf during Quidditch practice last week, I might have left the team altogether. And now we've won the Quidditch Cup. Ravenclaw House would not be the same without you. Yours sincerely, Sean. My dear Sirona, I have sent a note separately to dear Mr. and Mrs. Sprottle for their hospitality, but felt the need to put quill to parchment with my thanks to you as well. What a lovely respite from the castle. I won't soon forget how we giggled about that ridiculous gnome. Did he truly believe that he was singing? And Mrs. Sprottle's steak and kidney pie was simply glorious. I shall be dreaming of it for days. I so appreciate you including me. I fear I must warn you, however, that this does not mean I will go easy on you in next week's match. You know that Ravenclaw is no match at all for Slytherin this year. Most gratefully yours, Philomena. Dear Sirona, happy birthday, my darling friend. I sneaked into the kitchens and asked Finky to make your favorite, cream crowdie. She was delighted to oblige. Not sure where she got raspberries at this time of year. Genius, that Finky. Bess. Dear Mrs. Sprottle, Mother and Father were delighted to hear that you and I had spent the afternoon at Glad Rags last Saturday. Truth be told, I think my mother was ever so slightly envious. I shan't soon forget how heartily we laughed at my efforts to lace the borders of my new dress. A challenge indeed, as is the rather delicate practice of properly situating a hatpin without wounding either my hat or my head. But I adore everything that we selected, and I have you to thank for now feeling like a marvelously fashionable witch. It was also a treat to dine at the Three Broomsticks without having to clear the tables. I shall own a place like that one day, mark my words. I consider myself more than lucky that you and Mr. Sprottle agreed to let me stay. I know that my parents feel precisely the same way. Yours gratefully, Sirona.
I think that's everything. Sirona will be glad to have this back. I should take this box of letters to Sirona. She'll be glad to have it back.
Yes, I'm sure she will. Here we are. Finally outside and away from the from that whole clump cave. Oh, what's this? Something curious down here. What is this?
This must be Tobbs's cave. I suppose I should head inside.
Oh, it's Tobbs's cave, is it? Well, how convenient.
Bombarda. Accio. Expelliarmus.
Alright, well. Since we're here, I suppose we should head inside. I don't see the harm in that. Alright, here we are at the cavern where the friend of Deek's has gone missing or something? Something about spiders or such. Don't know. What's this? Tobbs, you missed your quota by 3 files. You know what that means. It means my loyal customers will be missing their bottles of Seamus's shrinking solution. Because of your foolish mistake, you will be given no food for a week. I also expect you to punish yourself accordingly. When I return for the next shipment, I'd best see bloodied bandages instead of your usual idiotic grin. If you do not meet your next quota, plus 5 extra files, you will lose more than your food privileges.
Tobbs's master is awful.
Certainly wouldn't want to work for him. I can safely say that.
Tobbs? Deke sent me. Are you in here? Revelio.
Tobbs? I say Tobbs. Tobbs, dear boy, I'm looking for you. Tobbs? Where are you, friend? Your friend Deke is quite worried about you. Tobbs? We just want to have a word. Something doesn't feel right here. Let's keep going.
Revelio. Confringo.
There we are.
Revelio.
Alright. Nice little scarf. For our pleasure.
Confringo. Revelio.
There we are.
Bombarda. Confringo.
Let's get that out of the way.
Accio. Confringo.
Oh!
Revelio.
Yeah. That is not your normal spider. I can safely say that. Oh dear. Sounds like we have quite the task ahead of us.
Looks as if Tobbs was here some time ago. He must have headed deeper into the cave. Bombarda. Potato. Stupefy.
Stay back, little cretins.
Confringo.
I have no time for you. Oh.
Accio. Levioso. Depulso. Confringo.
That's right. Stay back. If you know what's best for you. Alright.
Revelio.
Oh. Alright, this seems to be the right way. Where does this lead?
Confringo.
A brand new path.
Accio. Glacius. Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Accio. Glacius. Bombarda. Revelio.
Let's get those eggs out of the way. Don't want any part of that. No, thank you.
Confringo. Revelio.
Hello, Tobbs? Are you down there? Doesn't look like it.
Bombarda. Revelio.
Is anybody there? Or is it just the spiders? I think it's just the spiders. Could be wrong. Yep, those are spiders. Those are definitely spiders. Oh! Horrible things. Oh, those are some vines and such.
Accio. Glacius.
Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Descendo.
Ah.
Descendo. Accio. Bombarda.
Master, if you are looking for Tobbs, it seems he has dried up all the leeches here and must move deeper into the cave. Tobbs hopes Master will wait for him to return. It's much too dangerous for Master to follow, and please be careful of the spiders, Tobbs.
That didn't sound particularly reassuring.
Huh. So old Tobbs ran out of leech juice, so he had to improvise. Alright, so this seems to be, oh well, it's too late to back out. Alright, well, it seems that I've accidentally gone on the right path, not the optional path, which is something I'm prone to do, unfortunately. It's just
Revelio.
It's just a knack. I just have a knack for it. Even when I don't want to do it, I end up doing it. Hello, Mr. Spider. Do be careful, it's a bit cramped in here. Tobbs? You're not Tobbs.
Glacius. Expelliarmus. Glacius. Bombarda. Potato. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Stupefy. Glacius. Bombarda. Accio. Expelliarmus.
Not my fault you're a deadly great spider.
Alright.
Revelio.
And that's the end of that, I suppose. Let's see what we can find here. Alright, perhaps tracking the quest should help clear things for us. So this quest is the Plight of the House of, yes. Oh, there's no marker or anything, alright. We're free to go wherever we want to go, alright. In that case, I will take a look at this chest here. No, not the whore clump. The chest. Oh. Suppose I could have done that as well. Alright, doesn't matter. Crawl, please. Crawl out. There we go. Alright. And then I suppose the only way to go is here.
Confringo. Revelio.
More spider webs. Yeah. Oh. Hold on a minute. Treasure. Oh.
Confringo.
Pardon me. Oh.
Revelio.
35 gold. Well, I suppose it's treasure to some people. It's treasure to a poor person who doesn't have any gold on him, but me, I wouldn't call it treasure, per se. But that's just my opinion, though.
Oh no. I have a feeling that house elf is Tobbs.
Oh dear. Tobbs. What happened to you, dear boy? Master, if you find Tobbs' body, the big spider was too much. Tobbs has failed you and deserves this punishment. Tobbs feels weak, sleepy. Tobbs must...
Poor Tobbs. Left here alone with the spiders. Revelio.
Oh dear. No one should die alone. Certainly not in a wet, damp cave. Certainly not by spiders. What a horrendous combination of terrible fates.
This is where Saccharissa said to go. And where are those booba tubers? Revelio.
Right. If I were a bubo tuber, where would I be? Is this a bubo tuber?
Oh,
it is.
It smells awful. Only 4 more, thank goodness.
Alright. That's good, that's good. The sooner we're done, the better, I'd say. Hello, dear.
Just my luck.
Oh.
Troll.
Dear. Well, he hasn't seen us yet, so... we could catch him by surprise. With a little Petrificus totalis.
Potato! Stupid! Glacius! Bombarda! Expelliarmus! Stupid one! Glacius! Bombarda! Potato! Stupid one! Expelliarmus! Stupid one!
Away with you, troll. Alright, we found another Bubotuber. Third Bubotuber. Unidentified neck item. 11 coins.
Revelio.
Any more Bubotubers? No, not here. I do see some in the distance though. So let's make our way there as quickly as possible. Oh.
Accio. Expelliarmus.
Oh,
Revelio.
there we are. That's the 4th Bubotuber. Oh, there's one down here.
I'll watch the light go out of your eyes.
There we are.
Should do it. I'd better get back to Saccharissa now.
Incendio.
What's going on here? Seems to be quite the party. Are you alright, gentlemen? Do you need some help?
What have you done?
Confringo! Tango! Reducto!
You're getting there. You're making some progress. Oh. That's it. Alright. Well. Let's see.
Levioso. Repulso. Confringo. Protego.
Alright, well, I tried.
Revelio.
Tried completing the, dueling feat, whatever it's called. But I suppose that box and that rock both don't count as objects. It's good to know.
The cave must be somewhere in this maze. I wonder what else is in here.
Descender. Aquadego. Stupid. Glacius. Bombarda. Accio. Expelliarmus. Glacius.
victory that came none too soon. Revelio.
Alright, there we are. And, oh. Seems that we're going the wrong way. Odd. Alright. So, it looks like I've arrived at the entrance from the other side. I was supposed to go onwards, not backwards.
Bombarda. Accio. Glacius. Confringo. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo.
Anyone else like to
Revelio.
participate in this little encounter? No?
Bombarda.
Have it your way.
Revelio.
Alright, we seem to be getting closer.
Bombarda.
So all we need to do is
Confringo. Descendo.
Oh. Alright.
Revelio.
That went well. Surprisingly well. Alright. Onwards. The search for the Absconder's cave continues.
This could be the Acromantula cave Mr. Adley mentioned.
Only one way to find out. Hello.
So this is the infamous Absconder. Now that's taken care of.
Oh.
I need to find the heirloom for Milo's daughter. Revelio.
Huh. That was simple enough. I suppose that focus potion, maxima potion combination. I suppose that made the difference there.
Bombarda.
Alright. I won't say no to an easy victory. I am, however, slightly surprised by it.
I need to bring this heirloom back to Mr. Adley.
Alright, excellent.
Poachers. Garniff was right then. I'd better be.
Huh. Alright.
Potato places! Accio! Confringo! Bombarda! Stupefy! Glacius! Expelliarmus! Accio!
You will not survive it! Oi! You need to Hypocriducto!
Accio! Glacius! Bombarda!
Potato! You You're not going to like this.
Accio! Potato!
Stupefy!
Glacius! Bombarda! Accio! Expelliarmus!
Reducto!
I'll watch the light go out of your eyes.
Defender! You think you're safe with that special magic, but you're not!
Confringo! Leviosa!
Tango!
Stupid! You're gonna have to stop that! I don't have all that! Predictable! Confringo!
Is that the best?
Leviosa! Debolsa!
Is that the best?
Confringo! Stupid one!
You don't want to try.
Confringo!
No one!
Revelio.
Alright, well, I try. Well, you know what? Actually, I don't need to do dueling feats anymore. I think I've done the maximum amount. So, from now on, they will be only optional. Which is good. Alright. A Control 2 upgrade. Hello. Don't worry, gentlemen and ladies, you'll be out soon enough. Soon as I find that sweet spot, here we are. See?
Which one of you is Biscuit?
Nothing to... Oh.
Arresto momentum.
There you are. Hold still, please. There we go. Into my sack you go.
Alright, Biscuit. Let's get you back to Garniff, shall we?
Alright. Hello again, Miss Tugwood.
Saccharissa, I found the with tubers you needed.
Splendid. I hope it wasn't too much trouble. May I have them?
Of course.
Of course. Happy to have found them for you.
Thank you. And your payment, of course. Now I can begin perfecting my potion to save our poor pimply peers. Don't know who should be more grateful, I or our unsightly spotty classmates. One day the wizarding world will know my name, and you will have been a small part of it.
Right, yes. Good luck with that. Hello again, sir.
Garniff, I've rescued Biscuit.
You have? Oh, is she hurt? Was she frightened? Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Biscuit is fine, as am I. I was able to rescue her without much incident.
Oh, mercy. Where poachers are concerned, I tend to expect the worst. I cannot wait to get her home. I so miss seeing her dance in the evenings. Such joy.
Yes,
I'm glad she's safe now. I'm sure she'll be happy to go home.
Oh, that is a great weight off my mind. Oh, my sweet little Biscuit, my wise, noble moon calf. And here is your reward, of course. Well deserved. As I said before, you have restored my faith in wizard kind.
I'm glad to hear it.
You've restored at least a modicum of my faith in wizard kind. Biscuit and I can't thank you enough.
Of course. Friend.
Back from your latest flight? I want to hear all the particulars.
Yes.
Good news, Mr. Weeks. With your upgrade, I was able to set a new record at the Irondale course.
Brilliant! I knew the upgrade had fantastic potential. How did your broom feel?
It rides well. Does get a tad shaky at top speed, and the handle wobbles a bit when I hit a strong gust of wind.
Ah, yes. I see. I think I know how to address that. Thank you. I owe you one.
If it means another upgrade, the pleasure's all mine.
You sound as determined as I am to improve broom flight. It's a joy to have a collaborator like yourself. If I'm right, and I do hope I am, you'll be hearing good news from me soon.
All right.
Thank you again, truly.
I look forward to it. Until then, Mr. Weeks.
Mr. Weeks and I do make a good team.
Yes. Suppose I can say that. Serona? Is she here or is she upstairs? What?
Hello, Serona. I have good
There you are.
news. I was able to provide your friend Mrs. Sprottle with some hawk clumps for her Wiggenweld potion, and I found your box of letters.
Oh, thank you. I knew you were the one to ask.
Yes, of course.
I'm glad I could be of help. Mrs. Sprottle sends her best.
Don't know what I'd have done without her and Aidan. Thank you, again, for helping her. And for returning this box of letters. It's nice to reflect on good memories.
Alright. Glad to have been of help. Until next time.
You look none the worse for wear. I take it you decided against entering the Absconder's cave then?
Well...
Mr. Adley, I retrieved the heirloom pocket watch from Milo's body.
Merlin's beard! How did you? Actually, I don't want to know. I don't want to think about that acromantula ever again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course.
I'm glad Milo's daughter will have something to remember him by.
I am too. As far-fetched as his schemes were, Milo was a good friend, and I shall miss him. Please, accept this reward for your trouble.
If you insist.
I should be going now. Thank you.
Milo can rest in peace now that his wishes have been fulfilled and his daughter has something to remember him by.
Hello, Deke. I'm back from the cave, Deke.
I'm back from the cave, Deke.
Wonderful. Deke hopes you gave Deke's best to Tobbs.
I'm sorry to tell you this, Deke, but Tobbs is gone. It seems he was unable to avoid the spiders in the end.
Oh my. Deke was afraid of this, alone in that cave for so long. Oh, poor Tobbs. Deke and Tobbs once shared the same master. When he died, we were separated. Deke always wished Tobbs had been sent to Hogwarts too. Deke feels lucky to serve such kind witches and wizards like you. Deke will miss his friend dearly, and will raise a glass to him with a heavy heart.
Yes.
I'm truly sorry about your friend, Deke.
Thank you. You are very kind. Deke could use some time alone to think, if that's all right.
Of course, friend. Whatever you need. Hello again, Samantha.
I'm happy to tell you that I returned the crest to Marmaduke's sarcophagus just as you asked.
I thought as much. I received word from St. Mungo's that my brother's feet are back to normal. No more beats. Oh, I cannot thank you enough. It wasn't too much trouble, I hope.
No. It was alright.
Just a measly old troll. Nothing significant.
A troll? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. That's awful. No one has been in that tomb for centuries. But I can't say I'm surprised. Marmaduke seems to have been full of surprises.
Indeed he was.
Indeed.
Well, I suppose I should be going. I'm anxious to see my brother, who must be elated to have his feet back.
Of course. I certainly would be.
William and I are forever in your debt.
Yes.
Thank you again for what you did.
Of course. Till the next time. I mean, hopefully not exactly the next time that this happens, but till next we meet again, I should say. Mr. Moon, may I have a word?
Mr. Moon, I've learned who's behind the demiguise statues. It was a classmate of yours that you bullied, Piers Pemberton.
Oh, I might have known. Pigtails Piers.
Pardon me? Yes, well...
I don't think he likes being called that.
Of course he does. Oh, we had such flowing locks, and we used to laugh about them. I laughed the hardest of all. Clever, clever man. I'd no idea he was so devious. I must go and congratulate him. Whatever statues remain seem less terrifying now that I know they were put out by old pigtails. Continue collecting them if you like. As for me, I'm gonna go and pay a visit to my old friend.
Alright. You're not going to kill him, are you? Certainly hope not. Alright, so, this is where I'm supposed to meet Sebastian, but he's not here, so I suppose I'll have to wait.
You're here. Brilliant.
Yes. Hello?
I received your owl. What happened with Ominous?
I told him none of us will be able to avoid dark magic forever. So the more we know about Salazar Slytherin and the dark arts, the better prepared we'll be. Unfortunately, only a Gaunt knows the location of the Scriptorium's entrance, and Ominous won't tell me.
Oh.
Perhaps I should have a chat with Ominous.
You? I suppose it's worth a try. But don't get your hopes up. Ominous is annoyingly stubborn. Nothing new. I know where he is. I'll lead you to him and then leave you to it. Come on.
Alright.
He's this way.
Yes. Lead the way.
Keep an eye out. Never know who's watching. Although that hasn't stopped us before.
Strictly speaking, it has. We were caught.
Damned poltergeist. Such a nuisance.
Yes, well... suppose it could have gone worse, so... should be glad that it didn't. Alright, how much further?
There he is.
Oh.
Good luck.
Alright.
What are you doing here?
Hello, Ominous.
Hello, Ominous. Do you have a moment?
What is it? What have you and Sebastian been up to now?
I owe you an
Nothing.
apology, Ominous. I wasn't honest with you before about the Undercroft. Sebastian did show it to me. He wanted me to have a safe place to practice some spells, to try and catch up to the other 5th years. He didn't think you'd mind.
I suppose that makes sense. It's just Sebastian's been pestering me lately about something and I'm frustrated with him.
Don't tell me he's still going on about... what was it? A scriptorium?
He told you about that.
He did. We were talking about Hogwarts founders and he mentioned it. Wouldn't say much more, though.
Yes, well, he seems to think it contains the answer to saving Anne. I think it's likely full of dark magic that is better left untouched.
Wait, you've never been inside?
Of course not. I only know about it because of my favourite aunt, Noctua. She thought like I do. Didn't agree with the family on the use of dark magic. In fact, she'd hoped to convince my family that there was more to Salazar Slytherin than worshipping pureblood status. She'd heard of the scriptorium and thought its contents might shed some light on him. She even found the secret entrance in this very corridor. She wrote regularly to my father about her efforts to gain access, and then she simply vanished. No one else ever tried to enter.
I see. Well,
That's a bit unnerving. I suppose even if it might lead to answers about what happened to your aunt, it does pose a risk.
Aunt Noctua went down this path with good intentions and lost her life. I don't want the same to happen again.
You don't know that history will repeat itself. Besides, you said your aunt thought like you. This could honor her memory, get you answers about Slytherin and Sebastian answers for Anne. Your aunt pursued this alone. We could do it together.
I see what you've done here, and I confess, you've convinced me. I didn't think it possible. Very well. I shall tell you what I know. Fetch Sebastian, I'll wait.
Excellent. He's,
I hope we don't regret this.
Sebastian, over here.
It's right over here somewhere.
These braziers grant access to the scriptorium.
Now you're
Right.
there? You wouldn't tell me when I practically begged.
It wasn't you who told me what I needed to hear. Opening the entrance has something to do with threes.
Well, 3 heads are better than 1.
It's 2 heads are better than 1.
And by that logic, 3 is better. Something's happening.
Let's go.
I hope we're ready for this.
Yes. I hope so too. What's this? I must prove my point. We do not need to use the dark arts as my family instructs. When I reach the scriptorium, I will find evidence that there's more to Salazar Slytherin than we realize. I have written to my brother. He now knows how I access the corridor's entrance, and that there's no straight path to reach the scriptorium. It's a maze with many challenges to solve. I hope that my brother will follow my lead and we can study our ancestors' legacy together. Noctua Gaunt.
A journal entry, signed by Noctua Gaunt. Reparo!
Ominous. Your family was here. The rubble formed a relief of a person facing a snake.
That must be the voice I hear.
Pardon? Voice you hear?
The voice is ancient, sinister.
You hear a voice?
It started when you repaired that relief. I hear a whisper saying, "Speak to me." I'm a parcel mouth. I can hear and speak to snakes. Nearly all known parcel mouths are descended from Salazar Slytherin.
I'd like to be able to talk to snakes.
You might not want the ability to speak parcel tongue. It's often associated with dark wizards. I haven't spoken it in ages, but I'd wager if I speak it now, the door will open. I'm hoping you're having second thoughts.
Nope.
I see no reason we should stop now.
It's ironic. When I left home, I vowed to leave the dark arts behind, and yet here I am. Stand back.
Alright.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
It worked! Ominous. You possess a rare ability indeed.
Between the two of you, I'm starting to feel left out.
Between the two of us?
Never mind.
Incredible. What's this?
There's no clear way forward.
Like a maze. Salazar Slytherin most likely wanted this to be difficult to solve.
The door we came
Lumos.
from, it closed. And there's more than one gate ahead.
Then look closely at each gate for clues.
It's not this one. Could be this one. Oh.
Confringo!
Lumos. The dial requires focus.
Aunt Noctua said the same. It may take practice to solve it.
What? What am I doing? What is this? What's happening? Ah!
Salazar Slytherin didn't make this easy.
Alright, it seems like I need to find the answer first. Noctua Gaunt note number 2. Salazar Slytherin buried this scriptorium deep within Hogwarts. I'm afraid I shall lose my way around these dark corridors. I am a dissentant, and yet I feel unwelcome. Lighting these braziers in the corridor is helping. I shan't lose heart. Challenge by challenge, I will make my way through.
This journal entry, it mentions getting lost and being unwelcome.
Poor Aunt Noctua.
Alright, there was a symbol on one of the gates. Wasn't there? Ah, see? There's this, like, it's almost like an eye with an eyebrow on it, and some sort of snake. Oh. Suppose that's the answer to that. Oh. And the answer to this one is some sort of smudged thing. It looks like a rat or a cow, and then a Z. Some sort of Z thing. Alright. Let's try to look for these symbols. There we are. Alright, that wasn't so difficult.
Symbols did open it. Was about to do that myself, but you got to it first. Nice work. Revelio.
Where does this go? This goes upstairs. Alright, let's see what's in here first. Note 4 of 5. Alright.
We've got more to solve ahead.
Search each coin. It may not be obvious which leads where.
Lumos.
Alright, there's a door here, but no lock to open. Alright, let's go this way then, first. Alright, so
Another
eyebrow thing and
Slytherin like to play games.
there we go.
Look in a mirror.
This one is
Sebastian.
a bit more easy.
That sounded promising.
Another dial solved.
Impressive. Nice work.
Alright, let's see what's in here. Oh.
Confringo. Lumos.
Note 3 of 5. I failed the dial and it struck my face as if it were a real serpent. But I must find a way forward for my family's sake. We should not require children to conform to old traditions. This scriptorium must have proof that there is more to our legacy than meets the eye.
Ominous. Your aunt wanted to change your family's traditions.
She did. And she was my favorite person in the world for it.
Lumos.
Alright, so the answer to that lock should be this one then, right? Should be. No. Or is that... We've already opened this, didn't we? Or what? No, we didn't open this. Alright. Note 4 of 5. Extraordinary. This journey is painful but rewarding. I shall soon find the scriptorium and discover untold secrets regarding our house founder. Salazar Slytherin intended more than what we have become. I know it.
Noctua references painful and arduous challenges, but also rewards.
Painful. That's the part I'm wary of.
All I heard was rewards. Keep going.
Alright. So...
Not the welcoming sort, was he?
The answer here should be... that.
Excellent work.
Excellent.
We're another step closer to the scriptorium. Lumos.
Alright. I feel that we are very close, indeed.
I spotted something ahead. Looks troubling.
This whole place is troubling, but for my aunt's sake, we cannot stop now.
Oh. What is that on the floor?
I think we're locked in. Again.
Then Salazar Slytherin is not yet finished with us.
Do you see that on the floor? I've lost hope. I'm locked in. I heard a scream and saw the tortured faces. The only way forward is with an unforgivable curse. Even if I wanted to cast it, I have no one upon whom to do so. Salazar Slytherin created it a malicious challenge indeed. In my last correspondence to my brother, I had invited him here. Now, if he looks for me alone, I'll have led him to his death. Despite our differences, I wish him no ill. I wish we had parted on better terms.
Ominous. A skeleton. And Noctua's last journal entry. She mentions being trapped here, blocked by an unforgivable curse.
This is where she died. This is where we'll die. I shouldn't have listened to either of you.
Ominous.
No.
I'm truly sorry about your aunt. But I know what to do.
Not necessarily.
It's going to be difficult.
You said you know what to do.
Tortured faces on the door, and Crucios etched into the stone. My guess is if we cast the Cruciatus curse, the door will open. That's why Noctua died. She had no one to cast the curse on. Ominis has the most experience with this. He should cast it. You seem to be in Ominis's favor. Will you ask him about this?
Very well.
He does seem a bit cross with you. I'll speak with him.
Good. Work your magic, so to speak.
Yeah.
Revelio. Wish we had some liquid luck.
All of this could have been avoided.
Ominous. I have some good news and bad news.
Ominous. I hadn't imagined we'd end up trapped like this.
Salazar Slytherin did. He's to blame for many unimaginable things. I overheard you and Sebastian, and I won't do it. The Cruciatus curse is pure torture. I would know.
Sebastian told me a little of what happened when you were young. Sounds as if you had no choice.
Should have known he would have told you. And one always has a choice. I'm as guilty as the worst of my family. Unforgivable curses won't work unless you really mean them. I had to want to cause pain, and for that I shall never forgive myself. That spells the reason I have no family left. You and Sebastian will need to sort out another solution.
But there isn't any.
Crucio, you will regret it forever.
But we are trapped here forever. We could either die here,
Revelio,
or do something slightly regrettable. At least we'll be alive.
What do we do now? Ominis is not going to cast the Cruciatus curse again.
Ridiculous. As if dying in here is a better option than casting a damned spell. It's up to us. I can teach you Crucio, or I can cast it on me.
Wait, you didn't say you knew how to cast Crucio?
Because I'm not sure I do. Ominis knows that, yet he's left us no choice. I don't yearn to follow in Noctua Gaunt's footsteps. I think I can cast it if I have to.
Alright, fine, but...
I want to learn the curse, but I won't cast it on you. You need to cast it on me.
I shan't forget this.
Let's make this quick, shall we? There we are.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Yes.
Are you all right?
That pain, it was excruciating. But I'll survive. Let's keep moving.
We made it. We found Salazar Slytherin's script.
I can't believe we're here.
Revelio.
Indeed. we are finally here.
Sebastian, Ominis. There's a book just here.
You found something.
You two go ahead. Let me know what's in it. I'll wander around a bit.
May I have a look?
Alright, I think I'll wander around a bit too. Hold on. Oh. Sure, this... whatever liquid is in here is fine to drink. I fear we shall never come to an accord. I cannot persuade even one of them to listen to reason. I had dared hope that Godric's thoughts were aligned with my own, that he understood why the caliber of student needed to be exceptional. But he has fallen prey to the ridiculous notion that Muggleborns are somehow as capable as purebloods. He was furious when I expressed my displeasure at his thoughts on the matter, thoughts he had not yet put voice to. I tire of the discord and can no longer bear witness to the corridors full of inept children masquerading as witches and wizards. It is with heavy heart that I now know I must go from here. I shall place the creature into a deep sleep in its chamber until it can be awakened by one who shares my views, a descendant willing to reverse the damage that the others have so carelessly wrought, one who shall rid the school of those unworthy of Hogwarts that would serve only to stain my legacy. Creature? That doesn't sound good. Sebastian, what do you think of this?
What do you think? Looks like a spellbook of some kind. This is incredible. A Hogwarts founder's possession. What an honor. Still can't believe Ominous never told me about his aunt and what she found.
What will you do with Slytherin's spellbook?
What I do with every book. Read it. Having professors as parents ingrained that habit early on. But I can do that later. For now, I say we explore this room. It's breathtaking.
About that.
Revelio. I don't want to leave, but I owe you. Both of you. Without both of you, we'd never have made it this far.
We were lucky. We could have died. We must swear never to do this again.
Oh. Where are we leaving from? This way. What? There's an exit here? Oh. What? Interesting. Alright. Out we go.
Best news I've heard all day.
Ominous. About your aunt.
Please, Sebastian. I meant what I said before. We swear, right now, never to engage in anything to do with dark magic again.
Understood. I'm truly sorry about your aunt, Ominous.
I suppose after all this, I am grateful to know what happened to her. Thank you.
Yes. At least there was that. Farewell, gentlemen.
Deek would like to speak with you when you have a moment.
What is it, Deek? What's on your mind?
Hello, Deek. You wanted to talk to me?
Indeed. Deek thought you might want to learn how to build a breeding pen so that you can breed beasts.
Do I?
I don't know, Deek. Sounds a lot of work. Can't I just carry on rescuing beasts?
Rescuing and breeding beasts go hand in hand. Young beasts are particularly vulnerable to poachers. Breeding beasts here in the room will allow us to keep the younger ones safe.
I see.
I see.
What do I need to do?
First, bring a pair of beasts to the room. One male, one female. Deek suggests rescuing thestrals, as they're at great risk from poachers. Noble creatures, but their relationship with death gives them a bad reputation. They're prized by poachers for their tail hairs.
I've seen thestrals before, but where would I find a pair of them nearby?
Deek has seen some wild thestrals not too far from the Hogwarts grounds. Then you'll need to purchase a spellcraft for the pen from Tomes and Scrolls and gather the materials it requires. Once you've rescued the thestrals and you have the spellcraft, you come and find Deek.
Alright, Deek. Why not?
Oh, I do hope Mary and her neighbours aren't harmed.
Pardon me, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Are you all right?
Just barely. But I don't want to trouble a student with my woes.
I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
I'm not so sure. Name's Crispin Dunn, by the way. I trade in the surrounding hamlets. Do the most business in Arranshire. A lovely little hamlet. Just stunning gardens. Just the other day, the Daily Prophet ran an article on its scenic hedgerows. Actually, before I go on, I should ask. Are you afraid of spiders?
There are more things I'm afraid of. let's just say.
Spiders don't bother me at all. You'd be impressed by how many I've dispatched lately.
Lucky you. The hamlet's overrun with the vile things, and they're acting abnormally aggressively. I'm concerned about my customers, of course, but it appears that most of the hamlet's residents fled to safety. It's my friend Mary I worry about. I haven't heard from her, and I fear she's trapped in her cottage.
Understandable, but why don't you check on her yourself?
I would, but I have a crippling fear of the eight-legged beasts, which I, unlike you, seem incapable of conquering. I don't know what to do. Can you think of anyone who can help Mary?
I can think of someone, yes.
Why didn't you ask the ministry for help?
I did. Reached out to anyone who would listen. Tried Minister Spout old Spavin himself. But evidently they have their hands full with who knows what else. It seems this little hamlet has to fend for itself.
I see.
Why are there so many spiders in Arranshire all of a sudden?
I honestly don't know. I've never seen so many spiders in all of my life. It's almost as if someone's breeding them. They've trapped the entire hamlet in webs. I was lucky to escape it all. Mary always has a way with these beasts. It's very concerning not to hear from her.
Alright, well...
I'll try my very best, Mr. Dunn.
Please do. If you can think of anyone that may be brave enough to help, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. They'll find Arranshire southeast of Hogsmeade, just below the train station.
Right. Alright. I'll see what I can do.
I've been studying Salazar Slytherin's spellbook. Meet me in the Undercroft. I found something.
Alright. I'll be there as soon as I can.
How nice to see you, my...
What do we have here?
It's
Accio!
Glacier! Bombarda!
Hello.
This look... I may have more luck higher up in the keep.
Not quite! Glacier! Potato! Stupid one!
A ladder. That's what I need.
Alright. Oh. Somebody there? Sir?
Revelio.
Alright. Well, we've got a ladder. But we've also got some sort of platform here thing. Is it here or is it outside? Alright, alright, let's just use the ladder then. Let's not make this any more complicated.
You won't as a student from the town.
Yes, I am indeed the student from the town. How do you do?
Revelio. Accio. Glacier. Bombarda. Revelio. Accio. Bombarda.
You can't stop us.
Accio. Bombarda. This is the spot on the map. I'd best have my wits about me.
Oh. Interesting. Right.
Revelio.
This must be the, alright, this must be the iron grating. From the drawing, I suppose.
Goodness. Not a party to attend by myself.
Oh dear.
What will we find in here?
What will we find in here?
Revelio.
Adelaide's uncle, I hope. Still in one piece.
When the war is over, goblins will come.
Accio.
Hello.
I will make you pay.
It looks as though Adelaide's instincts were spot on.
Revelio. Then it seems that it is as we feared. Something wrong must have gone here.
Aloha Mora.
Let's see what lies beyond this door.
Revelio.
There we are. Oh. Away with you.
Revelio.
Oh, just some wig and weld. Is that it? This is a smithing operation going on. Oh. And a shortcut to the top, yeah? Oh. A dark flat cap. Alright. It's not much, but it is something. From a level 1 lock, I suppose I shouldn't be expecting too much. Alright, this is just some environmental destruction. Is this gonna help us in any way? Oh, this will. Probably. It'll lead us to the chest at least.
Revelio.
Stylish blazer school uniform. How marvelous. Alright. Let's see what's up here. Some horklump. And a way to the top. Alright. Well, I'm not ready to go to the top just yet. Let's go this way. Oh dear. What do we have here?
Accio. The boiler door. Out of open.
That's the system to release
Accio. Stupid one. Glacius.
Let's get this over with.
Accio.
Crucial.
Too late for you to learn the error of your ways.
Quiet. Couldn't have said it better myself. Alright, let's look around a bit here. Oh, we have more of these, thingies. These, fire-activated doors. Hidden passageways, I should say. They're not exactly doors by the traditional sense.
Revelio.
More Regenwind. 85 coins. Oh. Make that 87, please. if you don't mind. Alright. Well, this is already starting to feel like a labyrinth. On the account of how many turns and how many layers and floors there are. I'm already starting to get lost. Let's see what's up here. Come on, you can make it. Don't give me that. You've climbed higher than that, boy. Come on. Don't try to cheat me now. Alright, suppose we'll do it the proper way. Alright, let's go back here. What's this? It's a chest. 56 coins. There's a passageway here. This is where we came from. This is the Wiggenwell potion. Oh, this is where we came from. But no, hold on a minute. Right, but there's also the upstairs way. And that diverges into something. What? Didn't this lead somewhere? Or might be mistaken here. Can you not grab these sacks? Oh, yeah. There we are. It's this way, right? Or no, this way, and then... Yeah. Up here. Ah, yes. There we are. Let's see what we have here. Alright, what do we have here? 3 coins. 10, 18. Wiggenweld. Oh. Not much of a treasure hoard, if I do say so. But, something. Alright. Onwards. This way, I guess. Oh. That did something, I think. It opened this door. Oh dear, I don't like the sight that I'm seeing. I know what this calls for. There we are. That worked out well enough. Better than I expected. Still no sign of Adelaide's uncle. What was his name again? Something or other. Oh, what do we have here? 43 coins. And the new collection, a new addition to my collection in the Room of Requirements. Not bad, I suppose. Oh, my gear slots are full already. That's very good news indeed. Alright, so what's up here? Is this...
Bombarda.
Is it just the secret wall passageway thing? Alright. That's pretty much it. Alright. Still no sign of Adelaide's uncle.
Revelio.
So, suppose he's not going to be in this room. Or in here, maybe? Let's see. Hello? Rowland Oakes' wand.
This must be Mr. Oakes' wand. Perhaps now he can set himself free.
Oh. So he's here then? Oh, well, that's news to me. Alright, then he must be in the only place left that we haven't explored yet.
Revelio.
Should be this way. No, there's nothing here. This is blocked. Oh. Huh. Alright, let's go. Are we missing something? Is there a pathway? Oh, yes. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm already getting lost. Right, I've forgotten that there's a path here.
You only have Ranrock to blame.
Hello? Oh.
Revelio.
Rowland? Sir? Are you here somewhere? Oh. Is this... Sir?
Hello? Mr. Oakes?
Yes, I'm here. They've taken my wand. This cell has an enchanted lock. I have experience with these locks, but I need my wand if I have any chance of opening it. Look for a boiler door. I've heard them speak of it.
Fortunately, I've already found your wand, Mr. Oakes.
Oh, you found it! Pass it to me. Hurry, before they come. I must get out. Hurry!
Alright. Here you go. Oh.
You did it! I found my wand and... Wait! You're a
Yes.
student? Oh,
Yes.
I must get you to safety immediately. It's dangerous.
It's all right, Mr. Oakes. I've dealt with these goblins before.
Dear Merlin, you're either very lucky or very talented. Well, how did you find me?
I'm a friend of Adelaide's. She was worried about your business with Ranrock's loyalists.
Oh, she was right to be. I couldn't go through with the agreement, and when I told them, I ended up blindfolded and behind bars. Been locked in that infernal cell for so long, they'd forgot I was even there. I overheard things. If only I could reward you for what you've done. Blasted goblins stole every canut on me. All I can say is thank you, truly.
Of course.
Am I right that you speak gobbledygook?
Unbeknownst to Ranrock's fiends, I do. I've always had an affinity for goblin culture. Knew I wanted to be a metal trader ever since I was a lad. It wasn't easy learning the language. It's complex, and my memory's as weak as my knees these days. But after decades working with fine goblin folk, I grew fairly proficient. At least, I'd like to think so.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned you overheard things.
Sad tale, really. I think I know where Ranrock's unfortunate vendetta against wizardkind began. Although dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709, Ranrock stumbled upon an illegal dragon camp. He was young, found the creatures fascinating. He'd visit the camp in secret whenever he could, never making his presence known. After weeks of sly surveillance, he finally summoned the courage to speak to the wizard in charge. Ranrock wanted to join them, and the creatures. The wizard happened to drop his wand. Ranrock saw an opportunity. He picked it up, went to hand it back as a means of introducing himself. The sight of a goblin with a wand sent the wizard into an instant rage. He beat Ranrock nearly to death. Ever since, Ranrock has despised wizard kind. Sees us all as cruel.
Oh dear. Well, suppose it's too late to try to change his mind.
I'm grateful I was able to help you, Mr. Oakes. Adelaide thinks the world of you.
Oh, and I her. She's become quite savvy to my trading habits, always analysing my detailed owls. Oh, if only I hadn't resorted to trading with such fiends. A lesson I shan't soon forget. Having my wand back is like being reunited with an old friend. I must return home and inform Adelaide of my safety. Will you be all right?
I'll be fine, Mr.
Yes,
Oakes.
of course.
You get back to Adelaide. I assure you, her worries outweigh yours.
Oh, I'm anxious to see my dear niece. And then I plan to travel far from here for my next round of trading. Thank you. May life reward you justly for your deeds. Be well, my friend.
And you as well. Oh.
Mr. Oakes was lucky. Ranrock's lot would never have freed him. Revelio.
No, I'd imagine not. Suppose we should be glad that we managed to get here in time before anything unfortunate happened to him.
Arrest the man.
There we are.
I can conjure a breeding pen in the room. Best get back to Deek with the Thestrals. This must be Arranshire. I'd best keep an eye out for spiders.
Oh.
Bombarder.
Speaking of which.
Accio. Potato. Stupefy. They're even more aggressive than I'd expected. Accio. Crucio. Glacius. Bombarder. Stupefy. Accio. Potato. Stupefy. Glacius. Accio. Bombarder. Crucio. Glacius. Accio. Bombarder. Surely that's the last of them.
I would certainly hope so.
Revelio.
Now there's just the matter of finding Mary. Due to the plague of spiders, I've decided to temporarily leave my home. Again, this is only a temporary arrangement. I'll be back once everything has been cleared up, and I expect my house to be exactly as I left it. No spiders, no vagrants, no arguments. Interesting. What's this up here? To whomever find this letter, heed the beseeching of a desperate few. We are stranded atop a roof in Arranshire by a flood of huge and horrible spiders. We have no wands nor other means of escape. There are only a few of us left. Blinking Manuel tried to swing for safety through the trees. Two of the eight-legged brutes caught him in midair. Before they touched ground again, he was cleanly separated. His vocal cords were intact, however, based on the bellow he made as they swallowed him. Fighting Bill Stacy finally had enough after a few days and thought he could blast his way through. He was the only one what managed to hold on to his wand. He barely made it 10 paces before they swarmed him. I doubt we'll ever find enough of him to bury. Condolences to his family in Dover. Poor Rhoda Tompkins was the latest victim, but certainly not the last. They dragged her off as we slept. I fear that will be the way of things now, as no one else dares make a run for it. The one bit of luck since those spiders appeared is that I managed to charm an owl and attach this message to it. If the old bird can make it past this arachnid pandemonium, then perhaps we have a chance of seeing out the week. All that's left to do is hope and stay awake.
Revelio.
Oh dear, things are not looking well for the townspeople of Arranshire. Hello? Is there anybody here? I've changed my mind and moving to the city. I've had enough of country living. I'm going to where there's no chance I will ever encounter another spider, even the wee ones. My cottage is available to any and all who don't mind living under the spectre of another spider attack. Take it all. I shan't be coming to these parts ever again. I can't say I blame her, to be honest.
Revelio. A remarkable thing you did there, to say the least.
What? Who said that? Seems that this place is not only infested by spiders, but it is also haunted by the ghost of a merchant.
Oh no, this must be Mary. Poor woman.
Oh dear. H. I have delivered the spider venom as requested. Prompt payment is now due. The new cluster of spiderlings in my cellar workshop have almost hatched. I can provide more venom soon. Once, of course, I have been compensated for the last delivery. Mary Portman.
If Mary was breeding these things in her cellar, that means there are more underground. I'll need to destroy every last spider in that cellar if this is to end.
Yes. Seems that is the only way to ensure the complete eradication of the spider infestation. Alright, here we are. This is quite a big cellar compared to the house.
This is where Mary bred the spiders, they're not here now.
Must be some sort of magical cellar. Let's look around and see what we can find.
Well, this isn't a good sign. These spiders have gone somewhere.
Yes, I don't like the look of this.
A ladder. Not sure I want to know where this leads. I'd best be ready for whatever I may find down there.
Seems that the spiders have learned how to use ladders as well.
Revelio.
Definitely not a good sign. Alright, well.
Exact. I need to find and destroy all of these before the situation gets even worse. Bombarda. That's one exact destroyed. Definitely going to angry parents. Potato. Stupid. Accio. Glacius. Bombarda. Accio. Not my fault you're a deadly great spider.
Alright.
Revelio.
Let's keep finding and destroying these egg sacs. Oh!
Bombarda. Confringo.
My gear slots are once again full. Alright, let me do a complete purge of every green item so we can make sure that we have enough. This is the only way, I'm afraid. Alright, no green items here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alright. With that, we have room for 14 more items. Alright. Huh. It's
Revelio.
On the other way. Alright.
Bombarda.
Aha.
I hate to think that they see me, but I don't see them.
Oh. Alright.
Bombarda.
Let's continue. Hello.
Bombarda. Glacius. Crucible. Accio. Accio. Glacius. Bombarda. Revelio.
Away with you, spider. Alright. Here we go.
Half finished, but I need to destroy all of the exacts.
Revelio.
We're getting there. Slowly but surely. We're getting there. Alright. We're done with this section. Let's return. Let's walk back here. See if we've missed any sacks anywhere. Is that destructible? No. But this seems to be destructible.
Bombarda. Revelio.
Any sacks in here? Oh!
Bombarda. Accio.
There we are. Thank you for that. Really enjoyed that. Alright,
Revelio.
any sacks around here? I'd like to see your sacks, please, gentlemen.
Bombarda.
Gentle spiders.
Accio. Potato. Stupefy. Bombarda. Glacius. Crucible. Accio. Bombarda.
Oh.
Revelio.
Just one left. Alright. We're almost done. Then we can go home. Have a nice bath. Wash away all that spidery stench.
Bombarda.
That's the last of the spider sacks.
I finally found the perfect place to breed my spider colony, and it was quite literally under my nose the whole time. My cellar. Why didn't I think of this before? Why hasn't anyone, for that matter? My spiders are growing big and strong, and the silk they produce will make me a fortune. I'll have wealth at last. No more scrimping on frocks when I'm in town. It will be marvelous.
I suppose I know what happened to Mary Portman now. She was breeding the spiders.
Revelio.
She thought she was creating her own money generator, but it ended up being a spider generator. One that would have gone on for an infinite amount of time had I not intervened. Wouldn't you agree, Mrs. Spider? Yes, I'd say my intervening was quite a good thing indeed. Not for you, mind you, but... Oh.
I hope that's the last spider.
Glacius! Confrido! Levioso! Defender! Accio! Bombarda! Glacius! Crucio! Accio! Bombarda! Glacius! Accio!
Away with you.
Revelio.
Don't try to ambush me. Alright, well, it seems that our work is not done yet. We still need to find the source of the eggs. How exciting. Anything else of value here? No notes to read or anything? Alright. Onwards then. Onwards it is. Onwards and never backwards.
Oh, wait. That's the last one. And she's angry.
Oh. There you are.
Stupid one.
Crucio.
Stupid one.
I'll be having nightmares for the rest of my life after that.
Stupid one. Bombarda. Glacius. Accio.
Crucio.
Is that it? We've defeated the big spider, huh? Alright.
Revelio.
I thought she disappeared or something. I didn't realize that she died. Alright, well. That wasn't quite as bad as I thought it would be. Don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but for now it only means one thing. We return to Hogsmeade. Hello, Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn, I have some news.
Thank Merlin. About my sweet friend Mary.
Yes, well, it seems that,
It seems poor Mary was breeding spiders in her home for profit, and vastly underestimated their propensity to multiply.
Oh, Mary. What untoward scheme were you involved in? If she needed financial assistance, she could have just come to me. She didn't deserve this. Few do.
I am sorry about your friend, but you'll be relieved to know that I cleared out the spiders. It's safe to return now.
You? You cleared out the spiders?
Yes.
I can't believe it, but I'm certainly relieved. I imagine the first order of business will be to help the amulet rebuild. I suppose I have nothing to fear from dead spiders.
No, I suppose not.
That's the spirit. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you again for all you've done. I shall keep you apprised of the hamlet's rebuilding.
Glad I could be of help, and I look forward to visiting your shop the next time I'm in Arranshire.
Yes.
To dearly departed Mary.
Farewell, Mr. Dunn. Alright, we've arrived in the Undercroft where Sebastian awaits us. with some news, I'm assuming.
You'll never believe what I've learned.
Go on.
What did you discover in the spellbook we found in the scriptorium?
Salazar Slytherin's spellbook was a little difficult to interpret, but fascinating. Evidently, he encouraged teaching dark magic at Hogwarts. Neither the Imperious Curse nor the Killing Curse was unforgivable during his time. He believed students should be prepared to use dark magic when necessary, not to fear it. That's why we had to use Crucio to gain access to the scriptorium. He didn't want his knowledge shared with anyone who was afraid of the power of dark magic.
Yes, I have gathered as much.
It was hard to do, but casting Crucio was our only option.
And I'm glad we did it, because in the spellbook I also found something else. References to a lost relic, which, from what I can tell, grants the holder the power to reverse dark magic curses.
And you think this relic might be able to save Anne?
Precisely. I plan to search for this relic, but I don't think we should tell anyone. Especially Ominous. He wouldn't understand.
Are you sure? I mean, he sort of tolerated us using dark magic. This is just a silly old relic. How bad could it be?
We need to tell him. He's the reason we found the book, and he deserves to know what you've learned.
You've seen how he frets about the dark arts. I promise, I'll tell him when I found the relic. When I know more, I shall send an owl.
Alright then.
Don't feel sorry for Ominous. Keeping this to ourselves for now is for his own good.
I'll decide what's for my own good.
Ominous. We were just about to get some air. Care to join?
You're a liar, Sebastian. I heard everything. You swore you'd never engage in anything to do with dark magic again.
No, I didn't. I said I understood you wanting that. I'd never swear to give up on finding a cure for Anne.
You don't know when to stop, do you?
I know when not to stop. Leave this alone, Ominous. I'll be on my way.
I am not letting this go.
Ominous, Sebastian meant well.
I appreciate you telling Sebastian not to keep this from me, but going after that relic is not a good idea. Sebastian doesn't even realize it, but he's as irresponsible and reckless now as his parents were years ago. It's why they died.
What do you mean?
I knew his parents died, but I never heard what happened.
Mr. and Mrs. Sallow were professors. Spent nearly every waking moment in the cellar library. Noses buried in books. Anne and Sebastian were upstairs when it happened. They heard a sudden crash and ran downstairs, but it was too late. Their parents had crumpled to the floor. A defect with the lamp in the cellar caused the room to fill with an undetectable toxin. Sebastian and Anne were helpless. They had no magic yet.
What a horrible story.
It is. That's why I can't understand Sebastian's recklessness. I've practically lost Anne. I cannot lose Sebastian too. Please avoid anything to do with that spellbook.
Not if it will help.
Those references in the book seem promising.
Everything to do with Salazar Slytherin seems promising until it's too late. I hope Sebastian pursues this no further, but if you think he might, please let me know. It would mean a lot.
Yes, well, I'll keep that in mind. Hello again, Deke. I've returned with some Thestrals and a breeding pen spellcraft tome scroll thing.
I've rescued the Thestrals and bought the spellcraft for the pen.
Excellent. Now, to breed your Thestrals, simply release them into the same vivarium in which you conjure the pen. Then use the pen to start the process. Come and see Deke when you're finished.
I shall. I wonder where I should conjure their pen.
Oh.
Deke never grows tired of the room's surprises. We now have the perfect place for those thestrals. Please let Deke know once you've read them.
A swamp. Alright. Suppose could be worse. Alright, let's see. So, first we do that. Oh, oops. No. There we are. Yes.
Revelio.
Alright, we'll just place this anywhere. It's fine. Or maybe we should... alright, let's place the female Thestral, Sepulchria, and the male Thestral as well. Alright, and then beast items, breeding pen. There we go. That's a nice space for it. It's a bit sideways though. Something wrong with it. Ah, there we are. Alright, then I just... Oh. Choose a species. Thestral. Breed. Oh. It's taking some time, too. Alright, in the meanwhile, I suppose some care is in order. Might as well. Let's get that sweet Thestral hair.
Revelio.
Where's the other one? Where's Sepulchria? Ooh, she's yes. She's assuming the position, as it were. Alright. Good luck then, friend. Wish you the best of luck. Alright. We'll name you... This is a bit of an obvious one, but it works, I'd say. Spectre. That's how you spell it, isn't it? Or is it... Or is it R-E? Sure. Spectre. Spectre and Sepulchria. Sounds like some sort of disease. Oh. I see. Alright. Suppose the breeding process only requires the female. She's nesting right now. To breed more peas... To breed more peas, you need to appease to the peas in order to please... Oh? Oh! Right. Well, if I had known it would take 30 minutes, I would have done it much earlier on. But, suppose it's too late for that. Can I change the roof? No. The floors. They're all part of the same package. Alright then. Suppose I'll just have to wait for 30 minutes. 30. Or you'll have to wait for 40 minutes. Oh. It's almost here. The baby is almost out. The offspring. 3, 2, 1. Offspring complete. Alright. Allow me, gentlemen. The son of Spectre and Sepulchria should obviously be called... let's see. Should we stick with the S gimmick? Should call him... Shadow. Like shadow, but without the H. Shadow. Alright. Now calm down, Shadow. I know you're excited. You're just born. But if you could just sit still for a minute.
I should let Deke know about
the
newborn Thestral.
Wonderful. Toto. Enjoying your new home? Spectre? Congratulations, you're a father now. How do you feel? Yeah. That good, eh? Alright. I should leave you boys to it then. Alright. Time to head back to Deke. Oh. Oh. Keep thinking that there's a statue there, but...
Hello, Deke. You'll be pleased to know that a little Thestral was born.
How wonderful to have more Thestrals in our world. Such misunderstood beasts.
I'm sorry that we can both see
Right.
Thestrals, Deke.
Deke is privileged to see such majestic beasts, but sometimes wishes Deke couldn't. Deke is to blame.
What do you mean, to blame?
Years ago, Deke's master ordered Deke to help him capture a phoenix, the rarest of all beasts, that Master had spotted high on a cliff. The phoenix was the most beautiful beast Deke had ever seen. Deke begged Master to leave her be. When Deke hesitated to climb up the cliff as ordered, Deke had to punish himself. As Deke punished himself, Master grew angrier and angrier, and in his frustration cast at the regal bird. Deke suspects the phoenix was protecting eggs when it swooped down in fear and fury. Before Deke could reach him, Master fell from the cliff. Deke stayed on that cliffside for days, punishing himself, before Tobbs found him.
Alright, well, that's good news then. I thought you were going to say that your master killed the phoenix, but... Seems to me that...
It sounds to me as if your master got what he deserved.
Deke never wanted anyone to get hurt. Not the phoenix, not Tobbs, and not even Master. Deke often wonders what became of that phoenix. Deke feels fortunate to be at Hogwarts now, helping you rescue beasts. Perhaps Deke can make amends for what came before.
There's nothing to make amends for, Deke. Don't be silly. Alright, well... I should probably leave you to it. Till next time, Deke. Alright, well... Here's where I'm supposed to meet Poppy. But she's not here, so I suppose I'll have to wait. There you are.
Highwing's fine. I'm keeping an eye on her. She's safe, Poppy, I promise.
Good. Whatever the poachers are up to, I want Highwing far from it.
You said you had news about the poachers, and that some of it had to do with me.
It did. I overheard them talking in the Hogshead, and did you know that they have orders from Victor Rookwood to capture you on sight? Does this have anything to do with Rookwood and Harlow coming for you in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack?
It does, somewhat.
Yes.
But at the moment, I'm more concerned about what else you heard the poachers are up to.
Fair enough. But I hope you'll let me know if I can be of help, especially after what you did for Highwing. Does the name Horntail Hall mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not.
No.
Why? What is it?
The poacher's best kept secret, apparently. The name came up twice, but they never went into detail. I also overheard one of them bragging about all the gold they're making, at the expense of innocent creatures, undoubtedly. The poachers spoke of this area, and I thought if we searched around a bit, it might give us clues as to what they're doing. If you ever meet my gran, this trip never happened.
Of course.
Not to worry, Poppy. If I ever meet your gran, I shall not speak a word of this.
I normally tell her everything. She might be my best friend after Howin, but she knows how I feel about the poachers. I think she worries I'll do something ill-advised.
Whatever gave her that idea?
Will you?
This way.
Oh, this way? Alright. Here.
A centaur. Tread carefully.
Oh. They're not going to harm us, are they?
An entire castle to roam, yet you choose to wander here.
Please, we don't want any trouble. We're simply passing through.
Do you take us for fools? That we do not notice more and more of your kind around here, in league with the poachers?
We aren't involved with them. If anything, we want to see them stopped.
I hope for your sake that is true. Our kind is swiftly losing patience with the poachers and those they work with.
Whew. Alright, I think that went well.
He was certainly a charmer.
That could have gone worse. Centaurs aren't exactly fans of wizard kind, and the poachers aren't helping matters.
But why would he think that we had anything to do with poachers?
I did notice the poachers talking with a few villagers in Hogsmeade. I'm not sure why. Perhaps that's why the centaurs are suspicious.
Yes, you mentioned something about people joining the poachers. And he thought we were doing the same.
That's the third time I've seen a dugbog behave that violently.
It seems that a lot of beasts have been more aggressive than usual lately.
I've noticed that too. It's almost like there's something in the water.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if that turned out to be true.
This is odd.
What is it?
Not entirely sure, but look around. If the poachers were here, perhaps we can find out why.
What is that? Some sort of helmet and shield?
Revelio.
What's that all about, I wonder? Oh, treasure. Oh, a tattered top hat. Suppose it's treasure to some.
Why wouldn't they take their cages with them when they left? Revelio.
They were in a hurry or something interrupted them.
Pelts. Poor beasts.
That is a lot of pelts from a lot of dead animals.
Still smoking. They can't have been gone long.
Where have they run off to, I wonder? Bread? Meat?
Revelio.
Still on the table. Interesting.
This is goblin metal. Seems out of place in a poacher camp. I should tell Poppy about it.
Huh. Some sort of armor piece? Part of a chest piece? Breastplate?
Anything interesting?
Poachers were here. All sorts of evidence. But I found something else. It's goblin made.
I found goblin armor. Let's keep searching, but carefully. Merlin only knows what's going on here. I don't have a good feeling about this. How do goblin and poacher interests align?
Look, down there.
Definitely poachers. No creatures, though. So what are they doing out here?
Let's take a closer look.
They won't be happy to see us. Should we use disillusionment? Or perhaps a less discreet approach?
Hard to say from up here. Let's get a better lay of the land.
You can if you want to, but I'd just rather do it my own way.
Come out before I blind.
Tiger!
Accio!
What's that?
Glacier! Bombarda!
You're a big
Stupid!
Let's go!
You'll have to fight eventually.
Accio!
The lamb returns to the
Glacier!
Merlin, you'd think they were guarding the Minister for Magic himself. What is going on here?
Only one way to find out.
Yes. Indeed. We must continue our investigation. See what else we might find. Like this tent, for example.
Revelio.
Another big magical tent. A tasseled kufi. Alright. Into the poacher tent we go.
What in Merlin's name?
Are those dragons?
Oh.
It's a dragon fighting ring. This is Hauntel Hall.
The name makes sense now, and the secrecy.
No wonder the poachers were in Hogsmeade so much. Likely taking bets and spreading the word, given how crowded it is here. How could they possibly enjoy this? The centaurs have every right to be disgusted with wizard kind. There must be more dragons here. The poachers are far too greedy to run a fighting ring with only 2 dragons. We should take advantage of most of being in the fight and look around. But be discreet. You especially can't afford to be spotted.
Alright. Have it your way.
A more hushed approach is likely wise.
Someone over there. Don't know what Victor was singing.
Petrificus totalis.
Petrificus totalis.
Revelio.
Revelio. Do we go down or up? Let's go down.
Have you heard from your family? Has either of your brothers come round to our way of thinking? Will they join us?
Ah, they say we go too far. The violence isn't going to get us what we want. I say, if every last wizard is run through with a blade, then violence is going to get me precisely what I want.
Petrificus totalis. Revelio.
Someone's going to regret trespassing. This had better not be a trick.
Petrificus totalis. Revelio.
Did you hear those goblins? Ramrock and the poachers must be working together.
Poppy, something's going on behind you.
What's going on down there? They must have only just captured her. She's putting up quite the fight.
Not a fair one, though. Not with her chained up like that.
Let's even her up, shall we?
You have read my mind. Alright, let's not delay.
They've got a dragon egg.
Oh.
Hebridean from the looks of it. We can't leave it here, not with the plans they likely have for it.
Yes, you're probably right. Let's
Hello, Homora.
Let's get that poor thing out of there. Before the poachers manage to have their way with it. There we are. I'll just grab it like so.
Alright, I have the egg.
Ready.
Revelio.
Surprise will only buy us a few seconds.
Let's make them count.
Should be exciting.
Careful! Ramrock will want his dragon intact! Come on, listen about!
They're not gonna jump down here. Let's finish this. There we are. Oh.
You're the one we're looking for, and you brought a friend. Careful.
You made a mistake.
Such arrogance.
Potato,
avoid it. See how you like this.
Back to the dirt, like you.
Accio. Crucial.
We don't have time. We need to free her now before more show up.
Revelio.
All right, let's get you out of here.
Accio.
Aim for the ring at the front of her strings.
There we are.
This may have been a bad idea.
I suppose we'll find out.
I'm sure it'll be... Oh.
This way.
was a Hebridean black.
I'm guessing the egg
Indeed.
we have belongs to that dragon.
I don't think she knew they had her egg. She wouldn't have left without it.
What now? She didn't exactly leave us a calling card.
I don't know. Nothing about this day was expected. Not the goblins, and definitely not the fighting ring. The last thing I planned on was a dragon egg. And the poachers saw us, which cannot be good.
Yes. Definitely not a good sign.
Should we expect trouble from the poachers, given the trouble we just caused?
It would be foolish not to expect it. They're not a forgiving lot. I'm sorry to say that you likely have a larger target on your back now because of what we just did.
Oh well, it's nothing new.
Since the dragon we freed flew off, does that mean we get to keep the egg?
I'd much rather we have it than the poachers, at least for now. But I don't think we should keep it indefinitely. It'll be hard hiding something like this from Professor Weasley for long.
Oh, yes, right. Well?
We aren't helping ourselves standing here. Let's get to safety. We can sort this out later.
You're right. If there's anything the poachers are good at, it's tracking their prey. And right now, we're it. Be careful, won't you? I shall see you back at the castle.
Yes. I will see you there. Oh, you're going that way? Alright, I'll go this way then. This doesn't lead anywhere.
The transformation spell. After
The what?
you've completed the required tasks, which I'm certain will prove useful in finishing your field guide,
Right.
attend my class to learn the new spell. Afterwards, we will discuss your progress thus far in the term.
Alright, Professor. Will do. Hopefully it's not a bad... Hopefully it's not a difficult assignment, I should say.
So this is the underground harbor.
Fascinating. I wonder what treasures it holds.
I'd say hello, but she doesn't seem particularly social.
Oh, and off she goes.
Revelio.
Well, it was nice meeting you, Grey Lady. Alright, oh. There it was. Alright, oh. It's one of those. Go on then, close up. Open up, I should say. Thank you. Alright. And... there we are. Located deep beneath the viaduct courtyard is the landing for boats delivering first-year students across the Black Lake to Hogwarts. Well, there we are.
My mother would like to speak with me.
Oh.
I believe she has learned about some of what we've been up to. I'm
Right.
hoping she may be easier on me if you are there.
What makes you think
Can
that...
we meet at the Three Broomsticks? It
What?
may finally be safe since we rescued the dragon from Horntail Hall.
Afraid of a staircase?
Alright. I'll be there as soon as I can. Alright, now we just have to find the, hello? You alright?
Hello, Adelaide. How are you and your uncle doing?
Very well, thanks to you. The more I learn about Ranrock's foul lot, the more astounded I am that my uncle survived. I looked back over his old owls and noticed that they included pertinent details about his rare metal deposits. I believe that
Right.
Ranrock's fiends were after those deposits and that they needed my uncle's knowledge. He
I
was
see.
willingly going to rot away in that cell to keep me safe.
Any other pertinent details about those owls?
Plenty. Uncle Rowland couldn't be certain, but he thought he overheard goblins talking about infusing something into goblin silver. He wasn't sure what they meant, but something about the way they spoke of it made his skin crawl. Ugh, it's clear you saved my uncle from a very bad lot.
Yes, well...
It was nothing at all, Adelaide. I'm just glad your uncle's safe.
So am I. Seeing him again was such a relief. I told him that he must remain vigilant from now on. I, for one, can't help but look over my shoulder now whenever I leave the castle grounds.
That's too bad. Hopefully one day you won't have to. Alright, here we are in the library. Looking for the field guide. Oh. Field guide from the book on intermediate transfiguration. Which is up here somewhere. Where would it be?
That book Professor Weasley asked me to find should be around here somewhere.
If I was a book on intermediate transfiguration, where would I be?
Revelio.
Looking for the book Intermediate Transfiguration?
Yes.
Professor Weasley asked me to, get something from that book. May I have it?
Did she now? I'll
Yes.
give you this book if you humour me by answering a few questions from my quiz.
Quiz?
Some people call bits of knowledge trivia. I would argue that no knowledge is trivial. Hence,
Alright.
I have created a small quiz, just for fun, focusing mainly on the lore of the wizarding world. None of the
I
other
see.
students will try it, no matter how many times I ask. They all say they have enough with schoolwork. Ugh, they don't value knowledge the way I do. Surely you're interested. I'll even start you off with a few of my easiest questions.
Go on.
If that's the only way I can convince you to give me that book, then let's get it over with.
Splendid! Just a few questions and then I'll hand over this book. Let us begin. Before the invention of the golden snitch, which magical creature was used in a game of Quidditch?
A firefly. Well, it's not going to be golden, is it? It must be the snakebird.
The snakebird?
No. Incorrect. The answer
What?
was the golden snidget. The snidget was first
It's unoriginal.
introduced to Quidditch in 1269 by a wizard named Barbarous Bragg. Sadly, they're thought to be extinct. Next question. Which potion is commonly referred to
I
as liquid
failed.
luck?
Felix Felicis.
Felix Felicis.
Well done. Since it makes the drinker temporarily lucky, Felix Felicis is a banned substance in all
Yes,
organised
yes, that's an easy one.
The tale of the three brothers involves which magical artifacts?
The Deathly Hallows.
The Deathly Hallows.
Correct. According to Beedle the Bard, the Deathly Hallows consists of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. Which
Yes.
ball in Quidditch is the largest?
Mine. I mean, what? Oh, in Quidditch, right. Well, it's not going to be the snitch. It's probably the smallest. The quaffle sounds made up, but I have been fooled before. The bludger sounds made up too. Let's say the quaffle.
The quaffle.
That's right.
Oh.
When a chaser throws the quaffle through one of 3 hoops in a Quidditch
There
match,
we are.
their team is awarded 10 points. True or false?
Fascinating.
Polyjuice potion allows the drinker to change species.
Does it? Polymorph. I thought it only changes your face, but there could be another potion. Species. Polyjuice changes species? Yes, it does. I think.
True.
Actually, the answer is
Ah.
yes. While Polyjuice Potion can be used to change things such as age or race, it cannot be used to change species. Well, I suppose this has gone on long enough. I'll put the book back on the pedestal now. If you're inclined to test your knowledge again, I have plenty more questions I could ask you. And I won't be giving you any more easy questions either. The next ones will be more difficult.
Well, what's the point if there's no winning or losing? It's just trivia. Go on, ask me more questions. Let's see what you got.
I'd like to answer more questions.
What governmental body directly preceded the Ministry of Magic?
The Department of Magic. the International Confederation of Wizards. Don't know. Could either be the Wizards Council or the Order of Merlin. Let's say Order of Merlin.
The Order of Merlin?
No, that's incorrect. The
Fuck.
answer was the Wizards Council. The Wizards Council...
Yes, shut up.
Which dragon breed is the smallest?
Chinese... Oh. The Antipodian Opelii. Don't know, it could be any of them. Let's go for the first one.
The Antipodean Opali.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, of course, I should have known. How could I have...
The village of Hogsmeade.
Professor Hogsmeade. Professor Hoggington. Hengist of Woodcroft.
Quincy Hogg.
No, the answer was Hengist of Woodcroft. It is...
Stupid. Heidenbird. Hide behind. It's accidentally created by crossbreeding a ghoul with what other magical creature? The hide behind. I don't know, demiguise?
A demiguise.
Yes!
Oh.
While the hide behind has the power of invisibility, those who have seen it have...
Don't care.
What is the only spell known to repel a Letherfold?
An anti-Letherfold.
The Patronus charm.
Well done. The only known survivor of a Letherfold attack.
Don't care.
Who published the law of elemental transfiguration?
Gamp. Who published the law? I don't know. Could either be... I want to say Gamp, but let's say...
Laverne de Montmorency.
That's incorrect.
Oh.
The answer I was looking for was...
It was Gamp.
One of the
Who the fuck is Gamp?
Gamp's law is that food... What does the Hogwarts motto translate to?
I don't even know what the Hogwarts motto is.
Knowledge is the real magic.
No. The answer was, never tickle a sleeping...
Kidding me?
In which magical creature is the only one known to produce eggs through its mouth?
Your mother.
The Runespore.
That's right! According to parcel mouths, each of the Runespore's 3 heads...
Don't even know what a Runespore is. These are useless.
Witchcraft and wizardry located.
There's no context. Which... Ilvermorny School... Ilvermorny?
The Pyrenees.
No. Ilvermorny is at... The American school was founded in the 17th century by Isolde Serre and Jonas. What is the most powerful love potion known to wizard kind?
No. Virositaserum? Amortentia? Amortentia.
Amatentia.
That's the answer. Amatentia smells differently to every person, according to what they find attractive. Such as dusty book covers, or... Are you interested in continuing on to the next round? They're my most difficult questions.
Might as well.
Give me your worst.
Well, wonderful. Emmerich the Evil was killed in a duel against whom?
Genric the Good. Egbert the Egregious.
Sir Agravain.
Incorrect.
It was.
Terrorizing villages in the south of England.
These names are so stupid.
If a chaser keeps their hand on the quaffle as it goes through the goal, what foul are they committing?
The greatest foul of all.
Haversacking.
That's right. Blatching is flying to intentionally collide with a player. Stooging is when two chasers knock the other team's keeper away from the goals.
Yeah.
A bite from a mackled malaclaw has the unusual side effect of causing what?
From a mackled malaclaw. Sounds like some sort of crab or lobster thing. So, a bite from it? It's not going to be bad luck, is it? It might be hairy ears.
Webbed feet.
No, the answer was bad luck.
What?
Native to the European coastline, the effects of a malaclaw's bite can last. What plant excretes stink sap?
Who makes these things up? Excretes stink sap. Sopophorus bean? Mimbolus mimbletonia? That can't be real. Please don't tell me that's real. It's not Mimbolus mimbletonia.
Sopophorus bean.
I'm afraid the correct answer was Mimbolus mimbletonia.
Alright, I'm done.
The pepper.
I'm done. If I'm to entertain this quiz, you gotta ask me questions with realistic answers. These are fairy tale answers. These are Dr. Seuss answers. There's no way someone in this world would know these answers. The Bimbolus Bimbletonia. What? Are you kidding me? The Pepper Up Potion.
Linford of Stinchcombe.
Very good. Centuries.
Alright, I gotta find the stupidest answers. What does the elder wizard leave for his son? Smaller pot. That is the stupidest answer.
A smaller pot.
Incorrect. The answer was
oh, of course.
Slipper.
The even stupider one.
The is native to which region of
Snallygaster.
The Scottish Highlands.
No. The part bird, part reptile. Who is the Muggle knight featured in the Fountain of Fair Fortune?
Muggle knight.
Sir Lancelot.
No. The answer is the three witches in
Thought it was going to be a real one.
Asher, Altheda, and Amata, the world's largest kelpie.
Ah, I know this one.
The Loch Ness Monster.
Correct. The Office of Misinformation has worked diligently to discredit any Muggle evidence of the kelpie's existence. Who was the first Minister for Magic?
Is it gonna be Gamp again?
Ethelred the Ever-Ready.
No, the first.
Oh, of course it's Gamp.
Gamp's greatest legacy was the founding.
Gamp is OP. He's like he's a Gary Stu. What the hell?
You've answered all of my questions. It's nice to know there's another student who appreciates the value of knowledge. You might not have got very many right, but I'm sure you learned something regardless. Thank you for humouring me by participating. I had a splendid time.
I've learned that...
I put the book back on the pedestal for you.
Revelio ought to make quick work of this.
I've learned that not all knowledge is useful.
Revelio.
Thank you for teaching me that. Alright, this book is designed to help guide the student who wishes to pursue more complicated types of transfiguration. Professor Weasley often recommends it to her advanced students as a bit of light reading.
Professor Weasley's tasks are complete. I should attend Transfiguration.
Oh.
Settle down. Settle down. Transfiguration, as you may be weary of hearing me say, is an exact science that can take a lifetime to master. But we needn't be daunted. Almost anything can be transformed if you can just perceive the potential within it. As I see in all of you, tremendous witches and wizards, every one of you. Or it could just be my eyesight. Now, you all know what to do.
Yes, I think so. Here we are. And... Oh.
Beautifully done.
That's alright, that. It's not so bad. New spell unlocked. Transforms objects and enemies into alternate forms, whether puzzle solutions or harmless knickknacks. Interesting.
You wanted to discuss my progress so far this term, Professor?
I did. You seem to have had no trouble in getting up to speed. And frankly, excelling in your schoolwork this year.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor. The extra assignments have been helpful.
As I suspected they would be. Now, it seems you've been making excellent use of the opportunities presented by your field guide. Of course,
yes.
The guide isn't the only measure of success.
Mm.
I've heard that you can brew an impressive Edurus potion. Hopefully you won't need it anytime soon, but it is a valuable potion to have when it is needed.
Thank you, Professor.
I will say I'm especially impressed with all you've accomplished in light of the rumors of your extracurricular activities. Was your extended conversation with Mr. Ollivander after you'd obtained your wand, or subsequent search of the owlery, connected in any way to Professor Fig?
It might have been.
Professor Fig has encouraged me to explore when I can in an effort to complete my field guide.
I see. I admire your penchant for learning, but do remember that your classwork and field guide are designed to educate you thoroughly. It'll be the end of the year in no time, and you'll want to be well prepared for your OWLs. I'll provide a final assessment at that time to ensure that you're ready for your exams. Until then,
all right.
Well done. You are dismissed.
Thank you, Professor. I shall be on my way then. Pardon me, sir. All right. Now we can...
Since our visit to Feldcroft, something dawned on me about the triptych. Meet me at the Overlook, just north of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll explain.
All right.
My plan with the helmet failed, but I have another idea. I think we may be able to find what we need at a goblin mine south of Hogwarts. Meet me there, and bring someone who speaks gobbledygook.
Where am I supposed to find that?
Who would have thought someone as young as me could save my uncle's life? Uncle Rowland sends his best. He often asks after you and his owls.
Huh. I don't suppose you could stop by and assist me with his knowledge of gobbledygook. That would be helpful.
Anne is getting worse. If there is any chance that the relic from Slytherin's spellbook can help her, I must find it. I'm requesting your help. Meet me outside of Feldcroft, near the catacomb.
Alright. I'll be there as soon as I can.
So frustrating.
Oh. Hello.
You wanted to speak with me, Mother? I had hoped to speak with you alone, Natsai. Your message mentioned your concern about an unusual creature that was spotted in the woods near Hogsmeade. That could have been anything.
You know what it was, Natsai.
I am allowed to leave the castle. I am always careful, Mother.
Careful? Officer Singer disagrees. She sent me an owl telling me that you have been trying to collect evidence of some kind against dark wizards. She berated me for not keeping a closer eye on you. And she is right. I do not want you visiting Hogsmeade for the near future.
But Mother!
My little gazelle, you are well-intentioned, but you must not meddle in the affairs of dangerous people.
If someone had meddled in Matabeleland, Father would still be with us.
I must get to class. Perhaps your friend can get you to listen to reason.
So frustrating. She never listens to me.
She called you her little gazelle. Is that a term of endearment where you're from?
It is specific to me. I am the unusual creature in Hogsmeade she mentioned. Self-transfiguration is not taught at Hogwarts, so I am gently discouraged from practicing it. However, I am an animagus, and it is in my gazelle form that I have been able to wander the Highlands rather freely until now, much to my mother's chagrin. That is how I managed to spy on Rookwood and Harlow.
I see.
Were you born an animagus, or did you learn to become one?
Animagi are not born. The process is quite elaborate. It involves holding a mandrake leaf in one's mouth for an entire month, then placing the leaf in a crystal phial so that it is imbued with moonlight, then adding one of your own hairs. And that is just the beginning. Self-transfiguration is common among students at Wagadu, but Professor Weasley considers it much too dangerous to teach at Hogwarts.
I suppose I can see where she's coming from.
How does it feel to transform into an animal?
Well, the first time it can be a bit unnerving. I felt a kind of searing pain and a strong double heartbeat. But it gets easier the more you do it. I no longer feel any pain, and I must say, I find a sense of comfort in the double heartbeat. And I love being able to view the world from a different perspective.
I see.
Can you choose what form your animagus will take?
Oh no, a person's animagus form is determined by their personality. My mother is convinced that my form is a gazelle because I adapt well to any situation. I believe it is because I can sense danger and keep my wits about me.
I see.
Now the nickname makes sense. What an extraordinary ability to have.
It is. I love transforming, but Mother is less enthusiastic about it. She says that no creature, especially one as rare as a gazelle, should be bounding about where poaching has become so prevalent. She claims that she has foreseen tragedy befall me in my gazelle form. But she has used her sight to control me too many times. I no longer believe it.
Well, I mean, she has a point. Yes, you wouldn't be discovered by any of the wizards as a gazelle, but you're also more prone to getting hunted or poached. So
she's concerned for your safety. It may be best for you to stay away from Hogsmeade for now.
That may be safe, but I do not believe that it would be best. Do you? You could have fled the moment you discovered that Rookwood, Harlow, and Ranrock were after you, but you did not. I choose to act as you have. I must deal with Rookwood and Harlow, not hide from them. My mother cannot know where I am all the time. Thank you for being here during that rather awkward conversation.
Yes, well, till next time then.
Over here.
Hello.
This is a change of pace from our last outing.
Don't remind me. The thought of that tent still makes my blood boil. I've been thinking about those poor dragons in the fighting ring. The collars they were wearing, they appeared to be goblin silver. I think the collar is precisely what we found at that poacher camp. I've never known poachers to use anything like that before.
The dragon that attacked my carriage was wearing a collar, and Professor Fig was genuinely baffled by its behavior.
That attack always did strike me as a little strange, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Surely you aren't suggesting that the collars somehow control the poor creatures?
Exactly.
Merlin, I don't think the dragon we set free was wearing a collar, but we should check. And if we can find her, we can return her egg.
Alright, I suppose.
That's a good idea. We need to see this through.
I'll start looking into it right away. There was something else that I wanted to discuss with you. I didn't want to press it before. It seems I may have caused you more trouble with Victor Rookwood. Why is he after you?
Oh, well, you see...
Rookwood is working with Ranrock, and Ranrock is after something I found at Gringotts. Fig had a portkey that led us there after the dragon attack. It's a bit of a long story, and Fig had asked that I not speak of it yet.
Goodness. Well, that certainly helps to shed light on what we saw at the tent. Don't worry, I'll guard your secret as if it were my own. I shan't press for more details. In fact, I should probably be going. I'd like to track that dragon down as soon as I can.
Alright.
I'll let you know when I have news of her location.
Yes. Good luck with that.
You're here. Good.
Yes, what are we doing out here?
Sebastian, that relic you mentioned...
I believe one of Slytherin's students stumbled upon the relic during an assignment to study sarcophagi in this catacomb. From what I read in a report by the student, they weren't permitted to take it with them, so I must assume it's still here. As I mentioned earlier, this relic grants its holder the power to reverse dark magic curses. If it's in this catacomb, I have to find it. For Anne. I need to see her.
Alright.
I'd be interested to know what else the student discovered.
Have a look. Unfortunately, there's no name on it, but I suspect if it was important enough for Slytherin to stash in his spellbook, it's worthy of further study.
Alright.
I'm ready to explore the catacomb. Perhaps we can visit Anne when we've finished.
Perfect. By the way, Ominous has been asking about you. You didn't tell him what we were doing, did you?
I didn't. I promise.
Good. Ominous would be livid if he knew what we were about to do.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He did say that if we were up to something I would have to see him first. Oh well, it's too late for that, I suppose. Alright, the catacomb assignment yielded more than I'd imagined. Learning about our ancestors was illuminating. However, I stumbled upon something else I could not ignore. In an area behind the great room, which had suffered decay, amid the turned-over sarcophagi, I discovered an oddly shaped relic. Immediately I sensed its power. I would be thrilled to study the relic further, if only the removal of objects were allowed.
I'll be interested to compare what lies inside to what I've read about this catacomb. I'm sure that foul smell is the scent of success. Try not to lose
Revelio
just yet.
I'll see what I can do. Oh dear.
At least now we know we're not alone in here.
Perhaps that was it. And the rest of the tomb will be insect-free.
Yeah, spiders aren't insects.
Don't start.
Just saying.
Accio.
And
opening all of these is tempting.
Something is telling me that this won't be the end of these insects, as you call them. Really? Alright.
It's taller than it looks.
Let's get those cobwebs out of the way. Anything else?
We're here for a reason. Revelio. Them all is justified.
I would say that as well. Alright, I have a feeling that there won't be any more items behind these sarcophagi. Alright. Just hang back for a bit while I get this.
Finding a chest in an inconspicuous loft. Revelio.
A chest with a unicorn statue inside. Well, the conjuration spellcraft recipe, I suppose, for it. Anyways, continuing onwards.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Let's get those webs out of the way. Alright, that's it.
Revelio.
That's it for the webs. For the websters. Oh. What's behind here? Some gold.
Revelio.
A Wiggenweld potion. Alright, we have the right way and the left way. Alright, let me assign the pulso. There we are.
Watch your step. I nearly slipped there.
It's not your step we have to worry about. It's all these spiders. Away with you, spiders.
All this grass. It no longer feels like a tomb. I've read about catacombs that underwent expansion efforts and ran into problems. Often cave-ins.
And then were abandoned.
Exactly. We'll be fine.
Yes, I'm sure.
Revelio.
Sure there's no cause for concern. Alright. We're done here. Let's get back to it. Let's see what lies on this side of the catacomb.
Now this is the sort of great room I want to be buried in.
Surrounded by grandeur.
Intriguing.
Grandeur and then some. Even an altar with a pile of bones. Lovely.
Bones outside a sarcophagus? Seems odd.
Interesting. Now, if I were a relic, where would I be?
We're in the tomb. I assume eerie sounds come with the territory.
It's just some bones. Nothing to cause any concern.
There's something here by the altar. Revelio.
There's a door of bones.
Bombarda.
Some more gold. Let's see what's beyond this way.
We've made it this far, but clearly we have more to do.
Oh. Well, what's this? This looks intriguing, to say the least.
I need to find a safe way across.
How about that? No?
Lumos.
How about that? Oh, there is some fire down here. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. Yes, that's right. That's right. Stay back. Didn't work. Why didn't it work? It's not doing enough damage. Alright.
Accio! Bombarda! Confringo!
This should move them either way. It should, but it's not. Not really.
Revelio!
Oh. Alright. I suppose that's enough of that.
Perhaps moving piles of bones towards the center will help.
Yes, yes, I'm doing it.
Revelio.
Give me a moment.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
There we go.
Ready to go, route complete.
Exciting.
Revelio.
Let's see what reward awaits us on the other side. Oh. I see.
Accio. Revelio. Accio.
Alright, well, that opened the door. The doorway.
Revelio.
Now what? Oh, hold on. Journal entry. I foolishly mentioned the relic in my report and was reminded to leave it where it lay. But research must come before my fealty to the rules. I sensed something about this relic. I was told that those chosen by English elk wands have powerful intuition. I believe it. Therefore, when no one was looking, I acted. I conjured 2 barricades to isolate the relic. Ancestors forgive me, but I used their very bones as the key. I plan to return to it, but first I must ready myself for our next assignment, learning the Imperious Curse. The spell is said to serve well against enemies.
What did you find?
Well,
looks like part of a student's diary. It mentions plans to return for the relic and conjuring barricades using bones.
Of course. The student's summary referenced a space beyond the Great Room, which means this can't be a dead end. Let's divide and conquer. You work on sorting out the bone barricades. I'll look around and see what we missed. Hold on to that diary entry. There may be more to it.
It does mention something else. It says their next assignment was learning the Imperious Curse.
Really? Interesting. We need to focus on moving beyond this room. But let me think for a moment.
Do you think the pages were left here on purpose?
Slytherin mentioned a student who excelled in charms and always carried a satchel stuffed full of notes. They might have been left on purpose, or the student may have simply dropped them.
I suppose.
Of course. I'll start to search for those barricades.
Brilliant. There's more to this than even I. Bones stacked oddly on either side of this archway.
Leave no stone unturned. Or in this case, no bone.
Revelio.
Fascinating.
Accio.
Come here, Bones. I've got a bone to pick with you.
Revelio.
Still need more bones, eh? What's that down there? Have I gotten that? No, that's probably for this door we're about to open. But we've... Oh, there are more bones here. Right, yes. Come with me, Bones. Sorry about this, but I didn't design it, so...
You've done it.
Aha.
I knew we'd get through. I felt it in my bones.
Nice.
Excellent.
Before we trudge on further, I've just realized something.
Yes?
The student's diary mentions the Imperious Curse. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to need it here. It's an unforgivable, but useful when you're outnumbered. Places the victim completely under the caster's control. So,
right.
If you'd like to learn Imperio, I can teach you.
Shouldn't I know more about what the curse entails?
Remember the blasting curse? Same idea, except when it comes to unforgivable curses, your intention has to be clear. You have to mean it.
I see.
Where did you learn the Imperious Curse?
I taught myself. Don't tell Ominous that I've told you. It's not exactly something I can brag about, but it may come in handy. I think you ought to know it.
Alright, I suppose it couldn't hurt.
It's probably wise to know the spell.
I couldn't agree more. A spell that could save your life shouldn't be unforgivable. You have a lot at stake.
Right.
You have an ability that evidently no one's seen for centuries.
Yes.
Focus your wand movement. It's not an easy spell to master.
Alright, I will do my best. There we are.
Here we go. Something troubling ahead. Be on your guard.
Oh, it's just the two. Alright.
Revelio.
I suppose my my Imperio trial must wait until a larger group of enemies are... Oh, like over here.
Confringo.
Hello.
Never knew spiders could make such a mess.
Bit dramatic, isn't it?
Confringo.
There we are. That's what I wanted to do. What's in here?
Revelio.
A chest with 50 coins. Teal fingerless gloves. And more coins.
Confringo. Repulso. Confringo. Revelio.
Ooh. There's treasure, but there's also spiders. Alright. Let's hope it's good treasure. Oh! They ran away. Oh.
Revelio.
It's only 55 coins. What do we have here?
This catacomb.
I doubt anyone's been here in quite some time.
Let's see what's in this big chest. Unknown. Excellent. It could literally be anything. This probably won't be anything good. Alright, we're done with that area. What's this? Chest. Sheepskin winter hat.
Revelio.
Is this destructible? No. I suppose we'll have to find a way around it. 2 coins.
Deposit. Another barricade. Considering how well you did on the last one, this should be a cinch.
How gracious of you.
Alright, let's see what we're dealing with here. Levers. Do they need to be pulled in the right order? Seems that way.
That worked. Keep going.
It worked? How do you know it worked? Oh, because it opened the
Revelio.
The bone door.
Accio.
Alright, what about this and that? Did I do something? No? Alright, what about this and this? No? Yes? No? Alright, what about this and that?
Revelio.
Oh, it did work.
This looks different than what we faced before. Now we're also dealing with rune symbols.
Oh! You could have started with that. Alright, so that and this. Alright, that should be enough bones, right? Let's see.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
Yeah, it should be 3, just like before, right?
Revelio.
You are head and shoulders above these bones. Nicely done.
Alright, I'll take that as a compliment, I suppose. Onwards, shall we?
I see why Slytherin's student was so entranced with this place.
Oh.
Potato. Stupid one. Crucial.
That spell got my attention.
Stupid one. Bombarder. Stupid one. Accio. Potato. Stupid one. For a moment there, I thought that'd never end. Revelio.
Alright. Another encounter survived.
Confringo.
Let's get these webs out of the way. Let's see what we have here.
Dead end. Lovely. All that for nothing.
Hold on.
Don't give up yet.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Confringo.
See, there's a crepuscular cape here. So, wasn't all for nothing. The relic contains abundant potential. Its possibilities could benefit not only wizard kind, but the world. But the dark sacrifice involved to realize its intent may be too great. Until we know more, please do not remove this relic. Huh. Oh. Oh dear, is that the relic?
Sebastian! The relic! Look!
Could it be?
Seems to be.
The note and rendition of the relic. It matches. This must be where the student left the relic.
I can't believe it. After all this, it lines up. We've really found it.
What do you suppose is meant by the dark sacrifice required to realize the relic's potential?
I have no idea. But we're here for the relic.
Right. Well, let's take it then.
I'm willing to ignore what the journal entry says. We're taking the relic.
Agreed. This is meant to be. For Anne's sake, I'm taking it. Let's get to Feldcroft. I must keep this relic secret, especially from my uncle.
Alright. Oh.
Is that ominous?
Seems to be.
Ominous. The sounds we kept hearing. It was you.
You gave me no choice. I had to follow you. Sebastian, please, leave the relic alone. We can find another way to help Anne.
I'm sorry, Ominous, but I'm taking it.
No, you're not. If you won't put it back, then I will.
Hold on, both of you. Sebastian, please, take a step back.
Fine, but Ominous knows I won't step back from a fight.
Can't believe this.
How much did you hear?
Everything. I heard you encourage Sebastian to take the relic.
Sebastian's done his research. He knows what he's doing.
Sebastian makes things sound easy when they could be impossible or dangerous. We need to stop him.
And if nothing will change his mind?
Something has to. I need your help.
But this relic will reverse the curse. I don't think Sebastian is the one that needs convincing.
Sebastian's right. We need that relic.
I'm sorry. My mind is made up.
Are you willing to sacrifice your friendship over this?
I might be. How could I choose to stand by and watch him do this?
What if the choice wasn't yours? You wouldn't be to blame for what happens.
What in the world are you suggesting? Imperium?
No, I didn't say that. What made you think? No, of course not.
Now that you say it out loud, it sounds absurd. But I have another idea. We allow Sebastian to leave with the relic under one condition. After this, no more.
I feel that's what we agreed to in the scriptorium. I'm being taken for a fool.
You're not, Ominous. This may be the only way to keep your friendship intact. Let's trust him to know what's best.
Fine. If I trust him on this, I'm trusting you too. The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late. Go then. Leave with the relic. I'll not say a word more.
Alright.
I hope I don't regret this.
Sebastian, we're ready.
What is it? I haven't changed my mind.
Ominous has. Let's go.
What? Ominous?
I'll explain on the way. Come on.
Well, what happened back there?
Ominous and I found a compromise.
Ominous simply needs a moment with you and he'll change his mind. Is that it?
I told him we ought to give you this chance. That the relic is too important to ignore.
There has to be more to it than that. Tell me.
We agreed on what was needed, Sebastian. You have my word.
As we were leaving, Ominous wouldn't even acknowledge me. That's not like him.
He was troubled, Sebastian. Even though we agreed to it all, it's been a lot to take in.
I thought he understood. He knew we couldn't give up. All of this is too important. For Anne. When we get to Feldcroft, I'd rather Anne not know what had to be done to get this relic.
Alright.
She thinks like Ominous. It'd only upset her.
Yes, I understand. We'll only say what's necessary to say and leave the unimportant details out.
Oh no, this isn't good.
What's happening?
Smoke, over there, by the hamlet.
Oh, I thought they were just having a big barbecue fire.
In trouble. They're under attack.
Let's hurry.
Under attack? By whom?
Not quite.
Oh.
Was that your best? That was me.
To the right!
Got it!
You're not with here.
What are you doing?
They'll retreat.
Stop provoking them.
Bombarder.
Let's get it. Keep out the way.
There's nowhere to go. We have to fight.
There we are.
Boy! What have you done?
Saved my sister.
With an unforgivable curse. From that damned book, no doubt. Your father would be ashamed. You've gone too far, Sebastian. Stay away from her. From all of us.
What did my uncle expect me to do? The Imperious curse saved Anne's life. That goblin was going to kill her.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
You did what you had to do.
If I have to keep proving that to my uncle, I will. He cannot banish me from my own home. From my sister.
It might be best to let him calm down a while. May I speak to him? Perhaps I can help to ease the tension a bit.
You may be right. Very well. Probably best if I get away from here for a while. I'll head back to Hogwarts.
Alright. I'll see you there then.
Reparo.
Start repairing some of the damages we have left here.
Revelio.
It's not much, but it's a start, I suppose. Is that it? I think so. Alright. Let's go talk to Solomon.
What was he thinking?
Hello.
Pardon me, Mr. Sallow.
What Sebastian did was inexcusable. You cannot possibly be about to defend him.
It was an unforgivable curse, yes. But it also saved his sister's life, so...
Sebastian and I have encountered Ranrock's loyalists before. That goblin would have killed Anne.
This family does not resort to using dark magic, even against our enemies. What Sebastian did cannot be undone. That you are defending Sebastian's behavior at all tells me everything I need to know. You are as guilty as he is. Sebastian is to come
guilty of what?
Belcroft, nowhere near Anne. Unforgivable curses are so named for a reason. If I hear that either of you continues down this path, if either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately. Why, Sebastian?
I see. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, sir.
I have some promising news about the location of our Hebridean dragon friend and where to return her you-know-what. Meet me in the town circle in Hogsmeade.
Alright. Alright, we've returned to the Undercroft, where we are to deliver Sebastian the unfortunate
Did you
news.
speak with my uncle?
I have.
I wish I had better news about your uncle and Anne.
Well, what did he say?
I'm afraid he wants you nowhere near Feldcroft. Nor Anne.
I had to stop that goblin from killing my sister. He had no right to banish me from my own twin. If he thinks banishing me means I'm going to give up on Anne, he's sorely mistaken.
He also said he cannot excuse the use of dark magic in any form, and that if he hears of either of us using it, he'll go straight to Professor Black.
Huh. That relic, dark magic or not, is the key to saving Anne. To reverse that curse. I will not lose Anne for good. I should send the crest to Anne. She'll know that we need to meet.
I'm afraid I don't
Nothing,
follow.
just a thought. Now I'm more determined than ever to learn what power that relic has.
Alright.
What did you mean you'd send Anne a crest so that she'd know to meet you?
We just lost our parents, and we were packing up to go and live with Solomon. We couldn't take everything. She was carefully organizing her prized possessions, a box of artifacts she'd collected to do with our family. Jewelry, cards, old photographs. She got to her favorite, a handmade crest, and without a second thought she handed it to me. "This will keep you safe," she said. "It holds no enchantment, but I've kept it with me since. That's how I can reach Anne. I'll get the crest to her with plans to meet."
Be careful, Sebastian. Your uncle could intercept it. We'll be expelled.
Even if Ominous is upset with us, he has no love lost for his family. He'd use their connections to the headmaster if we needed his help.
I see.
I shall wait to hear from you then.
Thank you. I very much appreciate you standing by me through all of this. I'll send you an hour when I have news.
Alright. Farewell. Alright, well, here I am in the Hogsmeade town circle, but no Poppy yet, so I suppose I'll have to wait for a bit.
It's not like her to forget.
There you are.
I didn't keep you waiting, did I?
Not at all. I was just at the post office. Gran told me to expect a package, but it looks as if she forgot to send it. She didn't send me an owl this week either. Perhaps she's busy with her research.
What kind of research is she doing?
It varies from week to week, but it's always to do with creatures. Last week she was studying leg knots in plimpies.
I see.
What was she sending you?
Only some feed she's been developing. I was going to give it to Professor Howin for the measles.
Oh. Alright, well...
What did you find out about the dragon you were tracking?
I realised that she didn't know the poachers had her egg, so when she left Horntail Hall, she would have headed straight to her nest. I went back to the tent and tracked her flight.
And how did you do that exactly?
How do you track a dragon long after she's gone?
Tree canopies, burn marks, things like that.
Right, I see.
Well done. You certainly know what you're doing.
I can't be certain, but I have an idea of one place she may have been heading. I thought we might go and see it for ourselves.
Of course. Shall we leave now?
If that's all right. I want to see how she's faring if she had a collar on. And she's likely frantic about her egg. Here we are. I do think this is where we'll find her.
Alright.
The terrain's typical of where the breed would nest. I suspect it's how the poachers found her to begin with. They likely camped here and logged her patterns. Perhaps nabbed her first and then her egg. Dragons are hard enough to wrangle, let alone maternal ones.
You got all of that from simply standing here?
You'd be surprised how easy it is to think like a poacher. Shall we see if she's home? We only need to return her egg.
Right. Sure.
That sounds straightforward enough.
We should be in and out. Then we can be finished with the poachers once and for all.
Right. And,
if you're right about finding her here, how do we go about returning the egg?
Her nest will likely be in the heart of her den, which she will be keeping guard over. It might also be more charred than anywhere else, I imagine.
I see. Well
then. Let's find our dragon and return her egg.
Wonderful. If she sees us flying about, she might take it as a sign of aggression or food. We should stay on foot.
Alright.
Oh, and one more thing. Let's not agitate her. Goodness knows she's been through enough already. I'm ready when you are.
Alright, I'll try to be on my best behavior.
Above us. She did make it home safely. Oh, good. It looks as if she wasn't collared like the other dragons.
Alright, that's good, I suppose. She's still dangerous, but at least she's not under Ranrock's control.
Poor thing must be worried sick, wondering what happened to her egg.
Yes. The poor thing.
Revelio.
Oh, what's this? Sack full of gold.
For what it's worth, she doesn't seem to have spotted us yet.
Let's hope it stays that way. At least until we've done what we came to do.
Alright. Some sort of wolf's den, I take it.
Revelio.
So close to a dragon's den, which is interesting.
Glacius, Bombarda. Revelio.
Oh, what do we have here? Where are you, Smythe? Thought you were joining us in Borneo. I know you have your hopes about the fighting ring, but the true galleons are in Acromantulas. You wouldn't believe how much Violet and I made a few days ago. Not to mention Borneo's not half bad to look at. Anyway, we'll be moving on soon. Egypt, perhaps. Such a relief not to be weighed down anymore. See you soon, Angus.
How charming. They keep in touch with each other. Revelio.
Oh, is this, Broken Bridge? Got just the thing.
She is again.
She's breathtaking.
From a distance.
Yes. I'm sure if we get close enough, she will be able to take our breath away.
Revelio.
Alright, should be up here.
I wonder how good her eyesight is.
Pardon?
I don't imagine the poachers fed her well. And from a distance, we probably look exactly like sheep to her. Hebrideans love sheep.
I see. Good to know. Could have told me that before I chose to wear my white coat. Perfect.
What's your step?
The only thing I need to do is to what do sheeps say? Not meow. Ba. Yes. All I need to do is ba, and I'll be the perfect prey. Really? Walk on all fours. Oh.
Pity. She must have been starved to pick off a grab horn.
Or just raring for a fight.
Huh. That is a bit concerning.
Revelio.
Onwards then.
Quiet. What was that?
What? Oh.
There's no turning back now.
Right.
Wait here. I'll run ahead.
Whenever you're ready, I'll follow your lead.
I'll draw her attention. Follow her safely.
Watch out! It's her domain. She'll make. Keep at it. We've just got to make it to the nest.
Oh, she's making it easy.
Quickly.
It's a warm welcome.
It's a little too warm, if you ask me. I don't suppose she listened to reason.
I'd normally try, but we're well past. Get to that opening below her. If we can get to that, we can get to the nest. She's leaving.
What?
Quickly.
Brilliant.
Oh. Alright. How do we get... Oh. Will this lead us to her nest? Should hope so.
We're almost there. Why is every bridge here broken?
Reparo.
Oh, it's been here for centuries. It's not like anyone's gonna venture into a dragon's nest just to
Now, if
repair a
we can return
bridge.
her egg, we can hopefully make it out without too much fuss.
Yes, let's hope so. There we are. Oh! There it is, your child. Unharmed. Oh.
That was brilliant! And did you see how clever? She left us perfectly unharmed.
She did indeed. Well, I suppose,
Creatures are a lot cleverer than most people realize.
That's what Gran always says. The important thing is that we survived it. And we returned her egg. Thank you for doing this with me. Wouldn't blame you one bit if you wanted to head back to the castle and never think about dragons again.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but...
Shall we head back? I'm ready if you are.
I am. After our dragon rescue at Hauntow Hall, I half expect to be ambushed by poachers any time I'm not in the castle.
Understandable. We did sabotage their fighting ring and steal a dragon egg from them.
True. True. So why haven't they come after us? It's not like them to let things lie. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless they haven't let things lie. Oh no, I can't believe I didn't see it. We need to leave. I need to send an owl. How could I have been so blind?
Don't worry, Poppy. I'm sure that everything will be just fine. Or at least I hope it will be.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello, Amit. Do I recall you saying that you speak gobbledygook?
I did. I mean, I do. Speak it. Is this to do with the goblin I saw you with in Hogsmeade?
It is. His name is Lodgok. We could use your help with something. He's waiting for me near a goblin mine. Would you be willing to help?
Of course! How exciting! I mean, well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook. If it helps, he's a friend of Sirona's.
Good to hear. Good to hear. If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
Alright. So,
have you ever spoken directly to a goblin?
Unbelievably, no. I'm so looking forward to it. Actually conversing in gobbledygook with a native speaker. Cannot wait to confirm subtle bits of pronunciation and tone that may have eluded me, being self-taught and all.
I see. And,
You said you know gobbledygook, but how well?
I've been reading it for as long as I've been reading English. My parents have an extensive library. Once I grew bored with the classics, I devoured goblin writings. I'd tell you some titles, but you wouldn't understand them.
Fair enough. Alright.
Lodgok is waiting. Should we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
Alright. I will meet you there as well. Hello, Lodgok.
A friend who speaks gobbledygook is meeting us. Before he arrives, perhaps you could tell me why we're here?
Of course. Unfortunately, presenting Ranrock with the Helmet of Urtkot did not have the effect I'd hoped. Because he knew the details surrounding its plunder, he presumed I'd had help from a witch or wizard in retrieving it.
Yes, that's exactly what I warned you about. Of course you would hear about it.
You said this would repair the chasm between the two of you. How did you not expect him to react this way?
I'm afraid we do not have the luxury of rational expectation when it comes to Ranrock. Damn Bragbor and his blasted journals.
Bragbor?
Who?
An ancestor of Ranrock's, renowned metal worker. If we are to work together, I suppose I must tell you more. Not long ago, Ranrock sent me to collect a recently unearthed set of Bragbor's journals. They describe repositories that Bragbor had been commissioned to build for a group of witches and wizards.
What do you mean, repositories?
Large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Ranrock recruited others to help me locate the repositories. We were to search anywhere that was connected to 5 names mentioned in the journals. Rackham, Fitzgerald, Carr, Morganach, and Rookwood.
Rookwood Castle.
That is where we began our search.
Why does Ranrock care so much about these repositories?
He cares about what they contain. For centuries, wizards have refused to share their magical knowledge with goblins. Your kind will not even let us carry wands. Thus, many goblins, myself included, have spent our lives mistrusting wizard kind. Ranrock was convinced that the repositories contained a magical power that wizards wanted to keep for themselves. He is determined to take it for goblin kind. But
Here comes my friend Amit. Probably best to continue our conversation later.
Greetings, Lodgok. It is an honor, sir.
You speak gobbledygook.
Oh, Bagalio.
Enough. Please do not tell me that was meant to be gobbledygook.
Oh.
Well, yes. Perhaps my pronunciation was a bit off. I imagine certain dialects differ.
Pronunciation is not the issue. I barely recognize that as language. I trust you can read gobbledygook better than you can speak it?
I can, Sir Lodgok.
Just Lodgok. Thankfully, we only need someone who can decipher written plans, since I cannot join you in the mine.
What written plans? And why can't you come with us?
We need some idea of what Ranrock knows or is plotting. I suspect a careless loyalist may have left plans behind. And I'm unable to join you because I cannot risk anyone reporting my presence to Ranrock. All you need to do is not be seen. Either by the eye above the enchanted door, or a loitering loyalist.
I see. An enchanted door.
What else should we know about the enchanted door?
The door will not open while the eye can see you. You and your friend must be invisible to it to gain access. From what I know of wizard magic, that shouldn't be too difficult to achieve.
No, it shouldn't be. Alright.
I'll meet and I can do this.
I will await your return. I shall see you soon.
Yes. Till then. Alright, into the goblin mine we go. Hope you know how to use the no, the disillusionment spell, not skill, spell.
The door is looking at us.
And now it doesn't know where to look. Amit? Alright, good job. There we are. Just like that. We have entered the mind's eye.
Books so rarely prepare one for reality. A real goblin mine. It's even grander than I had expected.
Let's head in, shall we?
I cannot believe I met a goblin.
Let's just learn what we can and get out.
Look at this lift. Impressive workmanship for so simple a device.
Impressive workmanship aside, it's the only way forward.
Alright.
I still can't believe we're inside Accio.
Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Revelio.
Doesn't seem to be interactable anymore, so I suppose it's a good thing. Oh, it dropped some. There we are.
Bombarder.
Alright, some gold. There we are. Alright, sorry about that. Let's continue.
I've read about mines like this. Accio. Seeing one is something else altogether.
Oh.
Keep your wits about you, Amit. I'll get you through this mine.
Are we supposed to... We can be caught, right? I hope so. Gentlemen.
What's that human doing here?
That was a little more than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Amit. You have my word.
You'll be alright, Amit. Alright. Not Accio. Pulso?
We're being watched by a door.
Alright, what about
Descendo.
what about Huh. Odd.
We won't get through as long as we can be seen by that.
Yes, I understand that part, but trying to solve a puzzle here. If you don't mind.
Accio. Flipendo. Descendo. Repulso.
Huh, it's odd. Alright.
Revelio.
Yes, this is supposed to open, and something is supposed to happen.
Accio.
Don't know why it's not happening though. Alright, I'll leave it be then. Whatever. Carry on.
Revelio. Confringo.
What did that do? That changed something here? Oh, it turned it on. Ah, alright. Turned it on, so now... Ah. Alright, I see.
Bombarda.
Alright. 7 coins and... an unidentified back item. Excellent.
You're like a character from one of the adventure books I read during the summer holidays.
Yes, well...
Let's take a look around, Amit. See if we can find any plans.
Bound to be plans around here somewhere. A schematic. They're building something. I can't quite make it out. Curious. There must be more notes.
Revelio.
What could they be building?
Suppose with time we will find out. Is this where we came from? No?
If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am, they're building something rather large. But what? I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here.
Alright, that's good of you.
Oh, this really is too much.
Stay close. I've handled much worse.
Another boiler. This place is more complex than I had expected.
Indeed.
Another schematic. What are they going
Revelio.
to build? This mine is too small for whatever it is. Let me know if you see any more plans or schematics. We can't return to Lodgok empty-headed.
Pardon? You say empty-handed? Or do you say empty-headed? You've gotten even me confused.
Bombarda.
Alright. Won't be getting there in that way. Let's keep looking around.
Revelio.
Oh, what's this? Switch, but needs the this. Needs some fire first.
Accio.
Then we can push it down. Oh.
Revelio.
Alright, well before we head there, let's take a look upstairs. Maybe we'll find something useful here. Some Wiggenweld. coins.
Bombarda.
Passageway that leads to an area with a chest
Revelio.
with a decorous Blazer school uniform and a Kneasel statue. How marvelous. I sure am glad that I've came all this distance just for that. Alright. Let's go back the way we came and then head to the left this time. Let's see what else we might have missed. Like these goblins that are above us.
Revelio.
Unidentified back item. 5 coins. 20. 32. In total.
Fascinating to see gobbledygook written in a goblin hand. The flourishes are extraordinary.
Revelio.
So all this time you've been reading Gobbledygook written by... what? Wizard kind hand? That's some cultural appropriation there, if I dare say so. Alright, well, this seems to have been just a side area, and once again I've accidentally wandered into the important area. Oh!
Bombarda.
What are you doing, sir? You missed your chance.
That's the last loyalist. Unfortunate, really. I'd imagine most goblins to be brilliant and kind.
Yes, I'm sure they are. Some whole clump. Oh! Oh! Ow! Ouchie!
Lumos.
Not an entanglement we need right now.
Some Dittany leaves. More moonstone.
Revelio.
Is that it? Moonstone and Dittany leaves? Alright. Suppose for someone who's in desperate need of Wiggenwell potions, I suppose that's a good thing, but not really for me. More moonstone. Are we about to build something? Or is this just a coincidence that this mine is in... I suppose a mine would be in a vicinity of a moonstone deposit. Alright.
I shall have been close. This will not go well for
Places. Bombarda.
Hello? Goodbye.
How many of them are there?
That should be the last of them I'll meet.
Hopefully.
Revelio.
We can't know for sure, but we can only hope. Twilight Cloak. Can't even climb up there. How are we supposed to... Oh. Like that. Alright. Fair enough. Another door. Another switch. Another boiler to light up, perhaps. I presume.
Revelio.
Nothing here, so perhaps there will be something in here. High Society Fedora. That's about it. Ah, what's this? Is this... Oh, this is where we came from. Alright. So can we just pull the switch this time? Oh. We can. At least I think we can.
Revelio.
What's going on here? Seem to be missing out on something. Is there a boiler somewhere that needs to be lit up?
Revelio.
There is. Can't seem to find it. Oh, there it is. Or no, it's already lit up. Alright. Perhaps it's... Oh, it is, yes, it is beyond this door. Alright. So this... Wait, what? Oh, it's in... Oh.
Right. Don't wish to be seen, do we?
One of those. Alright.
Confringo.
Let me do that.
Accio.
Let me do this. Which, oh, it's an entire lift. Is this going to be our way back? I have a feeling that it is, but just in case we won't get the opportunity.
I found all the plans.
Yeah.
I'd best keep looking.
This is the exit.
Revelio.
Oh.
Aloha Mora.
Level 2 lock. There we are. Let's see what's all the fuss is about. 3 coins. Moving portraits. Sleek sorcerer hat. Huh. Well, I suppose it could have been worse. Alright. Back to the lift. Back to the plans that we were meant to read. Well, when I say we, of course I mean he. Gentlemen, did not hear you on our way down. Had I known, I would have prepared something. I would have put on something more appropriate. Alright, there we are. Chest. And...
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain.
Let's get out of here and tell Lodgok what we found.
Oh dear. Well, didn't even need gobbledygook for that. We could understand that from the drawing, really.
I need a moment to catch my breath. This was more than I bargained for.
I'm glad you came with me, Amit. Now that we know what they're up to, we can get out of here.
Yes, don't worry. It'll all be over soon. Then you won't have to see any more of those loyalist goblins ever again.
We're almost out of here, Amit. Look, the lift.
A welcome sight indeed.
Oh, alright. How convenient. Alright. Out of the mine and back to Lodgok. Oh, alright. We've finally exited the mines.
Can we please talk about what just happened?
Of course. What do you want to talk about?
That wasn't so bad, was it?
It was. It really was.
I'm afraid
Oh,
I've
come
had
on.
enough adventure for one day. For a lifetime, perhaps.
Thank you, Army.
Well-
I couldn't have done it without you.
Yes.
If you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Lodgok.
Understood? I'll leave you to it. Your goblin secrets are safe with me, but I get to write the book about this escapade someday.
All right.
Without further ado, adieu.
Bless you. Till next time, friend. Lodgok?
They're building enormous drills. We found their plans. Ranrock must be searching for the repositories.
I fear you are correct. Other than Rookwood Castle, however, I do not know where else he plans to search.
I've been wondering about something else you said before we entered the mine.
Yes?
If you share Ranrock's views, then why are you helping me?
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search. So was surprised to find a witch there who had set up a sort of improvised research site.
What?
She was studying something so intently that she almost didn't notice me.
What witch?
When she looked up, I thought she would react with fear or disdain. But instead she did something that I will never forget. Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled and asked me to sit with her. She told me that she was a researcher and showed me a small, oddly shaped container with a strange symbol on it. She was certain it was made of goblin metal, but was unable to open it.
Right.
She wanted to work together.
Miriam.
Yes.
Oh.
But how did you...
Professor Fig's wife. He told me of her research, and I know of the container.
Ah. The reverence with which she talked of goblins and their intelligence and skill, it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch, and I heard she had been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lodgok, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath Rookwood Castle. What you've discovered here today worries me deeply. If Ranrock learns of the location of that repository, I fear we shall be destined for a great war. I will find out what Ranrock knows. Watch for my owl.
All right. Farewell, Lodgok. Be safe.
I thought my owl might pique your interest.
Hello, Sebastian.
I came as soon as I could. I'd been so preoccupied by all that happened with Ominous in the catacomb, not to mention my uncle's reaction, that I'd almost forgotten what it was that struck me about that triptych. This
Yes.
is the view painted on the canvas that was left on it.
That's incredible.
I see.
You know this area well.
And while I was waiting for you, I scouted around and discovered an abandoned mine nearby, surrounded by Ranrock's loyalists.
Do you think there's a connection to the triptych?
I've no idea, but perhaps they're searching it, the way they did Rookwood Castle and Isidora's Manor. How do we want to handle this?
With as much damage as possible.
We need to see what they're doing. I say we take them head on. Let's bury some enemies.
Very well.
And I still have that rune symbol we found on the triptych. If there is a connection, I suspect we'll see that symbol again.
After you.
Alright.
Confringo! Revelio.
Sorry about that. Something I had to take care of. Alright. Into the mine we go. Or the entrance of the mine, at least.
I'll let you lead.
No one enters this mine. Kill anyone who tries.
Glaciers!
Why can't I hit you? I've been fighting since before you were born.
Glaciers! Bombarda! Accio!
Glaciers! Bombarda! All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
That's the end of that.
Revelio.
For now, at least. Alright. Let's find that entrance.
This is going well.
We make a good team.
We do at that.
Once again, we could fight our way through, or be discreet.
You know which one I'd choose?
Glaciers!
Not your best fight!
Bombarda!
Hit it!
Potato! Stupid!
Child!
Accio!
I should have been
Crucible! Stupid! Glaciers!
And the fun is over.
Fun is a relative term.
It is.
Revelio.
And that was relatively fun.
Yes, I relatively agree with you. To a certain extent. Right then. Onwards. Into the mine we go. Right, here we are. We've entered the mines.
Better or for worse, we're in.
Let's see what we can find here.
Pass that fire whiskey over here. You have to learn.
Away you go, Goblin.
Mine looks like a tomb.
It was closed after accidents were reported. Now I see why.
Confringo!
It became a tomb. Is that what you're saying? Trying to say?
Revelio.
Alright. Well, doesn't matter now. Now we just keep going. Till we find our answers.
Goblins in these webs.
Too disgusting for even a spider to prey on.
Suppose you're right. Oh.
Suffering, do you?
Stop it!
No!
Glaciers! Bombarda! Accio!
How many of Ranrock's loyalists are in here?
Too many. They definitely think there's something here they want. Revelio.
Alright. Let's just hope we get to it first. Shall we? Alright, we got... oh, Well?
The ledge is awfully high. Any ideas?
Yep. One or two. First, let's explore a bit. Away you go, spiders.
Revelio.
A Jobberknoll statue. How marvelous. Alright. Observe. Advanced magic at its highest form. Did I say you could move? Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. Stay. Lift. Climb. Climb again. Simple as that. Oh, or you could just do that. That makes things easier, certainly. Aha! A chest with 63 coins. Must be my lucky day.
Revelio.
It's no wonder spiders give people goosebumps.
Could be the hairy legs, or the soulless eyes, or the venomous fangs, or any number of endearing qualities, really.
Yes, I see your points. Careful now. Don't want that bridge to collapse on us. That would not be a good thing. I dare say. Oh!
Smashing.
Crikey.
Should have thought to conjure stairs.
Suppose I should have.
Revelio.
Perhaps next time.
Bombarda.
A thought for the future. Oh. Somebody made a little camp here.
Revelio.
They're not around anymore though, so... Suppose that could either be a good sign or a bad sign.
That bridge has seen better days.
Yes. You almost say that that bridge needs to be repaired or something.
Revelio.
Oh dear. There's quite a lot of area left in this mine.
Reparo.
Excellent. Oh dear. Away you go.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better. Revelio. Confringo.
Alright, that part of the...
Revelio.
That web won't burn. No more working weld. Oh. Alright.
We're making quick work of them.
Professor Hecat would be proud.
She would at that.
Careful.
Lumos loyalists have all but declared war.
Certainly seems that way, yes. Is this, oh. Is this combustible?
Lumos.
There we are. That should keep them at bay. For a bit, at least. Oh, a stuffed toy dragon. Alright. Suppose that is treasure to some. Alright, let's quickly make our way out before the devil's snare manages to get a hold of us. Oh. What's over here? Another chest. Oh, this mine is chest full. Nice to meet you too, Spider.
Revelio.
Oh, some goblins below. I suspect we're about to meet them.
Still not seen a single rune symbol.
I think we're going to be a bit distracted from runes for a moment.
An unwelcome distraction at that.
We have another fight on our hands.
So it would seem.
We're not finished yet. It's almost as if they were waiting. Glaciers!
Ah! Bloody hell.
Crucial. Accio. Glaciers! Bombarda! Potato! Stupefy!
Bombarda! We certainly cleared the room.
You're not a bad chap. For a Slytherin.
For a Ravenclaw, you certainly have a lot to learn.
Revelio.
If that's what you think. As a Ravenclaw, I have to learn that some people are allowed to have wrong opinions.
We can have a look around in peace.
Yes, indeed.
Confringo!
Aha! One of those ancient magic rune symbols. Oh, it's timed.
Revelio.
Alright, then. Let's hold up for a minute.
Confringo!
Look around.
Revelio.
Right, so we came from here. We've got one switch.
Confringo!
Another switch hidden. Third switch up there.
Wasn't expecting that.
Alright. That was easy enough. Oh. Suppose we need this.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Climb up.
Leviosa.
I'm assuming that there's something up here worth the worth the climb. Go on, you want to try that again? There we go.
Revelio.
Is there anything up here? Oh. 7 coins and a forest sorcerer hat. Alright, let's see what's behind this door. Oh. Alright. This is interesting. Oh, Isadora's journal.
Another passageway. We should search the room first.
Some runes.
Sebastian.
Oh.
I think I found something. A canvas piece.
Brilliant. Our efforts weren't in vain after all. Still, something about this place feels odd. What do you have there?
A journal entry by Isadora.
Hopefully it will help us unravel more of this mystery.
The world floated back to me as if in a watery haze. How long had I been unconscious? I only remember his eyes, empty. Empty of sorrow, yes, but also... I recall feeling a sense of euphoria as I watched the pain vanish, but then everything started to turn. When I fell, I must have hit my head. I neither feel nor see a mark, but the pain is throbbing. I can only hope it is not the Black Death. At least he is no longer in pain. Curious. Sebastian? Where'd you run off to? Oh, there you are.
If the triptych led us here to find this bit of canvas, we can probably assume that Isadora Morganach was here.
She seems to have been everywhere.
But if she was using the Undercroft, and the cellar beneath her manor in Feldcroft, why would she create this space?
And why hide it behind cryptic rune symbols? And ancient magic that no one but you could see?
Isadora and Percival Rackham, another of the keepers, could see traces of ancient magic too.
Rackham? I haven't heard his name before.
Here's some of the memories I've seen. I don't think he and Isadora saw eye to eye on how this magic should be used.
This is all rather baffling. Let's take the canvas back to the triptych. Perhaps the answers are there. This place is odd, to be sure, but I'm fascinated by it. Now, for the trek back out of here and to Hogwarts.
Unless we can find another passageway to the Undercroft. Let's have a look around.
There we are.
It has to fit.
Alright. Let's see if it fits.
Please tell me you recognize the location in this bit of canvas.
The good news is I do, in fact.
And the bad news?
We're in for more trouble. I know that coast. Ranrock has taken over a huge mine in the surrounding area. Mornweem has suffered for it. It's as bad as Feldcroft's become. Should we head there now?
We should wait.
Why?
All this time, we've been a step behind Ranrock. I may know someone who could help us get ahead.
Who is that?
Has he asked me not to say anything? I don't think so. I don't see what's the harm in this.
A friendly goblin. He wants no part in Ranrock's fight.
A friendly goblin? You know, goblins cursed my sister to shut her up. Said she should be seen and not heard.
I do, but not all goblins are...
Not all goblins what? Have you forgotten Feldcroft? Have you forgotten the mine we just went through?
No, Sebastian, I haven't. You're not listening to me.
Why would I listen to someone so ignorant?
How am I the ignorant one? You're not the one who is accepting that goblins can be different. All those goblins you're talking about are Ranrock's goblins. He's not one of them.
You don't know what you're saying. Take a breath for a moment.
Oh, I know precisely what I'm saying. Unbelievable.
Sebastian. Come now, there's no need for this. Where are you going? Well, suppose I perhaps should have kept that one hidden after all.
I hope Professor
I believe my next broom upgrade to be even more impressive than the last. Come by Spintwitches as soon as you can.
Alright.
Welcome back.
Hello again, Professor. Professors.
Hello, Professor. I have news. The goblins are looking for something. Another repository. They've built drills to help with their search.
Most troubling.
Are these
Indeed.
repositories like the broken container I found at Rookwood Castle?
They are. I fear we have no time to lose. Have a look at the map.
Alright.
Fortunately, the next trial is fairly nearby.
It's Hogwarts.
Oh.
As you know, I was headmistress in my time. My portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. In fact, I witnessed Professor Black learn of your arrival. And I'll confess that I wondered about you.
Wait, is the next trial in the headmaster's office?
It is. I had hoped that when the time came, the occupant of that office would be of help to us. Unfortunately, this headmaster seems wildly unconcerned with anything but himself. You'll need to access the office while he's away,
I understand. Very well. I'll find some way to get in.
Good. I shall meet you in my portrait there. Until then.
Until then, Professor.
How will I gain access to the headmaster's office? Perhaps Professor Fig will know what to do.
Oh, good, you're safe.
Hello, Poppy.
There you are. You were in such a state when you left.
The poachers got to my gran. Someone recognized me in Horntail Hall and they got to her.
What do you mean?
What do you mean they got to her?
She's fine, thank goodness. But they were at her house, our house. They assumed I'd sent the egg there. She said they took the whole place apart looking for it, screaming that we'd cost them everything.
Oh dear, that was not what I intended to happen, Poppy. I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm glad she's all right. I don't think either one of us could have anticipated that.
I should have known. I underestimated the poachers. And now another creature's in danger.
What do you mean?
What creature?
The poachers refused to leave empty-handed, so they took valuable journals that Gran had discovered when she was researching rare creatures. One of them contained theories about a secret hiding place of the Snidget, long thought to be extinct.
The Snidget, you say?
Exactly what kind of creature is a Snidget?
It's a small bird with golden feathers. It's incredible. It has rotational wings that allow it to dart quickly in any direction. In fact, the golden snitch in Quidditch is based on the Snidget, which barbarically was actually used in the sport hundreds of years ago.
Oh dear. And,
why would Snidgets be valuable to poachers?
They could make more money with Snidgets than they ever would have fighting dragons. The golden Snidget's feathers and eyes are incredibly valuable. That's why they're believed to be extinct. They were hunted out of existence by wizard kind. If the poachers found some now, I can't bear to think about the horrific way they'd be bred and killed for profit.
Where exactly are these Snidgets allegedly hidden?
Gran says the journals were a bit cryptic, which is good. Perhaps the poachers won't be clever enough to find the birds. From what she recalls, the journals only noted that the key to finding them lay in the moonlight. Gran thinks it can be narrowed down to a handful of locations.
Right. And,
I take it you aren't going to let the poachers anywhere near the Snidgets.
Gran wants me to stay out of it. But I know she's devastated that poachers might go after the Snidgets, if they still exist. We had an element of surprise on our side when we saved that dragon. But the poachers will be watching for us now.
We need allies. Others who hate the poachers enough to help us, who value creatures as much
Merlin's beard! You're a genius!
Oh.
The centaurs! They'd want the Snidgets protected at all costs.
Will they now? Alright. If you say so.
Sounds as if we need to go and talk to the centaurs.
We'll need to be careful in how we approach them. Tensions with them are high. Still, I think they may be our only hope. Let me think on it.
Alright.
I'll let you know as soon as I have a plan.
Very well. Until then, Poppy.
The sheer nerve taking them down.
Oh? Excuse me.
Pardon me, is everything alright?
No, it's not.
What seems to be the problem?
2 bells to go, but she just had to go and spoil things.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
2 bells?
Spoil
What?
Things. Also, what bells?
Professor Black ordered Mr. Moon to take down the bells in the bell tower. Said they were giving him a headache. Those bells are a part of Hogwarts. I wasn't about to let that happen. So, I asked my friend Adelaide to help me put them back. We've always been a duo of sorts. Adelaide and Evangeline. Addie and Evie. Anyway, it was going swimmingly until Black started asking questions. Then she wasn't comfortable with our rule breaking. Now I'm stuck. Unable to tell which bell goes where.
It's certainly an odd decree, even for Black, taking down the bells for a headache.
I agree. I thought it might also have been that they interrupted his hourly naps. That's all he does in his office, you know. But then I heard... Can you keep a secret?
I can.
Go on.
I heard from Alice, who heard from Ollie, who heard from Eugenia, that it's because the bells reminded him of his wedding day. Breaks out in a sweat every hour on the hour. But Mum's the word.
Of course.
Is it really that important that the bells go back up?
Is it really that important? They're part of the school's history. Those bells likely told a young Merlin that he was running late to Charms, or called Ignatia Wildsmith to dinner. We can't simply fiddle with history. We're meant to be its stewards.
I see.
If only 2 bells are left, isn't it fairly easy to tell which goes where?
Easy for you, perhaps. I happen to be tone deaf. Mother likes to say I couldn't carry a tune if it hopped on my back like a chocolate frog. No point putting them back in if they don't sound just as they did before, for the sake of historical accuracy.
Of course. Alright, well...
Perhaps I could help put the bells back up.
Really? Oh, that would be wonderful. The bells are in the bell tower just above the music room. You're certainly of more help than Adelaide.
The bells are back up, Evangeline.
Oh, you're a credit to the school. I can't wait to hear them. I can't wait for the headmaster to hear them. I wish I could see his face. Future generations may not truly appreciate what you've done, but I do. And I hope that you do as well.
Yes,
You don't know how much this means, for me and for Hogwarts.
Well, till the next time then. Alright, so, just another confession then. How is I supposed to know that those were going to be part of a quest? I was walking around, I saw...
They ask you a question now, isn't it? Grubby little faces. I'll just die.
I saw...
Stone hearts with joy to be in the presence of such arrogance.
I went into the bell tower, I saw that the bells were missing 2 bells. I found 2 bells on the ground. I picked them up with...
You should speak with Mr. Bickle's friends. I believe I can sneak away without drawing my mother's eye. Meet me near Hogsmeade, and we will devise a plan.
I pulled them with Accio, and I placed them... I didn't even know if, that was the right place, but apparently it was. Or it doesn't matter. And, yeah, and then that's it. I was expecting a reward or something, but nothing happened, so... I just moved on with my day. And now this girl comes along and she mentions the bells in the bell tower, and I was like, oh dear. This rings a bell. So, there you go. Hello?
Hello. Are you here for someone as court?
That I am. Don't expect to be as lucky here as you were in Crossed Wands. Speaking of which, care to play a match?
Yes.
Of course, Charlotte.
Then may the best summoner win.
Indeed. Let us begin.
Precisely as planned.
Accio!
Precisely as planned.
Sting me with a billywig. I'll never top that. Accio!
Pardon me?
Precisely as planned. Nice technique. Accio.
Thank you.
Precisely as planned.
Accio.
There we are.
Nice technique. Well, you are good.
Just like that, victory is mine.
I'm not too proud to admit when I've lost. Where did you learn to play like that?
Nowhere really.
I play by intuition, natural skill and all that.
That's been my strategy. I suppose it only gets you so far, though. Well,
I suppose so.
only one opponent left now. I won't say more than that, but let's just say he's the best for a reason.
Alright. Look forward to meeting him.
Hello again. Wonderful to see you. As before,
Hello.
I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you.
Alright.
What are we looking for today?
Let's give it a go, shall we?
You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. You're all set with the new upgrade. I can't wait to hear what you think. This may sound presumptuous, but...
You'd like me to report back with even more flight details.
You know me well. I feel I'm almost there. I just think I can improve broom flight a bit more. Miss Reyes is running a time trial at the South Coast course. Not ideal, really, what with rumours of Ranrock's lot and Ashwinders infiltrating the place. However, if you're flying high above them, you should be all right, I think.
Well, I think either way I will be alright.
I'm not worried, Mr. Weeks. I'll see if I can find Imelda.
I hope you are able to complete these trials. I have a feeling this final upgrade is going to be a sweeping success. Do be careful, of course. I shall look forward to hearing from you soon. I look forward to our next meeting.
And I as well. Until then, Mr. Weeks.
Perhaps I could test out my new upgrade on the way.
I mean, of course you can do that, but why
Here I come.
Why spoil the surprise? We'll just test it out when we start the course. Why do we have to worry? Oh yes, this is where I was supposed to meet Natty as well. All right, let's wait here for a bit until she arrives.
Are you ready to put an end to Harlow?
An end to Harlow. That sounds promising indeed.
I'm ready to do what's needed to take Harlow down. I know you have a plan.
We must gather information from the friends of Mr. Bickle that Archie and Mrs. Bickle mentioned. Agabus Filbert, Otto Dibble, and Mr. and Mrs. Rabe.
All right.
I suggest that you speak with each of them while I head to the Hogshead. I saw some Ashwinders heading there. And as my mother would never go near the Hogshead, she is less likely to learn of my activities than if I were to wander the village questioning its residents.
Alright,
What sort of information am I trying to gather from these people?
They may know what evidence Mr. Bickle had against Harlow, or they may have evidence of their own. We simply need to know whatever they know.
Right. And,
where am I to find these friends of his?
I do not know about Mr. Rabe, but his wife, Daisy, is often in Hogsmeade, as is Agabus Filbert. And Otto Dibble, he works at Gladrags, so you will likely find him there.
I see. Alright then.
Very well. I'll speak with them, see what I can learn.
I knew I could rely on you. We need to know how they are being blackmailed by Rookwood and Harlow. Meet me here after you have spoken with them.
Alright.
Hopefully, by the time you return, I will be able to move a bit more freely.
Yes. Hopefully. Alright. Start with the closest. Who is it going to be? We have Dibble, Rabe, and Filbert. This is the 3 broomsticks, so... Could it be... Daisy? Is Daisy around here somewhere?
Mrs. Rabe should be nearby.
Right. Hello? Mrs. Rabe?
Oh, Isco, what have I done?
Pardon me.
Mrs. Rabe, I wondered if I might speak with you about Theophilus Harlow. I'm a friend of the Bickles and I'm trying to gather evidence against him.
Poor Joanna and little Archie. And now Harlow has taken my darling Isco.
What do you mean?
What is an Isco?
I'm a security guard at Gringotts, and my husband is a curse breaker for them. Harlow approached me
Right.
about helping him extort my colleagues into giving him treasures from the vaults.
And you declined?
Of course I declined. Repeatedly. I thought they'd given up, until I came home one night and found my husband gone, and a note affixed to my door with a knife. The note stated
I see.
that I only had a few days to reconsider helping with some banking needs, and that my husband would appreciate it if I acted quickly. But the help Harlow wants is help that I cannot give, and my dearest Isco is paying the price.
Oh dear.
Have you helped Harlow since your husband was taken?
No, I'm worried sick about Isco, but he'd never want me to compromise my integrity. I also know that he's extremely clever. That said, I was hoping he would have escaped by now. It makes me concerned as to why he hasn't.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rabe. Knowing the lengths that Harlow will go to is helpful, albeit more than disturbing.
Mr. Bickle was trying to help us, but now he's gone. I don't know what to do.
I shall do all I can to get evidence against Harlow, Mrs. Rabe.
Very well. Here's the note I received. You
Oh.
must be careful as well. Please don't put yourself in danger.
Do not worry, Mrs. Rabe. I'll be fine. Mrs. Rabe, we do hope you will reconsider helping us with our banking needs. We've given you ample time to reach a decision on your own, but we are beginning to lose our patience. We know your husband would appreciate it if you were to see the value in our working together. Shall we expect a response by week's end? Best to keep this between us, if you understand our meaning.
Some evidence worth hanging on to.
Thank you. I hope it's not...
Farewell.
Now, to find Mr. Bickle's other two friends.
Well, just little note there, a little observation. I wouldn't really call that evidence, as there's no way
Dr. Dibble works at Gladrags.
of
I should check there.
confirming who that message was sent by. Could have been anyone. It wasn't signed. I doubt there's any handwriting experts, so... Yes. Like I said, I wouldn't really call it evidence, but I suppose it's something. It's better than nothing.
But please tell me you didn't take it.
Oh.
Perhaps it's been here all along.
Hello?
Mr. Dibble, may I speak with you? It's about Theophilus Harlow.
I've nothing to say about him. May I interest you in a stunning cravat today?
Please.
I'm alright, thank you.
To help. I spoke to Mrs. Bickle.
You know the Bickles?
Yes.
All right. But we must be discreet. Can't have Mr. Hill hearing this.
I know Mr. Hill. He was kind to me the day of the troll attack.
Oh, he's a good man. But even he wouldn't understand about Harlow. It started a few weeks ago. I was distracted, reading a note, when you-know-who came into the shop. I had
Right.
behind the counter and offered to help him. He stared at me for a moment, then asked me to check on an order he'd placed. I went into the storeroom to check on what turned out to be a non-existent order. When I returned, he was holding the note.
What was in the note?
It was a note from Rosie Hill, Mr. Hill's daughter. You see, we've been, well, secretly engaged these past 6 months. We haven't told Mr.
Right.
Hill yet. I dare say he has higher hopes for her. Harlow advised me in no uncertain terms that my relationship with Rosie, not to mention my employment here, depended upon my cooperation.
What did he ask you to do?
It all happened so quickly. In an instant, he took a very expensive scarf from the counter, pocketed it, and smiled. He said, your secret is safe as long as I can supply my lady friend with delightful items like this every so often. I've been able to cover for his requests until now with some creative bookkeeping, but I can't keep it up for much longer. I'm terrified to say anything. I could never live without Rosie.
What have you been doing to keep the extortion a secret?
Well, as I mentioned, creative bookkeeping. And I've also been trying to cover the costs with my own savings, but I'm running out of money. Of course, none of this bodes well for my efforts to improve my circumstances and be worthy of Rosie.
I see.
I met Mr. Hill the day of the troll attack. He was kind to me. Why don't you just tell him?
He's a lovely man. But when it comes to Rosie, I fear he loses all perspective. He'd see this as a grave betrayal. I'd lose my job instantly, and Rosie as well.
Could you give me a bit more detail about the note? That might help me to identify it should I come across it.
It's on Rosie's special pink stationery. It has her monogram at the top, RH.
That's not a euphemism, is it?
Would know it was real.
Certainly hope not. Alright.
Thank you for telling me. I'm gathering evidence to take Harlow down.
I would love nothing more than to see him rotting in Azkaban, but be careful. He's an awful man and incredibly dangerous. As for Rosie's letter, should you happen upon it, I have committed it to memory. You may destroy it immediately.
Understood.
Hurry off before Mr. Hill returns. Where were we?
We're on the right track. Now to find the last of Mr. Bickle's friends.
Are we going after the blackmail letter, or are we going to do that later? Alright, let's go find Agabus Filbert.
Agabus Filbert must be around here somewhere.
And then we'll try to look around for the letter. Hello.
Excuse me, Mr. Filbert. I wondered if I might speak with you about your dealings with Theophilus Harlow. I hope to ease Mrs. Bickle's mind by gathering evidence against him.
Tragic, what happened to Bickle. He wanted me to speak out against Harlow for an act of violence committed against me. But I feared Harlow's retaliation, and so I refused.
I see. Well, I certainly don't blame you.
You may have shared Mr. Bickle's fate if you had spoken out against Harlow as he requested.
Unfortunately, I suspect you're right.
You said that Harlow committed an act of violence against you. Could you tell me what happened?
Before my extraordinary wife, Dulcibella, passed away, she had just completed a small book of poetry.
Oh, yeah.
As a surprise for her birthday, one she never had the chance to celebrate, I had the book beautifully bound and plated in gold. One day, Harlow came calling to punish me for having spoken out against the Neanderthals that comprise Rookwood's lot. Before I knew it, I'd been petrified, and Harlow was rifling through my home. He found the book of poetry, with its exquisite gold plating. I watched helplessly, lying there in my entranceway as he walked away with the book, laughing as he went. I was shaken to my core. Still am, to be honest.
I imagine you fear Harlow retaliating again. But do you mind if I share this information with Officer Singer?
I suppose I have no choice. This extortion can't go on forever. You can pass it on to anyone who may be willing to help.
All right.
Harlow does not like people talking, as you already know.
I've spoken with Mr. Bickle's friends. Now to find Natty.
As I've seen as well. Witnessed many other examples of what happens when you try to speak against Harlow. None of them were good. Let's just say. Alright, well, hopefully Natty has fared a bit better.
Revelio.
Says, it's a field guide page. All the way at the entrance of Hogsmeade.
It's not like Natty to be late.
Oh?
She said she was going to the Hog's Head.
Huh.
Perhaps I'll find her there.
Odd. Alright. Let's go and check in on her. She did say that she was going to walk into an inn that was filled with ashwinders all by herself, so maybe letting her go like that
Natty must be around here somewhere.
wasn't such a good idea. Natty? Is that her wand?
Natty's wand. She can cast without it. She wanted me to find this. She's in trouble. Revelio will show me where she was taken.
It's not a good sign.
Revelio.
Is she dropping these flowers? Oh no. But her footsteps are showing. Where do they lead?
Students get what's coming to them.
Beg your pardon? Did you say something? Hey, who said that? Damn it.
Revelio.
Where did they run off to?
Natty must have been taken this way.
Oh.
I need to find her quickly. The footprints led to this room. There must be another way forward. Accio. A hidden door.
There we are. Perfect. Alright.
Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly. Revelio.
Let's see what else we can find here. Some evidence, perhaps? Something useful against Harlow?
Better be sure I'm not seen.
If you say so.
Using that girl as bait.
Revelio.
Only a Hogwarts student would be arrogant enough to come in here alone. But, hey.
This is not looking good. Oh.
It's about time Rookwood took control. He doesn't need Ranrock.
Go stupid, Doggo. You're going to regret that.
Glaciers, Bombarder. What are you for?
I've nothing down with you.
This has become personal.
Alright. I think that's it for now. At least I hope so.
Revelio.
Let's have a look around here. Shall we? Let's see what secrets we can come across. What? Oh. Alright. Just needed a nice tug. Come on now. No need to be silly. There we go. Out of the way, please. Alright. Let's see what we can find here.
Revelio.
Oh, 49 gold. Well, that's something, I suppose. Alright. Squeeze back out into the main area here. Oh, this one is open too. Alright.
Hey.
What?
Revelio.
What do we have here? Ooh, stairs.
Oi.
Hoi, hoi, hoi.
We should speak to her again.
Bombarder! We can find her. Stupid one telling me to say nothing. Bombarder! Deal with her when he arrives. She's had all their teaching. Explosives! Places! Explosives! Bombarder! Places! Accio! Revelio.
Alright, so this seems to be the right path to take. But we're not done exploring yet, so let's crawl back through here. See if there's anything we might have missed. Like these chests that are above us, among other things. Oh! It's the poetry book. You are as dear to me as an augury, whose voice foretells the coming rain. You are as loved by me as a crop could be, whose loyalty is true and plain. You have cast a spell over my heart, I want it not undone. You have charmed me from the very start. You have always been the one.
The book of poems that was taken from Agabus Filbert. He'll be thrilled to have this back.
Yeah. It's not bad.
Revelio.
If I say so. Here we go. The courier's casual school uniform. Oh. My darling Otto, I have read your last letter over and over, and I am certain to read it again. Each hour, and I'm certain to read it again each hour until we are able to meet. I dread the notion that I will not see you soon, but I am not without hope. I long for the day that our engagement can be shared with those whom we love, especially my dear father. I do not wonder at your wanting to wait until you are more settled, my love, and I know that you are doing all you can to ensure that such a situation is within your grasp. Please allow me to say that these past months of being unable to share publicly the feelings which exalt me to the utmost pinnacle of happiness have been an existential challenge indeed. And now I am off to read your letter once more. Yours affectionately, Rosie.
Otto Dibble's love letter from Rosie. He wanted me to destroy this if I found it.
Alright, let's destroy it then. Incendio should do the trick.
Revelio.
Anything of worthwhile here? Just some coins. Oh. Globes. Globes. We found some globes. And a Flora Fedora. Almost sounds like a spell or something. Flora Fedora. And a Grey Adventurer Ensemble.
Revelio.
Alright, that's it for here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Alright, so that little squeezing through area was an optional way if we wanted to sneak in.
Revelio.
If we wanted to have the element of surprise. Alright. Let's keep going then.
He must be here somewhere.
You found us. I knew you would realize I had left my wand for you.
Us?
Speak to Mr. Rabe. He will tell you what you need to do.
Oh, Mr. Rabe. There you are. What's this? There's the chest here. And inside there is... Oh. Iska Rabe's wand.
Revelio.
Hello?
Mr. Rabe, Daisy told me you'd been abducted.
You spoke with my wife. How is she?
Worried about you. Are you alright?
I am alright. Thank you for coming. These locks are cursed, and there's an anti-apparition jinx on the cells. Even Natty's skill with wandless magic cannot free us. I need you to find my wand.
Mr. Rabe, I found your wand.
Well done. I knew it was nearby. Now,
Indeed it was.
stand back. One never knows how a curse will react to being broken.
Alright. It's probably for the best. Oh, that was it? Alright. Oh. You alright, sir? Alright, excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Isco.
My pleasure. And thank you, my friend. We owe our lives to your bravery. I may be too weak to disapparate with you both, but I can try.
You go ahead. Find Officer Singer. We will get out of here on our own.
Very well. But be careful. Thank you, my young friends.
Yes.
Be prepared for a fight. These Ashwinders must pay.
I'm always prepared for a fight. Assuming that there is anyone left to fight us. What's this? This wasn't here in the middle before.
Revelio.
Was it? Huh. Suppose it might have been. Oh well, doesn't matter now. Let's get out of here. Back. Quite. Couldn't have said it better myself. Oh. There you are, officer.
I should have known. And you, the troll dispatcher. Oh, thank goodness the two of you are safe. Isco Rabe told me a couple of students had rescued him. Should have known it was you two.
Is Mr. Rabe all right?
He is. I sent him home to his wife, Miss Onai. Your mother will not be pleased to learn that you're still risking your safety pursuing these dangerous men.
Actually, Officer Singer, Natty and I learned of several Hogsmeade residents who've had their lives threatened by the Ashwinders. In addition to abducting Mr. Rabe, to blackmail his wife and Natty, Rookwood and Harlow have also extorted Agabus Filbert and Otto Dibble.
I will look into all of that. As for the two of you, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you are taking great risk. Next time, please let the authorities handle the Ashwinders.
I would if they were able to do anything about it, but so far I haven't seen a reason to let them handle it.
With all due respect, officer, the authorities haven't done much about any of this.
There's more to taking down an organization like the Ashwinders than simply storming in and hauling them off based on a few accusations. I must
Who said anything about hauling them off?
We shall have no further discussion on this.
Very well then.
Natsai, you may wish to speak with your mother about this before I do.
My mother will not like this. Thank you again for rescuing me. We shall speak soon.
Alright. Until then. And, good luck.
Ravenclaw, over here!
Hello.
Hello again, Imelda. This course is a bit far from the castle, isn't it?
Obviously. Evidently too far for most of our classmates. Pathetic. They should be begging me to keep these trials alive, not running scared. I'm surprised our new 5th year showed up. I suppose I appreciate the effort.
That's actually... thank you.
I know I can be impatient, but I get frustrated by those who don't take things as seriously as I do. And in my experience, that's everyone. Anyway, don't let it go to your head. Right then,
of course.
Enough chatter. I'm confident I've posted a time you won't be able to beat.
We'll see about that.
We'll soon see how I fare, won't we? I'm ready.
Get ready to lose, Ravenclaw.
I haven't lost yet. I'd say the odds are in my favor. Let's begin. Who the fuck is that?
Flying, if I do. Excellent.
Am I racing against a mannequin? What's that? That was a bit distracting. Alright. 29 rings. Here we come.
That wasn't too difficult.
Whoa! Oh, come on! What's going on here? Now's not the time for this. Come on. This is the last race. Can't lose now. Been doing good so far. Come on, focus.
Flying, if I do say so myself.
Come on. Come on. Up we go. Shit. These bubbles were down there. How was I supposed to know that? Alright, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Keep going.
Excellent.
Got 40 seconds. We'll be fine.
This is going well.
Alright, that's it. That's it. I won. I won. I've won. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Call me the champ because I'm here. Now, what do you have to say about that?
That was quite something.
Impressive work today, but don't get too comfortable. I'll be on your heels in no time. My family is not going to believe the news when I tell them. They're almost as competitive as I am. Almost.
That sounds like quite the fun family to have.
Do you get your competitiveness from your family?
You could say that. My grandfather played Quidditch for Puddlemere United. And my father, well, he was a chaser for Slytherin, but had to stop after a curse took his knees out.
Ooh.
Said it was the Gryffindor beater. And me,
Oh, dear.
I fell in love with flying the first time I saw the ground disappear beneath my feet. Something about the freedom you feel on a broom. I've not been able to stop since.
Huh.
I take it you want to play for a team, but which one? And which position?
I'm my father's girl. A chaser through and through. You'd know that if Black hadn't cancelled Quidditch this year. As for a team, it's the Holyhead Harpies I've always dreamt of. When I'm finished with school, I'll try out. If for some reason I don't get accepted, I don't know what I'll do. Herbology, perhaps? Because if that did happen, you might as well pot me and call me a mandrake. I'd never stop screaming.
I see.
Will you keep running these courses?
I'll race them myself. Don't want to get rusty. But I won't be dealing with time trials. You're welcome to run them too. Anyway, hope we find time to fly again soon.
Yes, well...
It's been fun competing against your records, Imelda.
It has been fun. Glad you're here. 5th year. Not bad for a Ravenclaw.
Yes.
Take care of yourself.
Second place is not bad either for a
I
Slytherin.
should let Mr. Weeks know that this was his best upgrade yet.
I'd certainly say so.
I don't feel bad fleecing those cape flappers in Cragcroft. Selwyn
If Selwyn's plan worked.
There's Selwyn.
Hello. Which one of you is... Oh.
This looks like the spot from the treasure.
Alright. Well, he's done for. Suppose it's time to pick off any stragglers. Like you. And you.
Glaciers. Another pitiful beast. Bombarder. So, the hunt begins. Rise and bust. Accio. Potato. Stupid one. Glaciers. Stupid one. Bombarder. Are you on edge?
You die for that.
I don't think so. Alright, and that should be it, I think.
Sylvana Selwyn?
No, but I have some.
Selwyn has been taken care of.
You defeated Selwyn?
Indeed.
Beard. A student took down one of Rookwood's top filth. Then
Correct.
I suppose this bounty is yours. Well deserved.
Thank you.
I'm glad I could help protect Cragcroft from the Ashwinders.
The thieves will finally leave us alone. Thanks to you. You're welcome.
Certainly hope so.
Anytime. It's such a pleasant place when it's not being threatened by Ashwinders.
Yes. I'd imagine that it is. Until then.
How's my favourite test flyer?
Well, I have some good news, Mr. Weeks.
Hello again, Mr. Weeks. I set a new record at the South Course.
Fantastic! Your broom performed well then?
The best upgrade
I'd
yet.
certainly say so.
It flew beautifully, incredibly nimble. But with the speeds it now reaches, I can feel the wind catching beneath the seat a bit, preventing it from reaching its full potential.
Of course! Should have anticipated that. Exactly the kind of report I've come to expect from you. At last.
Thank you.
I think I know what needs to be done for my final upgrade.
Alright, so,
What will you do after the final upgrade is complete?
I aim to make Spintwitches the most sought-after shop in Hogsmeade. And I wouldn't mind getting back on a broom myself. Just for the thrill of it. Couldn't be more pleased we made headway with the upgrades. Proved the naysayers wrong. Made all the hard work worth it.
alright, well.
I shall look forward to speaking again.
I'll be sure to send you an hour when I'm finished. Thank you again for your help.
Of course.
Couldn't have done this without you.
Until then, Mr. Weeks.
Good for Mr. Weeks. Mr. Weeks and I do make a good team.
Quiet.
I can do this. I can do this. They will want to help.
Hello, Poppy.
Is this where we're meeting the Centaurs?
Well, they don't exactly know we're coming, so it's less of a meeting and more of a surprise, I suppose.
I see. Well, I don't imagine they're the ones for surprises.
I'm not sure about this. I can't imagine they're fond of being surprised.
We don't have a choice if we want to help the Snidgets. Perhaps they'll be able to tell that we're sincere. There's something about them that's so knowing. It's almost unnerving.
Well, suppose you could be right.
I suppose they are known for having an air of omniscience.
That's exactly the right word. I just... Never mind.
What is it?
It's nothing, truly. We've no secrets to hide.
That's right.
Right.
We'll simply be honest with them about what we're trying to do. They'll have to help us, won't they?
Yes, of course. You're absolutely right. We'll meet with them, tell them about the Snidgets, and I'm sure to all be fine.
Oh dear. What?
What do you think you're doing here, humans?
Please! We were hoping to speak with you.
Ah! I suppose you'd like a tale for your friends of the time you spoke to a centaur, and it spoke back.
No, never. We're here because we need your help.
Enough! You made a grave error in judgment in coming here, little witch.
Leave them be, Alec.
Oh.
We do not harm the young. It is not our way.
You forget your place, old fool. I'm the leader of this herd, and while you cling to our way, their kind continue to slaughter beasts like us without a care.
From what I can see, they have slaughtered no one. They will leave here unharmed.
Mark my words, Doran. If I ever see them again, it will be all 3 of your heads.
Foolish children. Do you know what happens to wizards who wander here? Now, follow me
Golden Snidgets are still alive, and the poachers are after them. They know that the key to finding them lies in the moonlight, but they don't know what that means, yet. Please, help us find the Snidgets before the poachers do.
Could it be? In the south, there is a cave within which lies what the poachers seek. A moonstone. Retrieve it and place it in the henge in the forest. I, on the other hand, must go speak with the herd. Find me after you have done this.
Oh. Oh.
I don't understand. So the moonlight mentioned in the journal doesn't refer to actual moonlight, but to a moonstone. What do moonstones have to do with Snidgets? And why was he so certain about where we could find one?
Perhaps he wrote the guide on finding these Snidgets, but...
Isn't Moonstone all around us? Why retrieve one from a cave?
Knowing centaurs, I suspect he's referring to a specific moonstone. We'll likely know it when we see it.
Perhaps it's in the shape of a moon or something. Alright, well, I see no reason to doubt him. He did save our lives, after all.
I don't know, but I am inclined to believe him, what with his being a centaur and all.
I am too. It is a shame how quickly he left. What was his name? Doran?
That's what the leader of the herd called him.
Well,
I think so.
If Doran knows something we don't, I'd rather act now and ask questions later. I can head to the library and start looking into the cave you mentioned.
Alright.
I'll let you know what I find.
Yes. Good luck with that.
Ah, I have been meaning to speak with you.
Yes?
I still can't believe we escaped the Ashwinders.
You may not realize it, but you are the talk of the school since you saved me that day.
I wonder how
I
everyone
am?
knows about it.
I told my mother in the hope that she would be more forgiving of what I have been up to if it came from me. She
Right.
actually told other professors, and news travels quickly. Unfortunately,
I see.
She might, in fact, have been even less forgiving than I'd hoped.
Well, that is too bad, but remember, it's only because she's concerned for your safety.
I don't blame her for being concerned. We have been involved in some dangerous activities.
As the Ashwinders were locking me up and threatening my life, it did occur to me that my mother may have been right.
Has Officer Singer done anything with the evidence we provided?
She has not. Harlow is as strong as ever. Someone needs to stop him, whether it is us or Officer Singer. If someone had stopped the monsters like him in Matabeleland, my father would be alive today.
What exactly happened to your father?
It was a beautiful day. My mother had gone to tend to a neighbor who was ill, and so my father and I were galloping in the savannah.
Galloping? Your father was also an animagus, I take it?
He could become the most majestic giraffe, and he would carry me on his back, my arms around his neck. We were on our way home when we surprised a group of bandits who had come from our village. One of them saw me just as he removed a scarf from his face. He shouted and then aimed his rifle.
He didn't want you to identify him.
Exactly. In an instant, my father bowed his neck to protect me and was hit. As he fell, my father changed back into his human form. When the bandits saw this, they turned and ran in fear. Magic terrified them, and then he was gone. And it was all my fault.
Your fault? How so?
He died protecting me. If I had been capable of protecting myself, he would still be alive today. My mother and I tried to go on without him, but it became too much for us there. A few years later, we left to come to Scotland.
What does your mother think about all of this?
Well, as you saw, she worries a great deal. She is an excellent seer, but I think it bothers her to this day that she did not see my father's death coming. She misses him, as do I. So I believe on some level she understands my need to seek justice in a small way. But that does not mean that she likes it.
Right.
Do you think your father would approve of the things we've been doing?
Oh my, that is a good question. In theory, yes. Although he would worry as my mother does. But I think he, of all people, would understand my persistence. My father never shied away from a fight for good, no matter how ruthless the foe. And I think he would have enjoyed knowing that I had a compatriot like you.
Alright, that's good to hear.
I'm sorry, Natty. I can't imagine what you've been through. Your father sounds exceptional.
He was. Truly extraordinary. And thank you for your kind words. We all have our burdens. My father had a saying about that.
Yes, I remember. Rain does not fall on one roof alone.
Exactly. Soon you and I will put an end to the Ashwinders, beginning with Harlow. And once he is gone, we will turn our attention to Rookwood. We are making progress, and we will succeed. Thank you again for saving me. You deserve all of the praise you have received.
Well, I don't know about that, but you're welcome. Alright, here we are at Professor Fig's office. Fortunately, he's not here at this moment, so I suppose we'll have to wait. Oh, what's that over there? It's a demiguise statue. Interesting. Hello, Professor.
Professor Fig, the Keepers have shown me where the next trial is.
Has something changed?
Lodgok and I have learned that the goblins are searching for another repository, like the one we saw at Rookwood Castle. And I discovered that they're building massive drills to help in their search. Professor Fitzgerald seemed very concerned.
I see. Ranrock clearly knows even more than we suspected.
And sir, there's something else. Lodgok knew Miriam.
He knew Miriam?
They encountered each other at Rookwood Castle. She was doing research. That's where she found the container with the port key. He liked her so much that he let her leave with it, despite orders from Ranrock.
I don't know what to say. She could win over almost anyone. I want to hear more of this.
Certainly seems so.
In fact, I'd like to speak with Lodgok directly. But we've no time now. Where is the next trial?
Believe it or not, it's in the headmaster's office.
Incredible. Very well. You'll need the password to get past the stone gargoyle. The headmaster's house elf will know it.
I don't know the headmaster's house elf. Will he even speak to me? I imagine he's loyal to the headmaster.
He is. So you'll need a disguise. I have just the thing. A polyjuice potion. You'll look and sound like Professor Black.
Wait, doesn't polyjuice potion require a bit of the person you want to change into? And take ages to brew?
It does.
So how do you already have polyjuice potion to change into Professor Black?
One never knows when such a thing may come in handy. Let's just say I felt the need to be prepared for anything after my fruitless trip to the ministry on his behalf. Now, time is of the essence. Drink up and I shall explain more.
What, right now? Alright. Oh.
How do you feel?
Incredible. I won't forget that taste anytime soon. How do I sound?
Convincing. I've taken the liberty of transfiguring your robes. As we discussed, you'll need the password from Scrope, who could be anywhere in the castle. You might look for Professor Kagawa. She's taken to badgering the poor elf about Quidditch in the hopes that he can convince Black to change his mind. Thus far, unsuccessfully.
I see. But what if Professor Black sees me?
Leave him to me. I shall tell him where to meet a liaison from the ministry in Hogsmeade. That should give you plenty of time.
Thank you, Professor.
All right.
I suppose we'll meet again in the map chamber.
It's rather strange to hear gratitude coming from Professor Black. I'll see you there.
Now to find the headmaster's house elf.
All right. Let's go and... Oh dear. Stairs are this way. Can I use my spells? Revelio? No. Alright. This was, it's no time to waste. Let's go and look for Madame Kagawa.
Chewing with your mouth open? Where are your manners? I haven't time for any of you at the moment. None. None at all. Move aside.
What could the headmaster want?
Gareth! Mr. Weasley! What are you doing here? Don't you have, somewhere to be?
Oh, Professor. Yes, of course. All sorts of places I'd rather be right now. Do you need something from me?
I'm looking for my house elf. Surely you've seen him?
Ah, the little one-eared fellow. I saw him heading to the Great Hall moments ago. Muttering on about your, sterling graces, sir.
I am watching you, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Redding, who owns Honeydukes, tells me some of his billywig stings recently went missing. Prime potion ingredient. And I know you fancy yourself a skilled potioneer.
What? But, sir, I haven't been anywhere near Honeydukes.
Bah! That's
enough of that.
Just know that I have eyes and ears everywhere. On your way, Mr. Weasley.
Huh. Alright.
Well, there's one for my diary.
So do I go to the Great Hall, or do I look for Madame Kagawa? Can I just explore around and talk to people? Alright, let's not, like I said, time is of the essence. Let's just follow the map, the charmed compass, as it were, and hope for the best. Alright, I don't think the Great Hall is this way, but I suppose Madame Kagawa?
Greetings! I mean, out Out of my way, children!
Headmaster coming through.
Headmaster? Here, what could you want?
Greetings.
Mr. Gaunt, where do you think you're going?
I beg your pardon, sir. I'm simply on my way outside.
Taking the day off, eh? Typical student, wasting the hours away.
I have to write 20 inches on Dittany and its uses. Was heading to the greenhouse.
Ah, yes! Mixed with bubo tuber pus makes a fine mustache paste. Yes, mustache paste. I find.
Are you feeling all right, sir? You don't seem yourself.
I assure you I am quite healthy, Gaunt. If I need a medical diagnosis, I shall head to St. Mungo's.
Now on your way.
Something is very wrong with Professor.
Is that... Oh. Hello? Has somebody cast black magic on my game? Is this you, Weasley?
Something is very wrong with Professor Black. Dittany and Boobertuber puffs. Moustache paste.
Alright, I've managed to break free of the curse that was placed upon me. Now I'm able to move again.
Shine on those boots. Do better.
So... Oh!
Professor.
Madam Kagawa, I've been looking for you. I'm over here.
Professor Black, again, it is not too late to reconsider your decision regarding Quidditch. We could still have trials and a somewhat shortened season. It would be better than none at all.
But the injury, Madam Kagawa.
Professor, more than one student has taken a bludger to the head on our pitch. I dare say it knocked some sense into them. And they're fine now. The fact that it happened to be a pureblood, well, that's no reason to...
What nonsense! That you would trivialize the health of a student over a silly game.
A silly game? You are quite impossible sometimes. Sir, I've a good mind to write to the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry about you.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I should think you'd have better things to do with your time. Now, where's my elf?
Good day, Professor. And I spotted Scrope in the Great Hall. Seems to be avoiding me.
I wonder why. Good day, Madam Kagawa.
Yes, on your way now.
What did we do to deserve him as a headmaster?
Back to work.
Proud purebloods. The future is yours.
Keep up the good work. Make Hogwarts great again.
The headmaster. I hope it's not about anything I've been doing.
What do we have here, eh? Some tomfoolery.
Miss Broom, a word.
Oh, Professor, this is an interesting surprise. It's Bloom, by the way.
Remind me of your area of affinity, Broom. OWLs are swift approaching.
Charms, sir. Non-verbal spells. Might work on one that makes me disappear.
Well, keep at it, Broom. And before you know it, you'll be as invisible as that new fifth year seems to be.
They're not invisible, sir. I've seen them near the library. In fact, they help me with my, heavy books.
Have they now?
Speaking of invisible, where's my blasted house elf?
Something seems a little off with the headmaster.
On your way, Broom. Back to class. Keep studying. Your OWLs are coming. Wouldn't want to let your family down.
I mean, out of my way, children.
All right. There it is, Central Hall.
I need to speak to you. Hello, Professor Black.
Ah, Professor Weasley. How delightful to see you.
Sir?
Since I have you here, I wonder if I might, speak with you about Professor Fig.
Oh,
very well.
I've decided to give him a bit more leeway with his time.
Leeway, Professor? Are you sure that's wise? I confess I do worry for his students. He's rarely here as it is.
Yes, I understand.
I realize that, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I see. But, sir, if I may, I am wary of how much time the new fifth year seems to be spending away from the castle, supposedly on Professor Fig's behalf. I've heard unsettling rumors of their escapades. Everything from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to confronting Ranrock's loyalists and Rookwood's lot.
What? Goodness. You cannot believe everything you hear, Professor. No, you cannot. I mean, I shall keep an eye on Fig. You simply keep doing the wonderful job that you're doing. Simply wonderful.
Thank you. But I'm happy to look into...
Good. That'll be all, Weasley. I mean, Professor Weasley. Good day.
Yes. On your way now.
A wonderful job. Leeway for Professor Fig. I shall never understand that man.
All right.
To give Professor Fig some breathing room.
Where is that elf?
As hard a worker as any house elf.
Oh, there you are.
Scrope!
Oh, greetings, Master.
Remind me of the password to my office.
Oh, but Master made Scrope swear never to tell anyone, even Master himself.
Shall I... Would you like your punishment now or later?
How dare you question me? I've a mind to give you a matching set of ears.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Scrope begs forgiveness. It is the Black family motto, Master.
Right. Of course.
Master does remember it.
Yes. Yes, of course I do.
It's pure bloods forever, isn't it?
Close, Master. Scrope thinks Master is indeed testing Scrope. It is always pure.
Obviously.
Right.
And, of course, as Master knows, in French.
Ah!
Of course.
Yes, of course. I order you to pronounce it for me.
Oh, but Master knows that Scrope's French is most pitiful. Oh, very well. Toujours pur.
Ha! Thank you. Never speak of this conversation with me or anyone else.
Of course, sir. Scrope shall try his best to keep out of Master's way.
That would be for the best.
The polyjuice potion's wearing off. I best get out of sight.
Oh dear. Alright. No time to mess around now. Better find a corner to hide in.
Made it just in time. It's wearing off.
Fig was right. I can't believe it worked.
Whew.
Now to speak the password to the gargoyle.
Excellent. Where's the headmaster's office?
The gargoyle. That's where I need to speak the password.
There we are. The headmaster's office gargoyle. The staircase that leads to the headmaster's office is guarded by an enchanted gargoyle that will let only those who know the password enter, though anyone choosing to visit the current occupant of the office is difficult to fathom. Alright. Well, let's give this a go then.
Toujours pure.
Oh. Alright. It worked. Incredible. Alright.
All the elite wizarding families have a motto.
Revelio.
Wouldn't put it past the... Oh! Another field guide. Alright. The sleeping portraits. Interesting. Ooh, level 3 lock. Level 2 lock. Chests with
Aloha Mora.
a new wand handle. What's behind this door, I wonder? Behind the level 2 locked door is...
Revelio.
Oh. Alright. Passageway leading to another locked door.
Aloha Mora.
Level 3 locked door. Alright. See how far? Let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes. Is it deep or far? I suppose it can be both. Oh, more stairs. Alright. Professor Black, regarding your letter dated the 20th of September, I shall not reconsider the admissions process at Hogwarts. Regards, Ferris Spavin, Minister for Magic.
Revelio.
Interesting. Seems to have been thrown into the trash. The key of admittance. Curious. Alright, well... Seems that our field guide page is not going to be here. Seems.
Revelio.
Could it be in here? Alright, let's take a look here.
Aloha Mora.
This is quite the big office. With many secrets and locks and notes to uncover. There we are. Let's see what's behind this level 3 lock.
Revelio.
Oh, I think we're on the right trail. Dear Phineas, the children have been asking about your return. Belvina in particular chooses to do so each day at breakfast and is engulfed in a sulk when I remind her that you are ensuring the quality of your future education. Sirius and Phineas rarely send me an owl, although when they do, they never mention you. I'm certain they're proud of you and all that you're doing for Hogwarts. Having one's father as headmaster is a tremendous honor. Merlin, help me. Cygnus is now crawling and follows Arcturus about like an unwelcome shadow. Arcturus is begging for an invisibility potion, and frankly, I can't blame him. I'd be tempted to brew one if it weren't for the eternal sniveling that Cygnus would regale me with. Perhaps we shall see you during the next school holiday, but please don't feel any obligation. We can manage. Ursula.
Revelio.
Where's that page? It's probably right above me. Huh. How am I supposed to get up there? Oh. Oh. Another page here. The Sorting Hat. The Enchanted Hat was created by the 4 founders of Hogwarts as the means by which students would be placed into one of the 4 schoolhouses. Skilled at legilimency, the Sorting Hat can see into the wearer's head, allowing it to determine their thoughts and abilities. Fascinating.
It's good to see you.
All thanks to Professor Fig's
Hello.
quick thinking. Now what?
Approach the pedestal in the antechamber and read the book that appears.
Alright.
I suspect there will be more to this than reading a book.
Your suspicions are correct. We shall speak when you are finished.
Has this been under the headmaster's nose all this time? Revelio.
It says. There's a note here. Receipt, hair tonic, mustache wax, Bundimon pomade, comb, pearl handled, back scratcher, gold handled, doxycide, paid in very small part, remainder to be billed to ministry.
Revelio.
Alright. He is certainly taking comfort in his position as headmaster. That much is for certain.
That must be the pedestal.
Huh. That must be the book. Alright, so what exactly am I supposed to do with this key of admittance that I found? There was a door across from here. Will it open now? Oh! Alright, well. Suppose we'll just have to come back here later when we get the chance. If we get the chance. I'm sure we will. Otherwise, you know, but I wanted to see the note there, but
Revelio.
It's too late for that. Alright, let's not delay any further. Whoa.
Where am I? Professor Fitzgerald? Can you hear me?
I am here. In this place, you may call me Neve. You
Is
shall
this,
be witness to a fable? Pay attention. Things are not always as they seem.
Oh.
You must move swiftly and cautiously. Use the tools you encounter to find. In this place, as in life, death takes many forms. Avoid each of them at all costs.
Right. How do I do that? Oh dear. Alright. Must try to not be discovered.
I should have run when I could. I'd be free by now.
They're gone. Now, I need to get out of here. Where could Neve be?
Oh, can't even distract them with my wand. So how am I supposed to sneak past them then?
I need to time this just right.
Oh, like that? Alright. Quickly now. Quickly does it.
I see. A staircase straight ahead.
There we are. I suppose the good thing about skeletons is that they don't have good eyesight. Or at least you wouldn't expect them to. Alright. Let's carry on. I wish I could do something about that.
Ladder. Perhaps they won't be able to find me if I go up there.
Oh. Hold on. What's this? Quickly now. Quickly, get to the ladder. No time to waste. There we are. Whew, it's a close call.
Let's move while I can. Neve must be here somewhere. Too many. I must cross this road as fast as I can.
Oh dear, this shall be a challenge indeed. Quickly. Quickly does it. Quickly.
That's where I need to go, but I need to find a way past them.
Don't slow down. Just wait for the right moment. And then sneak. Sneak and you shall receive. Oh! Run away quickly!
Nothing this way, but more danger. There must be another way to find you. I need to turn back.
A ladder?
There's no getting past them that way.
Oh, alright. Well, oh!
That doorway looks like the only safe way forward.
Interesting. Why am I getting a Wiggenweld potion? Something about to happen? Whew. It's a close one. Now what?
Now's my chance.
Alright, if you say so. I'm not so sure, but I'll follow your lead. You know better than I do.
That's the way forward.
Oh. What is this, eh? Some sort of cloak.
Can this be? I think I'm invisible.
A cloak of invisibility, of course. How marvelous.
They can't see me at all. I can get closer to them.
Yes. Indeed I can. As long as we remain careful.
Finally free. Now where are you, Neve?
I'd like to get out of here as soon as I can. If you don't mind.
You have outrun death thus far, but have yet to find me. Keep searching, but this time you will be unable to hide.
Oh.
Wield the wand you see before you. Do not squander its extraordinary power.
Wand? What sort of wand is this?
I've never felt such power.
Oh. Curious. Oh, goodness. It's quite the explosion. Alright. I suppose if any more of Death's soldiers come along, I'll be ready to take them on. we are. Stay back. Your shadow has been burnt. No more shadow to cast.
Depulsor. Defender. Depulsor. Defender. Bombarder. Bombarder. Potato. Stupefy. Stupefy. Ascender. Bombarder. Defender. Depulsor.
Alright. Now this is more like it. This kind of trial, this I can do. With no problem. More of this, please. This looks like a big battle arena. Of course. Away with you.
Potato. Stupid. Stupid. Defender. Bombarder. Stupid.
We live to fight another day, it seems. For now, at least. Oh. What's this?
Simple stone. This must be for me.
Stone? What manner of stone is this? First an invisibility cloak, then a powerful wand, and now a stone. Curious.
You are far from finished. Pass through the mourners ahead.
I can't believe she's dead.
Pass through the mourners.
Dead.
Alright. Doesn't sound much of a trial. Can I help you, sir? What is this?
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done.
What?
The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my former self.
Right. Oh. I see.
But there is no light without shadow, as there is no shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should.
Yes, I think I understand
Remember that, as you witness my memory.
Yes. Yes, I think I'm beginning to understand now. This lesson, these trials have to do with what Isadora did.
Isadora, what you did for your father was remarkable.
Well, wasn't it? And Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this magic leaves. I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin Silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't worry, he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isadora.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong hands.
You saw what I did for my father. Only imagine the good we could do. Everyone is in some kind of pain.
What are you doing?
Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
Oh, Isadora. This must stop. All of it.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
Oh. Alright, well, that was the trial over and done with. It's time to return to the map chamber. Where the professors will be waiting for us. Oh? Who do we have here?
Is it true? Has someone completed the first 3 trials?
It is.
Yes.
I have.
But you are so...
young? I know. You must be Professor Bakar.
I am.
Pleased to meet you. The pensive memory I just witnessed, was Isadora inhaling painful emotions?
She was.
Huh. Fascinating, but also...
I found it disturbing. But how did she gain power from it? How did she harness it?
It was disturbing. Although, I wonder that you are asking about her power. I hesitate to reveal the location of my pensive to someone who, perhaps, has yet to understand the responsibility of power.
I can assure you, Professor, I do. In fact, what you don't yet know is that a dangerous goblin called Ranrock has accessed the repository at Rookwood Castle. He has learned to harness the contents of it as a source of immense power. He plans to use that power against wizardkind. We have no time to waste.
I see. Nonetheless, the knowledge you shall gain after you witness my memories is too valuable to share without further consideration. I shall require time to confer with the other keepers.
It seems we have no choice but to wait, frustrating as it is. I heard what you told Professor Bakar. Isadora was inhaling emotions to gain power?
She was.
That's what it looked like.
Emotions, as she did from her father, from Professor Fitzgerald, without permission.
Monstrous.
What's more, she said that she found a way to store the traces of magic she extracted in goblin silver.
The repositories?
Possibly. There's something I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Ranrock has been digging at locations tied to the 5 names he found in the journals of a goblin metalworker named Bragball.
5 names? The Keepers, and who else? Isadora Morganac?
Precisely.
Yes.
That's how he's been one step ahead of us. Gringotts, the Tower, Rookwood Castle.
If the Keepers won't tell you where the next trial is yet, I say we at least maintain a watch on Ranrock. Perhaps he'll lead us to more information.
Perhaps. I hope to hear from Lodgok soon. I haven't heard anything since I learned of the drills. Oh, and as you've probably guessed by now, your polyjuice plan worked like a charm.
I knew it would. I may have done too good a job distracting Black. I had no idea he can't hold his fire whiskey.
Oh dear. Alright, well, suppose we'll have to find something else to distract us until the Keepers are ready to reveal the location of the 4th trial and memory.
Deke has some exciting news to share.
Yes? What is it?
Hello, Deke. Professor Weasley said you had an idea.
Indeed, Deke does. Deke knows that you want to learn about all sorts of beasts, and Deke recently heard rumors of a phoenix nest in a nearby mountain.
A phoenix nest?
Really?
I wonder if it belongs to the phoenix gnat he mentioned, the one Harlow and the poacher pack are after.
Deke would not doubt it. If Deke has heard of it, surely the nasty poachers have as well, which means it could be in danger.
Well,
I'd better go and rescue it then, hadn't I?
Deke thinks so. So majestic a beast should not fall into such vile hands. Deke is not sure why, but Deke feels that saving a phoenix might help to make amends for what happened with Deke's prior master. Deke hopes that you are able to find the phoenix and bring it to the room where it will be safe.
alright. I will see what I can do.
Sebastian, a lost relic from a catacomb which requires a dark sacrifice.
I know how it sounds, but if this can help you, it's worth the risk.
Does Ominous know about this?
He helped find the scriptorium where we discovered Slytherin's spellbook.
Very well. If Ominous will be there, I'll meet you. We don't have much time. Solomon wants to leave Beldcroft.
What? Leave? Never mind. You need to stall him. Buy us time, Anne. Please.
I shall do my best. I'll be in touch.
Solomon can't take Anne from Feldcroft. Where would they go? When would I see her?
Sebastian.
Don't think I've forgotten about your goblin friend. I haven't. But I appreciate you setting our earlier discussion aside for now.
Of course.
I can't believe my uncle wants to leave Feldcroft. Anne's going to stall him. She must. We need time.
Time? For what?
I've learned more about the relic. I cross-referenced Slytherin's spellbook with everything in the library on relics and dark sacrifices. That's when I realized something. I believe the relic will only work inside the catacomb.
Oh. I see. Alright. Well, so be it then.
We just need to get Anne to the catacomb and work out how to make a dark sacrifice.
Our biggest hurdle may be convincing Ominous. Anne will only give this a chance if he's on board.
And we have to keep all of this from your uncle. If he goes to the headmaster, he could be expelled.
Let me handle Ominous this time. As for my uncle, He's not an Auror anymore. What he doesn't know, well, won't hurt us.
Well,
Do you think your uncle would tell anyone at the Ministry about all of this if he found out?
If he found out, I doubt he'd go to the Ministry. He didn't part ways with them well, from what I understand. He won't say, but I believe his strong aversion to dark magic has something to do with his time there. Anne thinks he once decided to fight fire with fire, so to speak, and resorted to using an unforgivable curse and fight against dark wizards. At least that's what she thought she heard. When he realized what his job had led him to become, he left rather abruptly. So, I'm not sure he'd go to the Ministry to report on his own family using dark magic now.
alright then.
Good luck with Ominous. Until we meet again.
I shall let you know when the four of us should meet at the catacomb. Look for my owl.
Yes.
See you soon.
Farewell.
I beg your pardon, but would you mind helping out an old woman?
I beg your pardon? Are you alright, miss?
Is everything alright?
Oh, bless you. Oh, thank you for asking. I'm Betty. Betty Bugbrook. And no, everything is not alright. It's my dear friend Hazel. Oh, she's in trouble.
Hazel?
Yes. Oh, she's a unicorn. Known her for years. She doesn't
a
like
unicorn.
the forest, so I visit her once a week to brush out her mane and bring her some treats. Her coat is glorious. Well,
I see.
The last time I saw her, we were violently attacked by a pack of wolves. Hazel,
Oh dear.
loyal friend that she is, leapt in front to protect me, and in the process, I fear she may have been injured.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I want to help her, but she seems to have gone into hiding. Out of fear, I'd imagine. I know you Hogwarts students learn a fair bit about caring for beasts. Perhaps you could find my unicorn friend and get her somewhere safe so that she can heal.
How did you become so close with the unicorn?
It was luck, truly. I came across her when she was a little golden foal. Didn't even have a horn yet. Oh, she trusted me straight away. We'd play together for hours. Oh, I do hope she'll be all right. Unicorn hair is a valuable wand core, and I suppose losing a hair or two mightn't hurt her. But I'm terrified those poachers will want her for her blood, to keep themselves alive. And that is more than I can bear to think of.
Alright, well, don't worry.
I'll keep an eye out for your unicorn friend and take her to safety if I see her.
Oh, you've a good soul. I can always tell. Please, don't risk your own safety, though. I don't know precisely where she is, but I can tell you that her den is north of Hogsmeade. And although I haven't been able to brush her lately, I imagine she still has the brightest, most beautiful coat of her entire herd.
I see.
Remember, you'll know her by her brilliant coat. Oh, and be warned, she's a stubborn girl. She may need some convincing to come with you.
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat. It sounds as if she's in trouble.
Well, this must be the mountain that Deke mentioned. We better go in for a closer look. Alright. Seems that we have a phoenix to search for.
A blockade. Rookwood's poachers are already here.
It's not a good sign for the phoenix. Let's try to be quick, shall we? We must avoid any distractions, if we can.
Confringo. Bombarda.
Yes, avoid any and all distractions.
Could the phoenix be in there?
Behind all of these spiderwebs? Well, it's possible, I suppose. Only one way to find out.
Bombarda! Bombarda! Confringo!
Cursed fiends.
Oh.
Revelio.
It was just a chest. Huh. Alright, well. We gave it a go at least. And now we know for certain that the phoenix is not in there. So let's keep going.
Revelio.
Oh. Some gold. And some poachers.
No. Keep looking. Glacius. Confringo. Potato. Confringo. Stupid.
I don't think so.
Glacius. Bombarda.
Stop right there!
It's shameful what you've done to helpless beasts. Revelio.
Exactly.
Confringo.
Alright.
Revelio.
More gold, or what was it? Oh, just it didn't pick it up for some reason. Alright, that's fine. Something over here. But it looks like we're going to need to go through some spiders before we can get to it. Which is more of an annoyance than a danger at this point.
Bombarda.
There we are.
Revelio.
Shortcut. Ah, there we go.
Confringo.
This must be our little secret entrance.
Bombarda.
With egg sacs aplenty.
Revelio.
Full and ready to burst. Yeah, so put an end to that, didn't we? Sheepskin winter hat. Alright. I'll take it. Onwards. Yes, onwards. Ooh, Ancient Mysteries scarf. That sounds new.
More poachers. How many are there?
You've made a mistake.
Levioso! A student who isn't afraid.
If it isn't,
Bombarda. No! Glacius.
Accio.
Crucio.
Away with you.
Revelio.
You no good poachers. Alright, well. Taking care of the poachers, but we still have the phoenix to search for. And rescue. Oh. There's a chest up there. So that must mean that there's a way up there as well. Oh. There's a lock here. Alright, seems that this lock is the only way to go. Oh. We can just unlock it with the key. Alright, well.
The phoenix.
Oh. There you are. Hello. Sir?
It almost seems as if it wants me to follow it.
Huh?
I need to find it before the poachers do.
Well, unfortunately I don't have wings, do I? So... Alright, but... that specific direction, that sort of, east-southeast direction, I must head to. Alright. It seems we're going to have to take the long way around. At least there aren't any... oh. I was about to say that at least...
around here.
At least there aren't any poachers to deal with, but immediately I was proven wrong. So... ooh. Alright, back to it. The Phoenix is awaiting us. Let's not keep it any longer. Was there loot here, or... doesn't matter.
Revelio.
What's this? Does this lead to the mountain, or... ah, alright.
Alohomora.
This is just a bit of bonus treasure to those who have Alohomora. Level 3 Alohomora. There we are. And our reward is... Orange Eye of Newt goggles. Incredible. Yeah. Yeah.
Revelli. There it is again.
Where? I missed it, I think. Was it in here?
Accio. Wingardium Accio.
No.
Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Accio. Revelio.
Wingardium Accio. Alright. Is this where we came from, or...? No, I don't think so. There's a ladder down there. Huh. Where does that ladder lead to, I wonder? Can we even get from here? I don't think we can. Can we? Oh. And... we're stuck. Alright, let's get out of there before something regrettable happens. Alright, fine. Oh?
Revelio.
Oh, this is where... oh, this was where all the sacks and... oh? Oops. Oh. That was fast.
Revelio.
Alright, where are we? Right here from the beginning, alright.
Accio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio.
There we go, get that, and alright, let's take the ladder down then. Now that we have the opportunity to do so. This must be the optional way, because we're supposed to reach the peak of the mountain, so... stands to reason that the only things here are...
Revelio.
secrets, or just... some leech juice and stuff. Which I suppose are a form of secret. What's this? More leech juice, horklump juice. And that's about it. Alright, well... that was worth the detour and the death. Alright. But at least our curiosity is satisfied. We know what lies beneath, under there. And so now we can simply move on with our day. not have to worry about this anymore. Alright. Let's drop down here. Get the chest. Tartan Classic School Uniform.
Revelio.
And... oh. I think that's a leech second there. Alright, I think we're done here. Let's keep going. Just some hawk lumps and... oh!
Confringo.
More spider webs. Where do these lead to? Another treasure chest, perhaps? Or...
Revelio.
just some hawk lump juice. And that's about it. Oh, alright. That was worth the trip. Thank you for that. Incredible. Alright. Let's get out of here. Upwards and onwards. Here.
Glacius, Bombarda.
Crucial.
There we are.
Is simply too many.
Ah!
Glacius, Bombarda.
Where'd you come off? Where'd you come from? Fella? Bit too late to the party, aren't we?
Revelio.
Alright. Got nothing but hawk lumps around here, so let's keep going. Why do I feel like somebody's watching me? Waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Well, it isn't a little hypocrite.
Potato. Stupefy. Let's get this over. That's the best you can do, is it? Places. Bombarda. What have you done?
That was for High Wing. Revelio.
Alright. We're done with that. No more poachers, at least for now. Let's keep going. Oh!
Bombarda.
Why is this here?
Revelio.
Supposed to aid us in combat, I suppose. Oh, it's a bit too late for that. Oh well.
Confringo.
Oh, there's a chest here. Almost didn't see it. With a huge decorated table.
Revelio.
Sure, why not?
Bombarda.
Let's keep going. Excuse me. Get that rubble out of the way. So we can keep going. Alright. Now, how much further till the peak of the mountain? I wonder. Oh? Hello? Oh.
Revelio.
Is this it then? Is this the peak? Have we finally peaked?
Hello.
Oh.
Let's help. I can take you somewhere safe.
Hello.
Arresto momentum.
Stand still, please.
Let's get you back to
There
the
we are.
Deke's going to be pleased.
Well, I'm sure he will. I've no doubt of that. It's not often one...
Revelio.
comes across a phoenix in their natural habitat, let alone capture one and bring it back home to put in their magical garden. Yes.
Hazel must be here somewhere.
Oh. Alright.
Revelio.
Let's take
Come on, Hazel.
Let's take a closer look. Is that it? Did she just run away? Oh. No, I see two here. That's her, isn't it? Here we go. Oh. Come here, come here. Don't run away from me. Don't run away from me. I wouldn't advise it. Get back here. Hazel. 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 I say Hazel. Hazel. That's enough of that. Hazel. Hazel. Don't run away from me. Don't run away from me. Hazel.
Revelio.
Is that her? Is she running away? Running away again? Hazel?
Arrest No, you don't.
Hazel!
Arrest the momentum. No need to be difficult. I mean you no harm.
Hello. Hazel, stop it. You're being very naughty. Hazel. Stop before you get yourself hurt. Not now. Not now. Hazel.
Knees what? Arrest the momentum.
Hazel. Stop it. Hazel. Don't run away from me, Hazel. Being very naughty. Get back here. Hazel. Last warning.
Now. I'm only trying to help. Arrest the momentum.
Not now, I said.
Arrest the momentum.
Hazel, stop. Stop. Hazel. Let's talk about this. Hazel. No need to be so dramatic. Hazel. There's only one way this is gonna end. This game sucks.
Revelio. Come on, Hazel. Revelio.
What? No, that can't be real. That's how you do it? That can't be real. Freezing them just makes the catching automatic? But that wasn't... No. That wasn't Hazel, though. That was just a normal unicorn. Let's see that work on Hazel. Wow, it's instant. Nobody fucking told me that. Nothing ever gave off the impression that freezing works better than arresting momentum. That's so stupid.
Come on, Hazel.
No, doesn't work. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. But we still got it done.
I can take Hazel back to a vivarium now. I should let Madame Bugbrook know she's safe.
Yep.
Oh, hello again. Couldn't have perfected the broom upgrades without your help. As always, I have a special prize for you.
Alright, let's take a look. The final broom upgrade. Increasing my broom's acceleration and speed to the fullest extent.
I truly enjoyed working with you. Thank you for believing in me.
And I as well.
Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
Yes. Farewell, Mr. Weeks.
Did you find my pointy pony?
Yes, I did.
Madame Bugbrook, I found your unicorn friend Hazel.
Oh, what a relief! Is she all right? Are you all right?
Oh.
Do you have a safe place for her to stay?
Yes.
We're both fine. And I have a safe place for her at Hogwarts.
You've a kind heart, you do. I'm relieved and thankful that you'll take care of her. I shall miss my sweet pointy pony, but I know she's safer away from the poachers. Do give her a nice brushing for me, won't you?
Of course.
Take good care of Hazel now.
Yes. And you take care of yourself. Till next time.
Did you find the phoenix?
Yes, Deke.
I did.
And I rescued it from the poachers. I have it here. It's safe.
Remarkable. Well, what are you waiting for? Deke cannot wait to...
There it is. Whoa.
My heavens.
Oh.
What a beauty. You keep it close.
Oh. Why, thank you, Deke. I will.
Professor Weasley and Deke were right to tell you about the Room of Require. Look at all you've done, and how many beasts you've rescued. A phoenix is safe now, because of you.
I couldn't have done it without your help, Deke. Thank you.
Deke is grateful for the kind words, and also grateful to have been of assistance to someone like yourself. Helping you do such good for so many beasts has given Deke a sense of peace Deke hasn't known in years. Deke will always be here for you when you need him.
I'm glad to hear it. You take care now, Deke.
Can you
Oh.
help me?
Hello?
What? Hello?
There's a voice coming from that well.
Someone down there?
Can you help me?
Is someone down there?
Down there? I beg your pardon. I'm here. There's no one here but me.
What?
Some thoughtless wretch casually tossed a bit of parchment into me and it caught. If you could please take it.
Take... Oh. What? What's this? Some sort of treasure map. Cross the bridge. In the ruins. Cast Levioso. And you'll find treasure of sorts.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. What a relief. I hope the map serves you well. At least better than it did me.
Yes, alright. Farewell, I think. I wonder where that map leads to. Aha, there we are. 2 ruins with a bridge between them. There's a tree here.
There's something about that tree.
Right in the middle. So I only now have to cast Levioso. Huh.
Interesting way to hide some treasure.
Chest full of gold. Well, well, well. Not bad, I suppose. Alright, here we are, along the coast, where Sebastian is to meet us, but, well, he's not here, so I suppose we'll have to wait.
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
There you are.
I received your owl. Thank you.
I'm glad you came. I spotted droves of Ranrock's loyalists coming up from the coast. Overheard one of them say they're headed to another cavern, like the one we found. How are they still one step ahead of us? They can't know about the triptych.
I don't know. I did see another memory. This time, it was a keeper named Neve Fitzgerald. She was unnerved by Isadora's use of ancient magic. But I still can't be sure how any of it connects to Ranrock.
These keepers are playing games with you. You need to press them for more information.
It doesn't work like that. To access each of these memories, I have to complete a trial. It's not as easy as you think. They're showing me the memories in a particular order.
Either they don't trust you, or you don't care enough about Anne to ask the difficult questions.
Come now, Sebastian. There's no need to stop making accusations.
Of course I care, Sebastian. We've come this far. Don't let your frustration get the better of you.
Fine. I'll defer to your keeper friends, for now. But I don't like it.
We don't have a choice. Now, shall we see why the triptych led us here?
Let's go, quickly, before we're spotted. Keep a close eye out. I saw some of Ranrock's crew moving off the path just ahead.
I wonder why.
Raiding, I imagine. This mountain used to safeguard local hamlet valuables. But it's been abandoned ever since Ranrock took hold of the coast.
Bring me a duck.
Hello.
Accio. Bombarda.
I will avenge
You're like plum bumbleberry.
Glacier.
Accio. Bombarda.
I will avenge your death.
Son of out of you, ghoul.
Loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work. Thestrals overhead. Some consider them a bad omen.
Not everyone does.
I know that.
All right.
I'm making small talk. I'm not going to trek up this mountain in silence.
Fair enough.
Kill any who trespass.
There they are.
Oh.
Let's go.
Wait. We should have some sort of plan.
I'm through planning.
The plan is to kill them all. As it has always been.
weak human.
Dead. They got what they deserved.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about dead goblins.
You could have got us killed.
But I didn't. Looks like Ranrock's loyalists were heading further up the path.
Let's keep going. Revelio.
Alright. Yes, let's keep going. Oh, what's this? Hold on a minute, what's this?
Confringo.
Hold on a minute. What's going on here? What's this? Is this some sort of secret path?
Revelio.
No? Oh, this was a treasure vault from before. Odd. There's this thing here that we can light up, but I don't exactly know what it does. But all right, doesn't matter. Let's keep going.
Everyone pay. Anything made from goblin silver belongs to us. Whether it's a sword or a repository, whatever that is.
Did you hear that, Goblin?
Ridiculous notions of ownership.
Let's keep going.
Who's there?
Bombarda.
No!
Glacier. Accio.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
Thank you again. You don't need to show me your approval every time. Let's keep going.
I agree. Only good wizard's a dead wizard. Ranrock's got that right, and I'll be most keen to help him achieve his goals in that regard.
Oh dear. Here we go.
This must be
Sebastian, wait.
Wait? For what? Why are you suddenly so cautious?
Listen to me. I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gott said...
Your goblin friend?
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We do. Listen to me. Lord Gott has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing. You need to trust me, or I don't see that we can continue together.
Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. And I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. Ranrock clearly knows more than we thought. We need to be careful and do this right, not just go charging in. We have our work cut out for us. We need to work together if we're going to find the final piece to the triptych. Revelio.
Read.
Alright then. So let's get to it then, shall we? Ooh. Oh. It's just Wiggenweld. Alright. Into the tunnel, shall we? Alright. Here we are. We made it inside. Now let's search for runes.
So far, so good.
Charming. Spiders. How fitting.
Oh dear.
Bombarder. Accio.
Away with you, spiders.
Revelio.
Oh dear. Another spider-infested tunnel. I suppose at this point I shouldn't be surprised.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Revelio.
Alright. Let's see what's behind this rubble.
Bombarder.
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Thank you.
Revelio.
I think that was supposed to be a compliment, I'm not sure.
Confringo.
Let's get those webs out of the way. I said let's get those webs out of the way. Thank you.
One nudge and that chest might have fallen.
Oh, I think 3 nudges at least.
Revelio.
Well, either way, that chest was close to falling. I think that was the point I was trying to make.
These spiders are determined to make a meal of us. Revelio.
Sure we taste better than a goblin dinner.
I don't think spiders are one for taste. I think that they just eat to not starve, and that's it. That's all there is to it, really.
Revelio.
But I could be wrong.
Accio.
Get those spiders out of here. Oh, more spiders. Must be my lucky day. Away with you.
Beasts, aren't they?
Revelio. A staircase leading here. Whatever for?
I don't think anyone's been here for ages.
But something seems to have been here a long, long time ago. Wonder what it was.
Confringo. Revelio. Bombarder.
Oh. No, no, no. No, thank you.
Confringo. Revelio.
No eggs today. Thank you very much.
This place. Not really my style. A bit much, if you ask me.
with you, Spider.
Cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes. Revelio.
First, we search for treasure.
Is finding these chests luck or instinct?
Neither. Magic.
Revelio.
That's all there is to it. When you know the Revelio spell, any treasure is already as good as yours. Get lost, spiders. My treasure now. Ooh, 10 riding attire. How quaint. Alright, here are the runes. Oh.
Confringo. Repulsor.
Can't get out of here quick enough.
There we are. Let's see what's inside.
Revelio.
Oh, another piece of Isadora's journal. I have had a breakthrough. The power that I honed with my professors, with which I conjured and built such pretty pillars, must be tempered substantially for the much more delicate endeavor which I now undertake. It feels somewhat like removing a memory, but the magic is wholly different. As I withdrew the merest whisper of pain from just above the heart, a faint haze appeared and then just as quickly seemed to dissipate. I sensed a surge of peace myself, as though I knew instantly that what I was doing was right. I wonder now if the haze may be contained. If memories can be stored in a pensive, surely these extractions can be kept safe for further study.
Sebastian, a journal entry. We should look for more. Revelio.
Why couldn't she have kept all her journal entries in one place?
Well, it's probably because she was never in one place. I would think. Whoa! Oh. Oh dear. That's not good.
Control. Places.
Nice teamwork.
Nothing like an angry troll to bring friends together. Revelio.
Right? Right, Sebastian? Do you hear what I said? We're still friends, aren't we?
Bombarda.
I don't like that you're not responding.
Revelio.
That troll certainly made a mess of things. Debris everywhere.
Bit rude, if you ask me.
Revelio.
Luckily, I've got just the thing to try and undo all of the mess he made.
Reparo.
That was a piece of work.
More than one. Revelio.
Anything of interest in here? No? Don't know what I was expecting. It's merely a troll hole. Nothing to be found here. Alright, what do we have here? Money, some Wiggenweld potion, and entry 5 of 7 of Isadora's journal. Such joy I felt helping my father after all these years, to hear his voice again. I cannot begin to describe how much I've missed it. I confess I was wholly stunned by the Keeper's reaction. I should have expected it. How can they stand by and do nothing when they have the power to do so much good? Who is Professor Rackham to tell me what I can and cannot do with my ability? The audacity of all of them, judging my work without any real understanding of all that I have accomplished. I do have some hope. The headmistress seemed somehow to understand what I was doing. When the time is right, I shall go to her. She may be able to help, and willing to help. Oh, she may be able and willing to help. Until I know otherwise, I must continue my work alone. For now, but I will find someone to help me. I will find someone else who understands the gift that we've been given, and our obligation to use it. I will store what I learned safely away for the moment. One day I will be able to share it with another who is like me.
Revelio. A journal entry.
Interesting.
Isadora was here.
Yes. That much is clear. Yes, Sebastian, thank you.
Wingardium Leviosa.
I don't know what to do without you.
Leviosa.
It's not like I was reading a note or anything. Alright. Why do you care? You just teleport up anyways. Why does it matter to you that I let it levitate this platform or I don't?
Revelio.
Where are you even? I see your subtitles, but I don't see you. I don't even hear you. Oh, there you are, of course. After I've moved away far enough. Incredible.
I'm out of breath after all of those stairs, but the view, well worth it.
Alright. I'm glad you think so. To me, it's just another view. Ugh. Oh. Well, at least I didn't die. Alright, what was that all about? Can we talk about this? No? Okay.
Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa.
Don't jump down as I make my way up, you fool. Alright, so how... Oh.
Revelio.
Hold on, it's a sack, isn't it? Right, so it's a sack, which means that it can simply be... Acioed.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Some kinks to it, still, but...
Nice work. Your skills never cease to surprise me.
Thank you. Well, you know what they say. Necessity is the mother of invention. I didn't invent anything, I suppose, but you know what I mean.
Another barrier. We can blast through it, I'm certain.
Innovation. That's what I should have said. Alright. Oh, another entry. Entry 6 of 7. I feel more and more capable each day, my sense of purpose, knowing that what I am doing is precisely what I was meant to do, has never been clearer. The number of souls I have been able to help grows by the day. So much pain. And I've discovered that this magic itself somehow confirms that what I am doing is right. Each time I breathe in the haze, even a little, it's as though I become more capable. I am being rewarded for my courage, rewarded for using this magic the way that it was meant to be used. I fear, however, that I must find a way to store what I cannot use in the moment. I do not yet understand his power, and do not want to leave it to chance. I have an idea. It is not without risk, but I feel that the risk is worth it.
Good news?
This journal entry sounds worrisome.
Yes. Alright. With that note, excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. Alright, everyone. We're back. Sorry about that. Just had to take a little trip to the lavatory, as they say. And now, we've returned. We've just read the sixth journal entry of Isadora Morganach. How it is that we know that there are only 7 entries? I don't know. Perhaps Professor Rackham told us at certain point.
This can't be a dead end. Must be another floor above us.
Bombarder.
Yes.
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Calm down, Sebastian.
Revelio.
All in good time, my friend. What's behind here? Oh, chest. Odd.
Revelio.
Why is the chest colored blue, not gold? Oh well. Alright, let's make our way up. High up and up we go.
This belong to only Isadora.
Yeah.
But the triptych pointed us here.
She did say that she was going to find someone who shares her opinions. Perhaps she succeeded. Perhaps she found many who shared her opinions. Which is a worrying thought, of course.
Another rune symbol. Feel as if I should be fluent in runic language by now.
Revelio.
Alright, so we have 1, 2, and 3. Can we get this rubble out of the way? No. Alright.
Bombarder.
Is this activated? It does, alright. Out of the way, Sebastian! What have you done, Sebastian? Sebastian! Goodness sakes, man. What have you done? You fool! Why are you lurking about like that? Should have stayed by the door.
Could this be another area Isadora created?
Isadora must have honed her skill with ancient magic here.
Fascinating. Entry 707. How could I have been so terribly wrong? The headmistress won't help me. I try to make her understand. She, like the others, is blind to the possibilities of what I can do. I have come to learn that I can rely on no one. But I am a more powerful witch than I have ever been, and I know that it's due to the work I'm doing. I shall not allow my magic to lie dormant, as the keepers do. How I despise their ridiculous name, as if keeping power all to themselves is something to be lauded. I confess I have begun to wonder if I will ever find another in my lifetime with whom I can share this work. If I do not, then I shall find solace in the knowledge that I have left them a trail to follow, a path from which they can learn. Perhaps they will do what I cannot, heal the world.
I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
Yes, if only. I suppose these journal entries of hers are the closest thing we have to her memories. Except that they are from her point of view only, so they are a bit biased.
Revelio.
Alright, here we are.
The final canvas piece to the triptych.
Excellent.
We've done it.
Isadora should not have had to keep all this secret.
I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic. But I don't understand why she seems to have gone to such great lengths to tell her story without their knowledge.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
So do I.
Perhaps completing the triptych will shed more light on all of this.
What if the triptych holds a secret pensive that we can use and view one of her memories? There's a thought.
I cannot believe the journey this triptych took us on.
Yes, it was quite the journey, wasn't it?
This is it.
Don't keep me in suspense. Go on, place it.
Although I don't think Isadora meant for us to fight spiders and trolls and goblins, but... oh well. Huh. This looks familiar. A viewpoint from... oh?
Huh. Another pensive.
This is what we've been chasing.
I wonder...
oh.
What is it?
Let's find out.
I cannot bring my brother back, Father. But I can give you peace. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
Thank you.
That worked?
It did indeed.
Of course it did. It's goblin silver.
I need something much bigger.
All right. It would help if you could tell me more about what it is you're storing.
Magic. Left over from a spell I devised to remove pain, but if used correctly, its power can be used to do even more good.
Why would you want to store such magic away?
I only need to keep it safe until I can convince my colleagues of its worth. Magic like this unnerves some.
Not everyone's ready to wield such power.
Perhaps not. Someone will be.
She took away the pain. I knew it. I knew there was a way to help Anne.
Something isn't right, Sebastian.
I don't think that was it.
You saw what she did.
No, not the memories, the portrait. I think the reason Isadora hasn't appeared is because she can't.
I don't follow.
We have seen that view before. The abandoned home in Feldcroft, the destroyed painting. It was her.
So someone destroyed a bit of enchanted canvas, but we found the memory.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
We saw what she wanted us to see. We saw what she could do, what you can do.
But I don't know how to do what Isadora did.
Well, then you shall learn. The Keepers can teach you.
I'm not sure that they would. The Keepers believe that removing someone's ability to feel pain, It's a highly complicated, unpredictable form of magic. One that should be wielded with great care. If at all.
If at all? You've overcome all of their challenges. You've more than proven yourself. You can wield it. You have the ability. Please. Talk to the keepers. If not for me, then for Anne.
All right.
Why did the keepers want to keep Isadora quiet? Why destroy her portrait?
One mystery solved. 2 mysteries take its place. Now, I could be wrong here, but I was under the impression that the pain she was taking away was more of the emotional variety, not actual, not sickness. So, I think that I'm quite sure that even if somehow we had the ability to take away Anne's ability to feel pain, quite sure that well, I suppose it's not sickness, is it? It's a curse. It's ancient magic curse. Alright, well, I suppose in that case, I suppose it's, could it really be as simple as that? Doing what Isadora did? Alright, I don't see why not, but again, I don't think the keepers, even if they knew how to do it, I don't see them sort of being comfortable with sharing with me this ability or the sort of the way to do that. I don't know. I suppose we'll find out soon enough.
It's an outrage. No one makes a fool of Ferdinand Octavius Pratt.
Hello, sir?
Sir, are you alright? You seem to be in some distress.
All right? Do I look all right? I've been kidnapped.
How can you
Come
be
again?
kidnapped when you're right here?
What sort of question is that? Of course I'm right here. I've more than one frame. Do you only have one home? It's my other frame. It's been stolen. And by students, no less. They paid filthy fees to steal my other frame.
I see. Why would they do that?
Did that really happen, or are you simply being overdramatic?
Of course it happened! I heard it straight from the horse's mouth! Oh, she is a rather horse-faced girl, that Astoria Cricket. She and her friends were moaning about me of all the nerve. Then I heard her plot to enlist a gang of good-for-nothings to have me stolen from the 3 broomsticks. That's where my other frame hung. Marvel of a place. Though I suppose one could do worse. I once knew a portrait who ended up in the Hog's Head. No one's heard from him since.
Right.
I see.
So back to your frame.
Ah, yes. There I was, powdering my wig, and the next thing I knew, I was being manhandled by rogues and carried off. As if I can afford not to be at my post. I do important work for the headmaster, and I need my other frame back at the 3 broomsticks.
Really? And,
What do you mean you do important work for the headmaster?
Let's just say I overhear quite a bit in Serona's fine establishment, and the headmaster likes to know all about it. He's come to comfort me in this regard. Reminds me of my prefect days.
Right. And,
I don't suppose you have any idea where your stolen frame was taken? Can you see anything from it?
I most certainly can. They brought me to a ruin of all places. Some crumbling atrocity surrounded by water from the sound of it. Oh, I do also recall seeing the coast on the way.
I see. So,
Just who is Astoria Cricket, and what would she want with your frame?
She's a fourth-year troublemaker, that's who. She and her band of hoodlums discuss all sorts of misdeeds right under my nose, and then resent me for overhearing them. I can only assume they took my frame in some misguided attempt to punish me for doing my job.
alright, well.
I could look into the matter for you.
Oh, would you? How marvelous. Do it quickly, though, won't you? The place they took me to is quite beneath me. Off you go, then.
Alright. I'll see what I can do.
You can't imagine how he...
Somebody! Help! I've been kidnapped!
Alright, relax. I said I will help.
In today's lesson, we will cover a truly thrilling event. The Goblin Rebellion of 1752 and all its triumph and tragedy. But more specifically, we will address the devastating effect it had on the wizard milling industry. Throughout the many goblin battles, countless wizard cloaks were lost. Actually, we do know the number. 632. But history occurs outside the classroom. And look, it's time for my constitutional. One can practically osmose the history flowing through Hogwarts.
I think the professor wants us to follow him.
Oh.
Now for a stroll to the bell tower entrance hall.
All right. Should be fun.
Was completed in the late early Middle Ages. The hall and the bell towers that loom above it contain myriad interesting artifacts.
Uh-huh. What else, Professor? We're all here. We're all ears.
Good to see you again. Recovered from that nasty bout of dragon pox, have we?
I beg your
that
pardon?
Wasn't me, Professor. I'm new here.
Are you?
Yes.
Well then, welcome. No doubt you're eagerly anticipating my analysis of various wizarding councils, codes, statutes, and of course, goblin rebellions. Not all goblins are rebellious. Some venture into wizarding politics, such as Eargit the Ugly. Some are talented artisans, such as Bragbor the Boastful.
Bragbor? Do you say Bragbor?
Did you say Bragbor? I know that name. Lodgok said he was an ancestor of Ranrock.
Well known for his metalwork. I would imagine much of his goblin wrought iron and silver has survived to this very day. Now, where were we? Oh yes. Back to our class topic for today. Grimbold Weft. Another notable historical figure. He's right nearby.
Oh.
Curious students can find him on display here in the bell tower entrance hall. I recommend that all students introduce themselves to this hero of Hogwarts.
Alright.
Revelio.
Where is this hero? Oh, there he is. Grimbold Weft. This is the skull of the famed tailor Grimbold Weft, whose skilled needlework repaired countless witches' and wizards' coats during the Goblin Rebellion of 1752, thus preventing them from taking ill during battle. Interesting.
Oh yes, I see you found Grimbold Weft.
Yes, I rather enjoyed seeking him out.
The thrill of the scholarly pursuit. I know the feeling quite well. Now, let's turn our attention to the agreeability and general good nature of Sir Afpuddle. He's also nearby. See what you can learn from him for your next assignment.
Alright.
Standing in eternal but symbolic watch over the bell tower is a retinue of loyal knights, or rather, statues of knights, I should clarify. Keen-eyed students will spot the statue of Sir Afpuddle of the cheerful countenance nestled among the ranks.
Oh. It's not here?
Fame was not won by vanquishing foes in single combat, nor by slaying bloodthirsty dragons. Rather in playing yards and sculleries.
If you fail history of magic, you're doomed to repeat it. The class, that is.
Oh, I see.
And to make the waving statue's acquaintance.
The waving statue.
This is a century-old likeness of Pangadon. Fearless mouse hunter and devoted study
He looks
companion.
to be waving.
People have always loved their pets. I find that
Or
comforting.
holding a shield.
At least we're out of the classroom.
Right. Is he waving? Are you waving? Oh. He's not waving. He is bowing, though. The Waving Knights. This set of armor belonged to Sir Afpuddle of the Cheerful Countenance, a legendarily friendly knight who has supposedly won every battle before it was fought by virtue of his amiable negotiating tactics. Some attribute his success to an overly potent cheering charm he cast upon himself. Oh. There he is. He's waving now. Hello. Professor?
As one would expect, Hogwarts contains no narthexes, since obviously those would not be found in castles.
Right.
Professor Binns, I found the statue of Sir Afpuddle.
Ah, well done. Alas, Sir Afpuddle's affability was his undoing. Died instantly trying to befriend a basilisk.
Oh.
Eye contact is not always to be encouraged. So
I see.
beloved was he that even some goblins mourned his passing. Of course,
Really?
it did not bode well with the rest of the goblins, most of whom could not abide mourning the loss of a wizard.
I see. Well...
Pity goblins and wizards can't get along.
True. But imagine how dull my lectures would be without goblin rebellions to discuss. History
Yes.
does tend to repeat.
I can only imagine.
It is a series of patterns, a thought both comforting and disconcerting. The wise
I suppose.
students, such as yourself, will learn from it.
Yes, of course, Professor. Thank you for your time. And for the lesson.
History is written by those who do their schoolwork, so they say. Or at least, I like to say that.
Right.
Some days are more difficult than others.
Oh, Natty? What's going on?
Natty, is everything alright?
There are times when my father's absence drifts to the back of my mind. And I feel peace for a day or two. But this is
Right.
not one of those times. I miss him. I miss running with him. I miss Matibeleland. He should still be here. And it's my fault that he isn't.
No. No, it isn't.
It's not your fault, Natty. There's nothing you could have done to prevent it.
That is what my mother says. But he died protecting me. And I cannot help but feel guilty over that. I find myself relieving.
There's nothing to be guilty
more
about.
often than I would like. I believe I would feel less helpless if I could truly put an end to Harlow and the rest of Rookwood's miserable lot. Each day they remain free, they do more damage, leaving people like Archie Bickle to suffer the consequences.
I agree, Natty. We'll get them. I've never seen someone so committed to a cause.
Thank you. I believe we will get them, beginning with Harlow. Thank you for speaking with me. It was very helpful.
Of course, Natty. Till the next time. Pardon me.
Astoria Cricket?
That depends. Am I in trouble?
Ferdinand Pratt thinks you should be. Says you stole his frame.
I wouldn't call it stolen. Relocated's more like it. How do I put this nicely? Ferdinand Pratt is a postulant boil, and he's lucky I didn't have him sealed in a wall.
I see. Well, regardless of your opinion, I don't think you can just take away paintings and relocate them, as you put it.
Surely he can't be that terrible, can he?
All he does is spy on students in here and report back to the headmaster. Sometimes, if there's nothing to report, he'll make it up. I spent 4 hours in detention last week, all because he told Black that I was planning to drain the lake, whatever that means. It was the last
I see.
straw. He and his frame had to go.
May I ask where you put him?
Well, I didn't put him anywhere. The frame is likely with the fine gents I paid to snatch it. They camp in a ruin by the coast. I just wanted it far enough away that I'd never have to think about Ferdinand Pratt ever again.
You do know he's screaming in the library as we speak.
Oh, for the love of Merlin. If you ask me, he's got nothing to scream about. I could have had him put in the hogshead. The pampered Pratt would have hated it. Grimy walls, smell of goats. And the patrons, they eat snooty princes like Ferdinand for dinner. But what's done is done. He isn't here anymore, and if I were you, I should enjoy it. Lovely chatting with you.
Yes. Farewell. Well, this isn't good.
If the headmaster needs Ferdinand, he's going to pass him some gold.
Hello. What seems to be the problem here? Get out of here. Ashwanda scum.
No more happy days for you.
I should have... No one to share in my victory.
There we are. That's the end of that. Let's go find Ferdinand, or rather his portrait. It should be around here somewhere. If not up here, then perhaps down here. Oh, can hear him. Hello?
Hello, Hamura.
Is that you down here? Don't worry, I've come to rescue you.
Well, it's about time. It's a wonder there's anything left of me.
You're welcome.
Calm down, I'm here now.
Calm down. Those buffoons outside have been talking about burning me. Me! If they weren't all sharing half a brain, they'd realize I'm worth more to them intact and at the 3 broomsticks.
How was that?
With everything I overhear, I'm a veritable trove of information. Now, don't just stand there. I need to be back by cocktail hour. The place will be like a funeral without me.
Now...
What if I don't want to return you to the 3 broomsticks?
What on earth do you mean?
Well...
What if I took you to the Hog's Head instead? I've heard such nice things.
What a funny little joke. Now, the 3 broomsticks, please. Oh, they're bound to be missing me terribly. Be sure to carry me carefully, won't you? My pantaloons are already creased.
Of course, sir.
It's pitch black in here. I shan't stand for this.
Be quiet now. That is, if you want to return home in one piece.
You made it.
Hello? Yes, I did.
I take it this means you had some luck at the library?
It took a few hours and some eye-watering maps, but I think this might be the cave Doran told us about.
Impressive.
Alright.
Especially with how little information he gave us.
Well, I'm still not sure this is the cave, but it did seem the most promising. I stumbled
see.
across some folklore about a cave in the area that people avoid. Seemed the perfect place to hide something of value. It's a bit of a leap, I confess, but might a mysterious item such as a special moonstone be hidden in an equally mysterious cave? I think I'm desperate for anything at this
Possible.
point.
Did you discover why people avoid this cave?
Ridiculous, really. Rumor was that the cave drove people mad. I couldn't find any account by someone who had been in the cave, though. So either it is a rumor, or anyone who went in wasn't in any state to speak of it afterwards.
That's reassuring.
Well, we're here. We might as well have a look.
Agreed. I wonder if you'd go blind from staring directly at a moonstone.
I'm sure you'll be fine. Shall we? Alright. We've made it inside.
Revelio.
Let's see what awaits us within.
You don't think the rumors about the cave are true, do you?
I suppose we'll find out, won't we?
Yes, I suppose so.
Accio.
Hope you're not afraid of spiders. What's going on here? There's already 2 branching paths.
Revelio.
I don't know which one to take. Alright. Not this one then. Just some coins and hog lump. Nothing else of value, so let's carry on this way. Is that a dog ball? Get out of here.
What is going on with them?
They seem hostile for some reason. Oh.
Revelio.
Seems that we might have a butterfly door on our hands. What's this? Oh, this was... Alright. So not a butterfly door, but a butterfly switch. Interesting. We also have a door here that can be opened with the pulsar. Alright, so is this butterfly thing just a secret of sorts? Let's find out.
Lumos.
Alright, then we'll lead the butterfly here.
Revelio.
That do anything? Ah. Right. I see. Alright, let's try this again. And... Oh.
Revelio.
Goodness. Alright. Needs a bit more depulsor. Alright, this is as high as it goes. There we are. Alright, let's see what we got here.
Revelio.
Unidentified. Oh well. Suppose it's better than nothing. It is of brownish, goldish value, so... Oh! Are those... Fwoopas?
I beg your pardon?
This must be how the rumor about the cave started. The Fwoopa's song is said to drive anyone who hears it mad.
I see.
Revelio.
Well, that would have been good to know before I adopted 2 of them and had them have a baby together as well. Oops.
If the moonstone is here and so are Fwoopas, I wonder if it's being protected.
Revelio.
Protected by who? The Fwoopas?
Revelio.
What can they do?
Revelio.
Besides the soul-sucking thing you mentioned. Huh. Interesting. Oh, is this a rune puzzle? Oh yeah, it's one of those rune puzzles. Alright. Alright, this and that opens...
Why am I not surprised?
That.
First the Fwoopas and now this.
What is this? Do you know what this is? It's a rune puzzle of sorts. Don't know if it has any significance, but...
We need to find moths for those spinners.
Yes, I'm working on it. Alright, to do that, and this. That opens that. And then we have this one. And this one, which opens that one. Ooh, some gold.
Lumos.
Alright. Moth 1. Plonk.
Lumos.
Moth 2.
Lumos.
Or butterfly?
The runes on the walls have something to do with finding
I thought they were butterflies, huh? Doesn't matter. Either way. There we are. Excellent.
Another obstacle.
Oh.
No matter. I'm sure we can work out a way across.
Revelio.
Yes, I'm sure if we look around enough... Oh, is that it? Down there? Or am I imagining things? What's this? Does this... What? Where does this lead? Is this where the moths are? This is like an entire new secret area.
Revelio.
All underneath the waters. It's very odd. Alright. Let's see where this leads.
Bombarda. Revelio.
All right. This is new. There's quite a lot of places to go and many treasures to find. Like this hawk lump, I guess. And an ochre cloak. Ah, right.
Revelio.
So this leads back to where we were. Interesting. This is quite the turnaround. Alright. Well, since we're here, let's take a closer look. See if there's anything else we can't find around here. Like this pathway that leads to something of value, hopefully. Alright, 19 coins and a desk.
Revelio.
A desk conjuration spell recipe. And a rugged fedora. Alright, not bad, I suppose. Let's keep going. See what's on. Oh. That's it?
Revelio.
Alright, that seems to be it for now. Alright, so... Oh, hold on a minute. I almost missed this. What's this? Chest. Gold-rimmed circular spectacles. I almost missed those. Oh, and I almost missed this. Oh, no. I already found this, but... can't carry any more Wiggenweld potions. Oh, this is where... Alright. I was hoping to find the other path that we took, but I suppose this will do. Assuming that we can climb back up. There we are.
Revelio.
Alright, well, that was quite the journey. Right. We still need to find a moth, though. I suppose we can... Can we take one of these?
Lumos.
Lumos.
Oh, the door doesn't close. Or anything. That's interesting. Alright, fine, I'll take it. Unless... Oh. Depulso. Quickly.
Merlin, it's beautiful.
Hold on a minute. There's another moth thing.
Lumos.
What's that all about? Where does that lead? What? What is... This is odd.
Lumos.
Oh, I didn't even notice that there were 3 moths here. Alright.
Lumos.
Interesting. Alright. Good.
Lumos.
The 3rd moth. Come on, with me. Follow me. Into the door you go.
You did it.
Thank you. Oh.
I was hoping we wouldn't have to do this.
Bombarda. Places.
Away with you, Duck Bog.
Revelio.
Alright. Let's see what we have here. Chest.
Revelio.
It's odd. Why are these bushes highlighted? Suppose we'll find out soon enough.
Look, where the water's bubbling. How odd.
Should we take a closer look?
Ah.
You read my mind.
Alright. Looks like we're about to take another dive. Alright, now where are we? Where did we end up at? Oh. Well now.
Merlin, it's even more beautiful close up.
This is
To be here, I just know it.
it's quite the sight. It's good. Those they're not bushes. Bunch of twigs.
I never thought I'd be so happy to see this many of them.
I don't know. I've been listening to them for a while now, and I'm starting to lose my mind.
Very funny. I was just thinking how it's proof that poachers haven't been here, assuming this is where the moon's Confringo. Which means we're one step ahead of them.
Yes. For now, at least. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure that somehow, somewhere,
We found it.
the poachers will
It's like staring directly at the moon.
find their way here. I see. The Scholar's Moonstone.
Well,
Must
we
be
found
it.
what we came for. Now we just need to bring it to the henge.
Right.
Well done, Poppy. This did end up being the right cave after all.
A good thing too. We need every advantage over the poachers if we're to get to the Snidgets first. We should do as Doran
Right.
suggested and bring the moonstone to the henge.
Then let's not delay any further.
Shall we?
We shall. If we leave now, we should make it there by nightfall. That's the henge, precisely where Doran said it would be. But now that we're here, I'm not entirely sure we knew we were at the cave for the moonstone, but Doran didn't tell us what to expect when we placed the stone in the henge.
I'm sure it's fine.
I don't think Doran would knowingly send us into danger.
You're right. I suppose I'm worrying over nothing. Let's make our way down. We're nearly at the end of this.
Alright.
I think that's it over there.
Oh. Alright.
How's the doing,
by the way?
Nothing keeps Gran down. She set up a caterwauling charm and
Well, I
threatened
tried.
to make a coat out of the next poacher that set foot on her doorstep. I still feel terrible that I'm the reason they went there.
Surely she'll be pleased you've gone after the Snidgets.
I hope so. Gran understands how important it is to protect those who need it.
Alright. She sounds like a kind person.
I think we can safely say we know where the moonstone goes.
Right, yes. I concur. Oh. Hello there. Oh. Huh? Why are we laughing? Whoa! Goodness. Careful now.
That was a mooncalf dance. Do you know how rare it is to see even one? They only
No.
ever happen under a full moon. Though I suppose the Moonstone allowed it to happen now.
Is the pattern they left
I
behind
see.
on the ground normal?
All part of the dance. No one pattern is ever the same, though. We'll need to draw this one to get a better sense of it. Can't wait to tell Gran that I've managed to see not one, but 2 Mooncalf dances. She'll be jealous.
You've seen this before?
It was pure luck the first time. I was on Highwing, or I'd never have spotted it. It was the night Well, the night I met Highwing, actually,
Oh. It's alright, Poppy. You don't need to tell me if you don't feel like it.
If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to.
I'd actually like you to know. About 5 years ago, Highwing had been captured by poachers. At first, they planned to sell her, but soon decided they wanted to kill her instead. More money, I suppose. I'd finally had enough. I freed Highwing and we ran. We'd flown for ages when I spotted mooncalves dancing below and we landed to watch them. It felt like an omen. A good one. A sign that the worst was over.
What do you mean you'd had enough and the worst was over?
You see, the night I freed Highwing was also the night I ran away from home. A poacher camp. I come from a family of poachers.
I see. Interesting.
Merlin? I don't know what to say, Poppy. I can't imagine what that must have been like for you.
I never fitted in, but the older I got, the more apparent it became. Gran tried for years to convince my parents to let me live with her. Suffice it to say, when I left with Highwing, I flew straight for her house.
How brave. I'm glad you escaped.
So am I. There were so many creatures I was unable to help when I was younger. Now that's all I want to do.
Well, it seems to me that...
From everything I've seen, you're doing precisely that.
I've had a bit of help. I've never told anyone any of this, but I'm glad that you know. It's nice to have someone to talk about it with.
So,
do your parents know about the things you do now? Saving that dragon from the fighting ring, for instance.
We don't speak, or rather, they don't speak to me. Last I heard, they were in Borneo trying to make their fortunes there. Acromantulas. However, I wouldn't be surprised if word has got back to them. Some days a part of me hopes that it has. Now that I'm older, I wish I could talk to them, get them to see sense. But sadly, I suspect that wouldn't do any good.
Perhaps not.
We were around so many poachers in the tent. Were you not worried about being recognized?
Poachers are nomadic, and most of the ones in the area aren't any I'd grown up with. That said, I suspect someone must have recognized me. That's how they got to Gran.
What was it like growing up in a family of poachers?
The thing I remember most was how much we moved around. Always chasing the next big kill. It was chaotic and dangerous, and nowhere a child should ever grow up.
Well,
I'm glad you told me.
We should get back to Doran. He'll need to see the symbol, and we've got poachers to beat. If you collect the Moonstone, I can make a quick drawing of the symbol for Doran.
Alright. Moonstone collected.
Are you finished with the drawing?
Just barely. I think the pattern's a bird. At least that's what it looks like.
Didn't the journal say the key to finding the Snidget lies in the moonlight?
Of course. That's it. We need to show this to Doran. Not that I'd know where to find him at this hour. Perhaps we should head back to the castle and we can track him down after a good night's sleep.
Alright.
Agreed. I'm ready to leave if you are.
And we've returned. Still in one piece, thankfully. Alright, Ferdinand, we've arrived at your new home. I hope you like it here.
What is the meaning of this? This isn't the three broomsticks.
No, it's not.
No.
It's the hog's head.
Did you fall into a cauldron of stupid potion? You've brought me to the wrong place. It's absolutely vile in here.
I'm sure that you'll get used to it.
Oh, give it a chance. You might grow to like it.
Please, you can't mean to leave me here. Please.
Goodbye, Ferdinand. Enjoy your new home.
Farewell, friend.
Oi! I normally toss the both of you out. I like the look of the fancy man. Target practice.
This is an outrage. Do you hear me? An outrage.
Delicious. Farewell. Can't name it Willie. Come on, Will. It's short for Will. I didn't mean it like that. It's Niggler. It's a word. Come on. Niggler is a word, isn't it?